In this course, we are going to create this awesome Substack clone with an amazing tooltip. I am going to teach you how to think like an architect but code like an engineer. We are going to implement design pattern like high order component and the provider pattern. What if you don't know how to do API calls? I got you covered. I will teach you the best way to fetch data from a server. I will top it up with the latest and the greatest ShadCN UI, utilizing its carousel. This course is packed with the awesome popular double T of the modern tech stack, which is TypeScript and Tailwind. Should you wish to get a source code, please check the link in the description to our Substack mailing list. You will then receive a welcoming email with a list of all our Figma file and the source code. Let's get started. Hey, what's up and welcome guys. I am Matthew Msungati, the designer and developer from South Africa. In this video, we are going to create this awesome application. Without wasting time, let's just jump straight into it. The first thing that we are going to do, we are going to create a Next.js application. The tech stack of this build is going to be React Next.js, is going to be ShadCN, Tailwind CSS with icons. We are going to use React icons. We are going to fetch the data from the API using JSON placeholder, and that's about it. So let's just go to the Next.js documentation and look for a command to create the Next.js app. Go to your terminal, click paste, Ctrl V, and click enter. And then in case you are wondering how did I get here, you can just go to this terminal and click new terminal. You will be taken to here. Very important to note that I am inside a folder tutorials 2024. In fact, it's YT tutorials 2024. Then it's asking us the name of the application. Let's name it Substack. Substack Clone. Okay, let's just quickly confirm that Substack. Yes. Okay, so let's just name it as Substack Clone. If this is a capital letter, this is wrong. Make sure that you don't have capital letters, and let's click enter. Yes, 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 no, yes, no. Okay, as you can see guys, now it's creating a Next.js project for us, or application. Now what we are going to do, I will advise before you get into the application and build an application, make sure that you install all your libraries. Sometimes you are going to create a folder components and have a component button there. When you are at 50% of your project, you install ShadCN UI, and ShadCN UI will use the same folder component and it will override or overwrite your button component, because also it has got a component named button. So to avoid those things, just first start by installing all your frameworks and libraries. So with that being said, we are going to get started with ShadCN UI. Let's click on installation. We want to install it on Next.js. Okay, let's see, run this init. This is what we want, because we are going to use npm, because we are done with these stages. I hope Next.js is done. Okay, Next.js is still busy creating the application. That is not much of a problem. We can go back here. So when it comes to the styling, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. Okay, Tailwind CSS, it's a mobile first breakpoint system. It adopts a mobile first breakpoint system. This means that we are not going to start with a what can I say, we're not going to start with a desktop application. We are going to start with a mobile version. Okay, so what else can we do? I think that's about it. As you can see guys, this is done. At the moment we are not in a folder where we want to be, so this means that let's look for a folder Substack here. As you can see here it is. We can just click here and reveal in Explorer, and then from then what I want to do, I want to copy this path. Okay, and then I'm going to open the actual folder. Okay, don't forget to press enter here so that you make sure that you are in this folder. Boom. Okay, as you can see, now we are only inside the Substack folder. Okay, then you can just lift this up, and then you can see we are on the Substack folder. The next thing that we want to do, we want to install ShadCN. Okay, this is Next.js, ShadCN, as you can see, guys. Okay, let's install ShadCN. Let's keep it going and keep it flowing like water. Okay, ShadCN is going to ask us some few questions. It's very simple. You click next until you are done. Okay, enter. As you can see now, ShadCN is installing. As you can see, guys, ShadCN added a folder here, components. Okay, even though it's empty for now, but ShadCN added this folder. As I've told you, sometimes if you install your libraries later, you might lose file without even knowing it. Okay, so let's continue, guys. We are done with ShadCN, and then what we want to do, Tailwind has been installed automatically. So what we want to do, we want to install React icons. Okay, let's see, this is React icons. Isn't there any other way of installing it with safe? Let's use this method. Okay, let's see, do we have any at types? Install at React. Let's see, in size. Okay, I think this command is sufficient. Make sure that you are in the folder that you want to be. Paste this and click enter. Okay, I think that is all in terms of the tech stack. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to type npm run dev. Okay, if you might want to know more about this command, you can check the Next.js documentation. It has got everything. Okay, and then let's go to here, and let's type localhost 3000. Okay, so guys, as a beginner, if you might learn a thing or two about Figma and how to design, that will be a bonus, so that you can position yourself for employment. Employers are looking for somebody at least who can work from a Figma file. In case you are interested, I've got another YouTube channel which is Coded UI, where I teach people UX and UI. So if you might want to learn more about Figma, something that I recommend, please just check this channel and subscribe here. As you can see, guys, we've got the Next.js here project, and then what we are going to do, we are going to delete everything on this page. Okay, we are going to delete everything on this page, and we are going to type RFCE. In fact, RFCE. As you can see, guys, we've just created a component. In case you want to know, how did I manage to do this, there is a plugin which is not this one. Okay, let's see. No, yes, it's this one. My apologies, it's this one, disable. So it's this one. So this plugin, ES7 React Readers React Native Snippets. Okay, you can use it to quickly create these shortcuts. So what we are going to do here, as a good programming practice, we are going to have our components in capital letters. Okay, and that is it. So let's just quickly check here. As you can see, guys, now here we've got nothing. And then the other thing that we want to check is to make sure that on CSS here, the global CSS under body, we've got nothing. Okay, global CSS under body, you see there is at background. We don't want this. Okay, in case you see something different here than mine, it might happen we have installed different versions of Node.js. Believe me, everything is going to be the same. Okay, you just do what I did, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, what is the next step from here? I think we can get into the actual coding. Okay, so let's go back here, guys. As I've told you that we want to start from a mobile version because of Tailwind CSS. Okay, So what we are going to do, we are going to start with the menu bar or the nav item. As you can see, this is how it is here. Okay, so we're going to start with it, and we are going to do the mobile version and the desktop version, see that it's responsive and we are happy, and then we will continue from there. So let's get into it and create the navigation bar, and we are creating the mobile version of it. Okay, so what's the best approach to this? Let's view this as a standalone component. Okay, let's view this as a standalone component, meaning that we are going to create a component of its own that we will bring into the main page. So how are we going to do that? ShadCN has created some components here, components folder for us. So what we are going to do, we are going to create our own component. Let's just type here app components. Okay, app components. Okay, maybe when you want to copy all your components that you have created here in this project, you can just copy this folder. So that's why we are creating our own folder here. And then in this app component, let's just quickly check here, and we are going to call this mobile nav. Okay, this is the mobile nav component. So let's just click here and create a component. Let's type it mobile nav .tsx. Okay, RFCE. Apologies about that. Let's see, RFCE. As you can see, guys, we've got mobile nav component. Let's just type here mobile and then save. Obviously, this is not going to show on the actual UI simply because we didn't import this. So the other thing that we can do, I just noticed that Windows, they've got a nice way of laying things out. Something like this. My apologies about that. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is on the left, and on the right I want this. Okay, but without this. Okay, so as you can see, we've got our view, we've got these on the same page. Okay, we've got these on the same page. Okay, so what else do I want to do? Let's see what I want to do. When I'm minimizing this, it looks like this is not moving, so I don't think this is on the same layout. Let's put it here. Okay, let's see, guys, if everything works as we wish. Yes, I think now everything. I'm not convinced though. I am not convinced. Yeah, it looks like, but we need to have the tab that we want here. I think if we can do this, that will work. Okay, as you can see, guys, here we are going to have this. Okay, then what we are going to do now, we are going to make sure that we have this mobile nav in the app page. Okay, let's just go to the app page. Okay, as you can see, at the moment there is nothing. Let's just type something to test. As you can see, guys, here is our NNN, and then we are going to import that component, which is mobile nav, and then it's going to be a self-closing tag. Let's just click enter. As you can see, guys, okay, let me do this. Okay, as you can see, guys, we've got mobile now. Okay, what else do we want to do? I think we can go to let's see what else can I do. Okay, what else can I do? Okay, let's see. Okay, from here, what I want to do from here, I want to, did I install this one? I think so. Okay, I think so, but if I want to check, I can go back to my packages. Okay, package.json, and look for React Native Vector. Let's just, something has changed in my display and it's affecting me. Okay, I can't really see all my things here. And React Native Vector icons. Okay, look like I don't see that here. Okay, the application that I'm using to record just changed, so now I can't reach my menus and other things, guys. My apologies about that. Let's see if I can do something about that. Looks like I can. Now I'm starting to see my menus. Okay, let's click find, type icons. Do we have something like that? Let's see. React icons. Yes, we have React icons. Okay, cool. And then what I want to do now, let me type React icons here so that we can get the icons. As you can see, guys, this is where we are. We want home. Okay, we want home. Let's just click on any home, guys. Okay, let's just click on this one. Okay, and then we are going to copy this, and then we're going to go to our mobile nav here, and then we're going to paste this icon here, and then we're going to go back here and copy the usage, and then we go back here. I'm going to fix everything now guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me quickly take this to a different screen. I think that might help me. And then from there, I've got this one as my own preview. I'm happy with this, as you can see, guys. And then in terms of the display, where we are going to display the actual UI, the one that we are copying it from. Okay, let me just quickly see if I can win. Okay, my apologies about this, guys. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let me scroll down here. Okay, let me bring this to not this one. I want to bring this one here. Now we want to see, okay, this is what we want to see. Is it possible if I can fit this in one of these layouts? I think so. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Okay, my apologies about that. And then here I want the... Okay, here I want one of these. Okay. And this one of these is this one. Okay. My apologies about that. I am really struggling with this. But it looks like this is what I want now. Okay, it looks like this is what I want. So we've got our own... Okay, my apologies about that, guys. We've got our own design, and we've got the mockup, and we've got the code. Okay, can I format this nicely in such a way that everything is visible? I think so. Okay, the mockup can be smaller. Okay, it can be smaller. We can see this part. Okay, we can see this part. My apologies about this, guys. Okay, but I think now we are winning. Okay, I think now we're winning. Everything is visible. Okay, let's continue, guys. We've got this menu item here, okay, which is this home, this icon. As you can see, it's this one. And let's look for an icon that will give us the inbox. Okay, let's just go back here. Let's type inbox. Okay, let's, even if we can take this one, I don't mind. Okay, and then let's just click here, inbox. Okay, copy it here, and then what else based on this? Let's just look for chats. Okay, let's just look for chats. Let's look for chats and see, are we going to see something like that? I think this is something like that. Okay, my apologies about that. I'm supposed to import. Okay, and then copy this. I think we've got our 3 icons and we are good to go. So let's just look at this one. Okay, and then what I want to do now, can I go to home? Yes, Okay, can I make this smaller, as small as it can be? Yes. Can I make this a little bit bigger? Yes, I am happy with this. So as you can see, guys, so now we want to create this part, which is the bottom mobile navigation. Okay, so as you can see, when we highlight here, nothing happens. So that means the selected part will change the color. Okay, let's see. Okay, the selected part will change the color. Okay, that is cool. Now guys, let's get into it. So what we want to do, we want to look at this container, which is this container. Okay, so where are other icons? Let me save it so that I can see other icons here. Okay, it's still refreshing. As you can see, guys, here are these icons. Okay, remember what we are creating now. Okay, it's a component. We're not creating the whole screen. Okay, so even if this component in our code or in our screen is on the top, please don't mind about that. Okay, you will see how it's going to fit in together with time. So let's get into it, guys. So what we want to do here, we want to add a class name. Okay, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. The first thing that we want to do, we want to control the width and height. Okay, the height needs to be not necessarily 100%, but it needs to be screen. Okay, I am used to React Native. Okay, so my Tailwind CSS skills now are a bit rusty, but please bear with me. Okay, I want screen. Okay, H screen, not the height of the screen. Let's see the width. Okay, the width is the width that I want. Screen, yes. Okay, so the width must take the full screen. Okay, that's what I want. And then also let me just put a BG of gray so that we can see something visually. Okay, let's check here. As you can see, guys, okay, it takes the width of the screen, and the height, it takes the height of these icons. Okay, so what we want to do, we want these to be arranged not one on top of the other, but next to the other. So we're just going to type here items. Okay, items. Okay, first we need to display this flex. Okay, let's do that. This must be flex. That means this is a flex item. And then as you can see, guys, automatically it arranges itself like this. Okay, and let's justify content between, meaning that we want to push the content items. They must give like sufficient gap in between these. As you can see, guys, more or less something like this. And then what we want to do, let's give it a height of, I hope this is visible. Let's see, isn't there something that it's not visible here? That means here I have to scroll. Okay, isn't there a better way? Not really for now. Let's make this one small. Okay, this one, let's see. Okay, let's do it like this. And then let's make a height of, okay, let's make it a height of 90 pixels. Okay, let's make it a height of 90 pixels. Let's see, it looks like it's too much. That's not much of a problem. Let's try 50. Okay, let's try 60. Okay, it might not be that small. Okay, guys, I'm happy with this. As you can see now, things are not centered. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to justify content, center. Let's click save, and then nothing happens. Oh, my apologies. Okay, this is a conflict. I want to align items. So enter. Okay, here on Tailwind it's items center. Okay, let's see. As you can see, items are centered. I'm happy with this. So now what we are going to do, we are going to work on the padding. Okay, the padding like on the left and right. So let's type PL, which is padding left. We can just give it these numbers. Let's just type 10 and see PL. I'm happy with that. And then that means even PR, we are going to give it 10. Okay guys, I hope you are learning something, guys. As you can see, we are almost getting here. And then what we want to do, let's look at the colors. Okay, let's look at the colors. What we can do from here, number one, let's look at the sizes. Okay, let's type size here. Okay, let's just make it 24 and see. Okay, I think 24 works, and let's copy this for all of these. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a screenshot. Let's see. I'm going to create a screenshot. I'm going to highlight these. Okay, that means now I've got a screenshot. And then what I'm going to do, let's see if I click here, do I have another tab? Okay, no problem. Let's look for another tab here and type Figma. Okay, let's type Figma here. I am going to copy that screenshot, okay, and take it to Figma. Okay, and then let's just create a new Figma file. Okay, and then let me paste that screen. Okay, as you can see, here is that screen. And then what I want to do, I want to sample the colors. Okay, let's see. Number one, let me sample this orange. Number two, let me sample this dark gray. Number three, let me sample this. I think this one and this one, I think is the same, but this one has got a fill color and this one doesn't have. It's an outline. I think so. Okay, so in my case, I've got only the outlines. Okay, so what am I going to do? Okay, to avoid swiping icons where I have to swipe this with an outline version of it. Okay, let's see what we will do. But for now, what I think I can do, I can just take these color codes. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do for now. Okay, this is orange and this is just 0, 0. Okay, no problem. Okay, this is just 0, 0. Maybe I think this one and this one, they are not the same, so let's just also copy this one. Okay, I'm going to copy everything, and then I wish when I'm minimizing this, it will fit exactly where it's supposed to be. As you can see, guys, I'm happy with this. And then from here, I want to go back to where I was, which is to be here. Let's click here again. As you can see, this becomes black. And then in our case, it will mean that we have to swipe these icons. Okay, I don't really mind much about that, but let's be clever. So for now, let me just put my colors here. Somewhere here, maybe there might be errors. I don't mind about that. So let's go back here and look for inbox, the one with a fill. Okay, inbox, I think this one will work. That means let's see. If it has got a fill, that means I can change its color. Okay, let me take this inbox. It has got a fill, so I will play around with its color. I think this will work. Okay, happy with that. And let's just get this one. Okay, let's put it here, guys. Okay, F inbox. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's go back here. So now let's try to fix this. Okay, can't we have all our colors in one place where we are going to copy? We are going to always copy them from one place. Okay, let's check here. As you can see, guys, now this has been updated. We are going to delete this one, this inbox, because it's only outline. Okay. Okay, we want this one. Okay, cool. So now what we are going to do, we are going to go to our application. We're going to create a folder here, constants. Let me spell a small letter, constants. Okay, and then I'm going to create a file, theme.tsx. And then here on theme.tsx, I'm going to create, let me just paste those colors before I lose them. And then I'm going to create const colors. Okay, I'm going to create an object, colors. And then let me say orange. Okay, orange color. It's going to be this one, and the other one is going to be, let's say black. Let's say, and after that we are going to have light gray, or let's just say light gray. Light gray, as you can see, guys. And then this is our orange. Yes, don't forget to put the hash there. And then this is our light gray. Don't forget to put the hash there. And this is our black. Don't forget to push the hash there. All right, const colors is equal to, this is wrong, guys, my apologies. Therefore we are done, and then we need to export this, okay, as a named export. Okay, cool. And then now what we want to do, when this is active, it's going to change the color. When you are hover over it, okay, to be honest, I don't like the fact that it only indicates with a pointer. Okay, let's just change it to orange, okay, so that visually, okay, we can see. Okay, now let's do that. Okay, what is the actual color of this first? The color of the icon is that gray. Okay, it's light gray, so let's do that first. And then what we are going to do, let me remove this. As you can see, guys, these are our colors. Okay, these are our icons. And then I'm going to add color here. My apologies about that. Color here, and then I'm going to type colors. Okay, this is supposed to tell us that this color is coming from constant dot light gray. My apologies about that. So this is how you maintain consistency in terms of coloring across your screens. Okay, you just have a constant folder or file that will supply you with colors. So this is what so let's try to be clever. Okay, we are going to use Tailwind to change these colors. Okay, so if we can color everything using this component, we might have a problem. So let's style things using our classes, okay, so that we can control classes. Okay, so let's just change this, and let's add a class name here. And then in terms of Tailwind CSS, it will mean that we want the same color. Okay, we will want that color. So that constant, it's not going to help us necessarily because it's a JavaScript. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Let's see. Let's type text first. Let's type text orange. Let's see. Okay, let's type text orange. Suppose this change a color because this icon is treated as a text, as you can see, guys. So it means that our color mechanism needs to go through Tailwind. Okay, it needs to go through Tailwind. So for now, let's try this, guys, for now, just to keep things going. Okay, let's try this for now. Okay, because if we can try to save our own style in a separate file, I've got a feeling that we might delay. Okay, so let's continue with this. Okay, so the color is light gray. Let's take this one. Okay, let's take this one. Okay, let's take this one, and then here we are going to change this into this. Okay, let's see. As you can see, guys, so this is the light gray. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy this for all these files, but let's just continue with the other style so that when we are copying everything to other icons, something like this. Okay, to other icons, something like this, to this icon, we know that we are copying everything, right? Okay, so let's do that. So in terms of styling, when we are hovering over it, what do we want to do? We want the text color to change the color, which is we want it to be orange. Okay, that's what we prefer. Okay, let's just click save and see. As you can see, it's changing, and we want on hover as well. We want the cursor pointer. Okay, cursor pointer. Let's see. As you can see, guys, it changes. Okay, I'm happy with this. So this means that we must do this for all of these icons. Okay, number one, we are not going to copy only the CSS. We are going to also copy the size. Okay, because they are the same in size, as you can see. Now this makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay, let's see, guys. I'm happy with this, I'm happy with this, and I'm happy with this. Let's just take this to where it's supposed to be. Okay, let's just take the inbox to where it's supposed to be. Okay. Okay, I think I'm happy with this. Then now, how is this component going to know if it must change the color? Okay, it will depend on this. Let's see. Okay, it will depend on this address bar. As you can see, if this is home, this will be the active one. If this is, let's check. Okay, this inbox, let's come back here. Let's check if it's there. As you can see, guys, this is inbox. So we are going to do that later. Okay, it's going to check this path and then it will change accordingly. What else do we want to do now? I think we are done with this one. Okay, so the other thing that we need to check, let's see as it scales, meaning that the other thing, my apologies about that, as you can see, there is a top border here. Okay, let me go home. Maybe it's going to be visible. Is this home? Yes, I think there is a grayish border here. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So let's go to this one and let's put a border first, and then let's put a border. Do we have border top? Yes, and then border top, let's put 2. Click save. There is something there, but I don't really see it. Not a problem. Let me do this margin top. Let's put margin top of 5 so that we can to be honest, I cannot really tell. And then let's put a color border, let's say green. Let's see. Okay, so that we can clearly see. As you can see, this border is everywhere. Okay, now let's try to change that. We don't just want border, right? Okay, we want border. Do we have something border top? Okay, let's type green. Okay, let's see. As you can see now, we only got this as green, and then let's just type now gray here. Okay, now let's remove the background because we don't need it. Where is the PG gray? Somewhere here. Okay, this one, this PG. No, we don't really need it now. Okay, so as you can see guys, we've got this gray there, and then this gray is too much. Okay, this gray is too much. Let's make it 100 and see. Okay, not that visible. Okay, let's see, let's make it 300. Okay, somewhat there. We will adjust it accordingly. I think guys, we have reached the end of this part. Okay, of this part. I think this is exactly what we want to see. Okay, what's next now? Let's see when we, what can I say, as we scale up or as this becomes big, what happens? Okay, let's see. Boom. Okay, it will be like this, which is let me check also how many. It's 3 of them. This is what we've done. Let's see as we scale up what happens. Is there anything that we need to know? Okay, it looks like at a certain point it disappears. I think I'm happy with that. So let's do that. Let's make it disappear at a certain point so that we can deal with this one, the one that appears, as you can see guys, with this one. Okay, so let's make it responsive in a way. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then what we want to do, okay, we want to, let's see, let's go to this one. So if in case you didn't really grasp the idea of responsiveness, okay, by default when this happens, okay, Tailwind CSS automatically assumes that you are in the small screen because you didn't specify which screen are you in. Okay, so now when we start to specify, Tailwind will know that now you are on a different screen. Okay, so when I was saying it's a mobile first breakpoint system, I was just saying if you don't put anything, Tailwinds assume that you are on mobile, as you can see. So now we are telling TypeScript that the next breakpoint on TypeScript, let me just help you with this so that you can understand what's going on here. Where is Tailwind? Here is Tailwind. So let's see if this is going to help us. If it doesn't, we will use Google to quickly give us okay, I think it's trying. Where is the Tailwind breakpoints? Okay, as you can see guys, so these are Tailwind breakpoints. If you don't put any of these, Tailwind assumes that it's on mobile, which is, that's what we did and it worked for us. Then the first breakpoint is SM. So what we are going to do on SM, we are going to hide that menu bottom mobile nav. Okay, let's do that. So we're going to first target SM. Let's see, where is it? Here is it, and we want to tell it on SM. How do you display things? None here. Let's click here. PG none. Nope. How do you display none on Tailwind CSS? Let's see. Oh, hide. Okay, remember Tailwind, it's more English like. Okay, so let's try hidden or hide. As you can see guys, here is hidden. Okay, we have refreshed. Now let's make this guy big. Nope, let's maximize it. As you can see guys, it has disappeared, meaning that we are somewhat getting there. But what we want to know, we want to see where does it actually disappears. Okay, for instance, look at this. Where does it actually, as you can see guys, somewhere here it disappears. So this is SM. Okay, this is SM. So here SM is 660. So at 660, this disappears because Tailwind is telling us that now you are entering this breakpoint. As you can see, it has disappeared. So when this has disappeared, then this must appear, which is this one. Okay, I think we are good to go on that one. Okay, obviously guys, maybe the breakpoint system, okay, might not match exactly with this one. Okay, might not match exactly with this one. This is something that I will expect you to go and make some research on and all other things. Okay, so as you can see, as this one scales, at some point this will disappear and this will appear. Okay, I think we are good to go. Then let's see what we can do, guys. Okay, so now we are on this screen. Okay, this is where we are now. Let's see, this is where we are. We want to be here. So we have hidden that one. That means we have to create another component, which is going to be let's see, it's going to be nav desktop. Okay, now let's try to clean this clutter. It looks like we need a certain way of arranging this, and for me, I can minimize this and make this bigger. Okay, and then I will show the mockup on certain times. Okay, when I want to, then I will show it. Let's see. Or what we can do, let me just type here Substack. Okay, let's see. Okay, and let's go to home. Okay, and then let's make this bigger. Okay, and then I can toggle between this and this. I think this is much better and cleaner. Okay, I think this is much better and cleaner. And then let me minimize this. So this means that now I need to create another component. Okay, on components, I have mobile nav. Now I need a desktop nav. Okay, let's see, guys, desktop nav. Okay, desktop nav.tsx. All right, so RFCE. Okay, didn't respond. RFCE. Okay, as you can see, guys, we've just got this desktop nav. Let's save. So let's take desktop nav to here. Okay, let's take desktop nav to here. So let's import it on the same page. Okay, I don't need this global styles. I don't need these packages. Let me save themes, but I don't really need it that much. So what I want the pages.ts. Okay, this is what I want. So I am going to put as well this. So as you can see, this is always visible. Okay, even if we can be on a smaller frame, it will always be visible. Okay, because there is nothing that is restricting it at the moment, as you can see. Okay, on mobile and also on desktop or on this breakpoint, it is visible. Okay, so now we need to tell it that you are not visible on the small devices. Okay, so how are we going to do that? This is, let's put class name here. So when nothing is selected, okay, we want you to be hidden. Okay, like on nothing, just normally. That means normally nothing without the breakpoint, it's a mobile. Okay, but at the same time we want on SM. Okay, how do you display? Let me try block. Okay, yes, block. That means we want you to show. As you can see now, it's showing. Let's see if it does it disappear on now. This doesn't really do what I want. Yes, this is what I want. Let's see. As you can see, it disappears. Okay, it's just that now our that small mobile navigation, it's not showing. Okay, I understand what happened, guys. Okay, what I did, I've put this on the main div. Okay, this is like the main div. Okay, where I am. Okay, let's remove this. I'm not sure why I did this, guys. My apologies. This is my mistake. Okay, looks like I'm asleep. I need to let me take a water break. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, let's test. As you can see, guys, everything works well. Okay, it disappears, it appears. Now let's look for desktop nav. Here is desktop nav. Let's import it. Okay, let's import it. Desktop nav, let's import it. Yes, let's make sure it's there. As you can see, it's there and will always be there. Now let's go to desktop nav and let's condition it. Okay, class name, and we are going to instruct it accordingly. My apologies about that. So what do I need to do here when I'm pasting? Okay, I just need to remove even the class name. Okay, let's instruct it to tell it that it must be hidden on mobile, which is normally when there is nothing on mobile, and it must show on SM. Let's see, guys. Okay, this doesn't really show. Let's see. Okay, when this disappears, this one shows. When this one shows, this one disappears. I'm happy with this, guys. So let's just move it like this so that it can show this one. I'm happy with this. So let's get here. So let's make a BG of gray, in a way, something grayish, so that we can see this. So the first thing that we want to do, we want the height of this to be screen. Okay, to take the full width, and the width of it to be 50. Okay, 50 pixels. I think it was, that one was 60. Okay, let's try 60 and see. As you can see, now let's just check. Okay, this looks like it's a bit bigger, okay, than 60. So we can pump it up to 80. Okay, let's just reference somewhat like it. Okay, my apologies about that. So let's check again our responsiveness. Let's see. I think I'm happy with this. Okay, I think this makes sense. Okay, 100%, as you can see. So now let's see, what else do we want to do? What we want to do now, we need to do this. Okay, so we want the logo. It's not a must that we have this logo, okay, because this is not some sort of a logo tutorial and branding, and because this will take us to Figma, and then it's going to take time, of which this is not the essence of the tutorial. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to, let's use this one, we are going to go to React icons. Let's look for what? Let's just look for a crown. Okay, or yeah, let's just look for a crown as a logo. Okay, so meaning that now we are dealing with icons, right? Okay, so let's just deal with all the icons. We've got the crown that will act as our logo. Okay, let's put it here. Let's remove this. It's going to act as our logo. And then what else do we have? We've got the bell and the search. Okay, let's look for those. We've got the bell. Okay, I'm happy with this bell. We've got the bell and the search. Okay, we've got the bell and the search icon. Let's see, I think this one can work. Okay, let's see, this one can work. All right, I think that's all. And then remember, we already got these ones, the other ones. Okay, I think these three. So what we can do, if we want those, we can come here. and colors has not been used here, we can remove it, and this has not been used, we can remove it. So these are the three. Okay, let's save this and go back here and let's import these. Okay, I'm not sure why we didn't use even these, because we're supposed to have used everything here. So let's just quickly do this. Self-closing tag, we have used this one, let's use this one as well. Not copy, not cut, let me copy undo, let me copy this instead of cutting it. Okay, we have used this one and copy this one. Okay, and copy this one. Okay, let's see, and copy this one. Let's save and see what do we have on our display. As you can see, guys, we've got these. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to make sure that we group these. First of all, we group which ones? This one, these ones without the crown. Okay, okay, and then what we want to do, we want to mimic this. This is a group. Okay, as you can see, this is a group of icon. We want to make sure that we create this. Okay, and then what I'm going to do now, the crown is on its own and the avatar is on its own. Okay, so for now I will create the avatar later. So let's continue. Let's just create this section as it is here. So what I want to do, class name, I want to display these flags, and I want let's see if I want flex column, how do I do that? Let's see. Okay, I want flex column, and also what else? I want a gap, let's say a gap of 5. Now let's go back here and see. I'm pressing Ctrl S on the wrong place. Let me just save here and suppose the effect take place here. As you can see, guys, okay, it's only that this didn't take effect on the crown because the crown is not part of that, but it looks like there's also another icon that is not part of that. Okay, okay, let's see the behavior of these icons when you hover over them. Okay, these ones, they won't change the colors, but they will have this background and this animation. Okay, so let's quickly check that. So what I want to do now, I want to go back to here, and then I want to work on the sizes. And what else? I think in terms of the sizes, we've got, what about the color? Okay, I think, look like I've lost something. I'm not sure what I have lost there or what I did. My apologies about that. Okay, in this build I am losing a lot of things. Okay, that's not the problem. Let me just check down here. Okay, is this what I lost? I really don't think so. Let's check here. Okay, I don't need this. My apologies about that. Okay, what else do I want to do? Okay, let's see. Okay, can't I move this, take it out of this? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I think I have to close this. Okay, now I'm back here, but now there's something that I really don't see. Okay, I want that navigation URL and I don't see it here. So what I'm going to do, I have to just close that one and open a new one. Okay, my apologies about that. As you can see, I can see this part. Okay, and then still I don't see where can I create a new tab here. Okay, here is it. How to bring it back then? Let me just create a new tab. Okay, let me just pause the video and do things. Oh, there's no need for me to pause the video. Let me do things the traditional way, the way I used to do them. Okay, it's nice to have these showing up here, but it looks like there's a lot of things that I don't know about this layout. Okay, so what I usually do, or what I used to do, number one, I use not to use the layout. Okay, I use not to use the layout. And number two, I will have these as separate pages. Okay, these as separate pages. Let's say local. But then again, now it looks like I'm having some Chrome issues instead of the browsing issues. I don't see those. Tab, new window, yes. New tab, yes. Let me just click here. New tab, yes. How do I go to the old tab? Okay, something is wrong. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pause the video and, what can I say, restart my Explorer just to reset it to the defaults. I really don't know what went down there. Okay, my apologies about that. I don't want to take your time unnecessarily. Let me pause. Alright guys, I am back. It turned out that my screen recorder some sort of had a top bar that was hiding everything that was here. That's why I was not able to reach here. So what I did, I just minimized that. Okay, at least I've learned something new and I'm happy about that. So let's continue. What we were trying to do, I think we were here. Okay, and what were we doing here? Let me first saving on the wrong tab. Let me first save here. Okay, as you can see, everything works well. I had a flex and I have a gap of 5, and then I think I wanted to work on the size. Let's make this 24. I'm happy with that 24. And what else? Let's go back here. Let's see. In terms of the colors, I think the colors are the same as this one. Okay, so let's see. Can't we just copy this and remove the things that we don't want? I think this might work. Let's see. So let's go back here and let's copy and paste everything and see. Okay, as you can see, what happened? Okay, something wrong happened. My copy and paste was not right. And the reason is, let me put space here and let's paste and save. Okay, as you can see, but we don't want this hover. Let's remove it. Okay, we don't want this hover. As you can see, there is no hover. Let's see what happens. Okay, there is some sort of a small background there. Okay, I don't mind much about that. And then what else do I want? Okay, let's just go to that background. Let's just go to that background, meaning that every icon needs to be wrapped with a div. Okay, meaning that every icon needs to be wrapped with a div. Okay, and let's put some class names to that div. Okay, it looks like I am going to make use of centering things. Can't I be clever and center things once and for all? Let's see, because now, as you can see, these are some sort of centered inside this wrapping div. So let's go to CSS. Let's see, let's go to CSS. Okay, and what I want to do, I want to create a custom style. Okay, a custom style. Okay, not inside the body, not inside here. Let's try this here. Okay, let's see. Let me go to Tailwind. Okay, let me just say Tailwind custom CSS. Let's say custom class. Okay, let's do it that way. It has got @apply something something, so I don't want to fiddle a lot. I think I can just check here. Let's see, export modules theme. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Okay, that's not what I want. Okay, child CSS UL. Nope. Okay, let's come back here, somewhere here. I think this is what I want. Okay. I think this is what I want. I think, but let me just check. Because what I want, it's simpler. I think it's this one. Okay, I think it's this one. So I can copy this at base and I can type whatever that I want to type and click apply. Okay, makes a perfect sense. So I'm inside at base and I can just click here. So what I want to do, I want a class which is going to be .center. Okay, as you can see, this is a class. In terms of @apply, what I will do, it must be a flex. My apologies about this. It must be Tailwind flex, and it must justify content center and items center. Okay, meaning that this will always center things for me. So I can just copy this and go back here. Okay. What am I was wrapping? Why is that? Okay, let's click here. Yes, okay, I'm wrapping this. Cool. I want a background, let's say, of this. Let's go back here. I'm saving on the wrong tab. I'm supposed to save here. Where is the wrapped div? Okay, the background color is the same. Let's just put 500 here so that it can be stronger, as you can see. And then what I want to do in terms of the height, let's just use 11. Let's see how big is 11 is. I think I'm happy with that. Let's make the width also 11. I'm happy about that, but things are not centered. So let's use our Tailwind CSS style that we created. As you can see now, this style automatically centers things. Okay. But I'm not convinced if this is centered. It looks like there is a gap between this one and this one, but that's a story for another day, as long as we have managed to center things. Okay. The other thing, let me look at my background. Do I still need it? Okay, the background is white here and there is a border in the right. Okay, so let's just quickly remove the background here and add that border. Okay, let's go back here. Let's remove this background here. We don't need it. Okay, and let's add a border. My apologies about the capital letters. A border and border dash. Is there border dash R2, which is right? Let's see. But it looks like to me this is not a border right. There is also something there. Okay, let me just do margin top of 5 and see. Yeah, to me there is also something there. In order for me to see, oh, okay, now I see, guys. Okay, this border adds the border everywhere. Let's remove it. I don't want it. Okay, it looks like now everything is disappeared. I'm happy with that. Now let's go back to mobile. Let's remove the straight border. Okay, let's remove the straight border, and then we will be only left with that one. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is what we want. Let's go back to the desktop one. Margin top, we don't really need it. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, and then what I want to do, I want to align these to the center. Justify center. Let's see where I am I on the right div? Yes. Okay, I'm happy with this. Justify center. Let's can't I use my centering mechanism? Not really. Okay, justify center and item center. Okay, let's see what will happen. I'm not convinced if something is happening. I'm really not convinced. Let's see where I am. I'm in the desktop. Yes. Is this the outside div? Yes. The one that appears and disappeared. Is it got the right? Justify center. It didn't take effect, and this didn't take effect. Okay. Let's see why. Let's see why this wraps everything here. Okay. Let's see. Let me remove this. Okay, I don't need it. Okay, let's see. First thing, let me put a BG of black to see is everything responding. Yes. All right. Everything responds. Let me click save. And let me look at my children. I've got this guy, which is this crown. Yes. And I've got this, which wraps everything. Okay. This wraps everything. Okay. All right. What else do we have? I've got nothing. Okay. I'm happy with that. This guy, does it have a height? Suppose it has a height of screen. Yes. Okay. Let me just give it a height of a number just to test something. 500 pixels. Okay, as you can see now, the height is of a number, but still these children are not affected. Okay, this is strange a little bit. Where is center? Is center here? We don't have center. Okay, not a problem. Let's see, guys, how to troubleshoot this. Let's save. Okay, and let's see. This is hidden as a block. Justify content center and item center. It looks like these are not taking effect at all. But let's just quickly check. Do they take effect inside this? Okay, flex and gap. Not really. We can't tell at this point in time. Okay. What else can I do in the meantime? Let me check the mockup. Okay, I think the padding top we have and the padding bottom. Okay, and everything is in the center, so I don't really need the padding on the left and right. Let's just quickly add that at the moment. Okay, as you can see, this is right there at the top. So let's see, padding top. Let's make it 10 and see. Looks like it's too much. Make it 4. I'm happy with that, but let's check here. Is it almost like the same? Yeah. Okay, this is fine, meaning that we need to also add padding bottom of what? Of 4. All right, I'm happy with that. Now the width is 80. Okay, let's just come here and align items center. Okay, let's go back here. Not align, let's just click items. Okay, items center. Okay, items center. Let's see. Okay, interesting. Let's justify items center, justify center as well. Okay, let me put a background BG of something like this. Okay, cool. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all the children inside here and just remove them and save. I'm happy with that. I am just going to put a label test. Before I lose all that content, let me just put it here and comment it. Okay, I've got this label here, and I've got this label here. Oh, now I see, guys. Now I see. Okay, you can't just justify things and center things without them being flex. Okay. Okay, let's see why is this flex applies the same set of property as hidden. Oh, okay, now I see. Okay, now I see. Now we are on SM. Okay, SM block. Okay, cool. That means block and flex might work together. Let's see. I'm happy with this. So this means that with that being said, I can come back here. My only mistake was to forget flex. Okay. Was to forget flex. My apologies about that. Let's go back here and remove these guys. Paste these guys here. As you can see, now everything has been centered. But why now this is not on the top? This is the crown. Okay, and where is the bell? Bell is there. Width and everything is centered. Let me just click here and refresh. Okay, let me remove the crown. The crown has been removed. All right, let's see. This is the bell. The bell has got this. And what else? This and this is that surrounds this. Let's see. Flex column and the gap is 5. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Now these have been arranged in terms in a row. Now I see. Okay, we've got flex on SM. I'm happy with this, and not only flex, but we want flex column. Okay, we want flex column. Let's continue, guys. Let's keep the flow, as you can see, and we want justify content, not necessarily center, but we want space between. Let me rely on the IntelliSense. Justify content, space between. As you can see now, this is far to the top and this is far to the bottom. I'm happy with that, meaning that when we have anything here, let me put that anything. For instance, let's copy this crown again right after this. Okay, my apologies about that. Let's see, where am I supposed to put the crown? Not at the end, right after this. Okay, as you can see now, this has been pushed right on the top, and this other crown right at the edge, and this is somewhat in the middle. So let's just quickly check. Okay, this is what we are looking for. And then I was still here. Okay, I was still here. Let me remove the grayish background. Okay, and then we've got this. We're going to leave this as big as it is for now, as even though it's light here. Okay, now I was here. So what I want to do, I want to change this color. So our center centers things nicely. I'm happy with that. Let's go back to the wrapping div. Where is it? I think it's this one. Okay, now what I want, it's rounded SM, which is small, a little bit of rounding, as you can see, guys. Okay, let's see here. I think this here it's a bit much, so let's try rounded LG. Okay, I think LG works fine. Let's work on the color. Okay, on the color, let's make shades of gray. So let's just put gray here. and let's put gray 100. Okay, this is fine, exactly like this one. Okay, but to me this highlighting is too light. Okay, maybe it's my screen or something. Okay, this 100 is too light. Let's just make 200 so that at least it can be visible. Okay, I'm happy with this 200. This 200 is much better. Okay, now we are getting there, guys. I hope you are following and you are excited and you are still energetic. So if you are, please don't forget, guys, to hit the subscribe button. Okay, let's continue. In case you might want a source code, please check a link to my email list. Okay, you will subscribe to that email list and automatically you are going to get a link to this source code. Okay, let's continue, guys. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to toggle this on hover. Okay, my apologies about that. Let me just take a water break. I hope you are learning something, because I am. Okay, let's see, guys. Okay, let's see. Now let's check on that border gray, which is this one. I want this on hover. Suppose now it's not there and it will be only here on hover. Okay, as you can see. Now it looks like I don't really need this hover on the icon itself, to be honest. Let's go to cursor pointer. Let's take this and let's put it. I'm not sure what is the problem. Okay. Okay. I think I have removed with this dot. Okay. Now let's go back to here and let's put it here. As you can see, guys, this is nice. Let's go back here. Nice. Okay, the same. All right, and then what we want to do when we click here, we want to show this. Okay, now let's quickly do that, meaning that there is also another wrapping. This container is wrapping this guy, and there is also another container that wraps here. Div. My apologies about that. This container wraps what? It wraps the item and the label. There is a label, invisible label, that we don't see here, and that label will have home. Okay, let's see, where is it? As you can see, guys, okay, here is it. So let's see, how are we going to do this? We need to plan our containers, because now it looks like the label is even part of this one, of which it's not supposed to. Cool. Meaning that this label is in the same group. Remove this and remove. I've cut, I think, this label. Okay, this label doesn't really, the icon, okay, it's not inside the same parent with the icon, but is inside the same parent with, my apologies about that, just want to make things nice and neat. Okay, this is what we are hovering on. Okay, it looks like this is in a parent. Let's wrap it and put it in a parent, and then wrap it so that it can be clear that it's in a parent with a label. Let's see. Now this is not affected by this. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, now let's see. Now let's style this. My apologies about that. This is React Native class name, and then we want flex. I must not forget flex, and then we want a gap. In fact, let me stop about the gap. As you can see, guys, this is flex. I want you to have an idea of flex. What is happening here? My apologies about this. It looks like this guy label, okay, is taking an amount of space here That's why it pushes everything to the left. I don't want that. Okay, I don't want that. So how am I going to circumvent that? Number one, who is wrapping, or let me just use the word parenting label? Let's investigate on that. Who is parenting label? It looks like this guy is parenting label. It needs to constrain label. It needs to govern the boundaries of label. How is it going to do that? It must be relative. Okay, must be relative, so that we can create so that we can make the label absolute. Okay, so meaning that I'm lifting label up, okay, out of this, so that it cannot take the space but still remain visible. Okay, as you can see, label is here, but it doesn't form part of the spacing because it's absolute. It's like it's floating like a bird. It doesn't take any more space. And then from then we can play around its top values. Let's see. What can we do? Let me first try to center it using the parent first. Okay, you are the relative parent. No, I don't think that's going to work. Let me use the top. This approach will work. So I want to play on the top. Let's make it a top of 6. Let's see what will happen. As you can see, so what we want to do, we want it to be somewhere here in the middle. Okay, let's take a top of 2 and see. I'm happy with this. Is somewhat there. And then in terms of right, let's make a right of 4 and see. It's going to the opposite direction. Let's make it left, because I don't want to use negative numbers. Let's make left of 5. As you can see, this is what we want. Left of 8, somewhere there. Left of 12. Okay, I'm somewhat happy about this. I just need to pause the video, guys. I'm receiving a phone call. I will be back now. Alright guys, my apologies about that. Let's continue. As you can see, guys, this is somewhat in the right place. Let's see here. As you can see, it's a bit far. Now let's push it further. Where is the left? Let's check the left of, I'm not sure if there is a value 18. Okay, yeah, there's no value 18. 14. Okay, somewhat there. Let's try 20. I'm happy with this. Okay, I am happy with this. Okay, as you can see, guys, so what we want to do now, we want to style the label. Okay, let's see, how do we style the label? This is not home.
Hey guys, my apologies for disturbing. In case you didn't know, we've got a course at Udemy. If you are watching this on Coded Design, I also got another YouTube channel for teaching you Figma, and that channel is Coded UI. In case you want to be updated by everything that we do here at Coded Design, please check the link in the description below to our Substack newsletter. Thank you so much. I hope you are enjoying.
Let's continue with our Substack clone. As you can see, guys, this is where we ended last time. We did this cool animation. So let's look at where we want to go. Okay, as you can see, we have managed to create this cool animation. So the next thing that we want to do, we want to create this avatar. The reason why we are going to jump to this avatar, because I want to teach you data fetching. Not only that, I want to teach you data fetching with TypeScript, which is something that is not easy to do, if I can be honest, or at least for me, let me admit, it has not been easy. Okay, and then not only that, we are going to fetch data in a more, let's say, advanced way. In a way, you will see in this video what do I mean advanced. We need to create a reusable fetch component, something that I think it's more like work code, okay, or work standard. Okay, it's not your code that you just write on a tutorial just to learn fetching. Okay, the technique that I'm going to show you, it's something that is required in the work environment. So also there are two ways to learn TypeScript. When you are new in TypeScript, you live in the jungle. This is what I mean by that. Okay, in the jungle, there is the lion and there is a gazelle, or let's say the lion and the rabbit. Okay, so the duty of a rabbit is to make sure that it keeps the lion at a respectable distance because it's a matter of life and death. So when you are new to TypeScript, basically that's the type of life that you are living. Okay, you want to keep TypeScript at a respectable distance. This is what I mean. What you want to do, you want to write JavaScript, but because maybe the client or the work has required you to use TypeScript. So your first experience with TypeScript is to make sure that you are avoiding the squiggly lines. Okay, when TypeScript is complaining about a lot of things about types and everything, so for the most part you are going to keep TypeScript at a respectable distance. Okay, you are just going to fix squiggly lines just for TypeScript to be happy. In this data fetching, guys, we are going to try to use TypeScript. Okay, we are not going to be caught up in trying to defend ourselves from TypeScript, okay, removing squiggly lines, but we are going to use it. Okay, we are going to think about TypeScript, we are going to think logical, and it's like now we are going to be the lions in this case. We are going to chase TypeScript because we want to come up with better solutions. So guys, without wasting time, let's see what we can do. So as you can see here, this has got a cool animation, tooltip animation, but us, we don't have that. Okay, we don't have that here, let alone we even have an icon instead of an avatar. So guys, let's quickly fix this. So how are we going to fix this? As you can see, there is a component that wraps this icon. It also wraps this plus icon. So if we can get that component and also we wrap this icon, okay, the crown icon. So let me do this so that I can have more space. So let's go down, 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 down. Where is am I on desktop? I want to be here on the desktop navigation. Okay, and then I want to see the crown. As you can see, guys, if we can cut this and save, suppose the crown is gone. So this is a trick that I usually do with coding in general. Okay, this is what I usually do. I'm going to show you now. Maybe it might also help you. It has like helped me. Okay, so what I will do, I will type back to. Okay, this is where I want to come back to, because now I will move up and down the code. I want to come back to here. So sometimes you really don't know where you were. Okay, instead of me moving up and down trying to understand where I'm from, I'm just going to put this comment here back to. Okay, so where we are going, we want to see this component, and we want a component that wraps it. Okay, or what we can do, we can find this whole component, duplicate it, and just replace this component. Okay, so let's quickly do that. As you can see, this is the icon plus. Okay, that means this is the icon, and then we want a component that wraps it, or in fact a, let's say, a div that wraps it. Okay, as you can see, this is the search. Okay, so somewhere in between, it's where we want to be. Okay, so this is the orange color, that means this is this, and then let's see. So for me, I think this relative group, it's what we are looking for. Okay, so let me copy this. Let me copy this as it is, and then let's say I was like high up the code. Maybe I was like somewhere here, so I will go to here and find, and then I will type back to. As you can see, guys, I've been taken like to where I want to be. Okay, it might be a small thing, but it's saving me some time, if I can be honest. It's painful to go up and down like looking for a place where you were or something. Sometimes it introduces unnecessary bugs. Okay, so let's paste this here. First of all, let's see if we have pasted the right thing. Okay, as you can see, guys, nice. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to replace this plus icon with a crown. Okay, and later we are going to replace it with an avatar. Okay, as you can see, we have just replaced it with a crown. But let's go back to the original and see, do we have, okay, so we do have something in the background. Okay, we do have something in the background, and it shows up when you are hovering. Okay, if I can be honest with you, in this video I have told myself that I'm going to do the avatar and the data fetching. So what I'm going to do, let's see if we can remove the orange background. Okay, I'm not going to get much into styling this. Okay, I'm just going to do your ordinary way of doing it, okay, without doing a lot. Okay, okay, as you can see, so what I can do is just to change this color to a gray color. Okay, I think we have that color here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, okay, what I'm going to do, I have to search for hover here on these icons. Okay, over here, this is what I want. Okay, this is what I want. And then what I want to do now, on hover, I want to change this hover. Okay, suppose this color is changed. Let's see, guys, what we have. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, then we are going to change this to the avatar that we want. Okay, now we are good to go, and I'm happy with this. So the next step, okay, one last thing, since it's something that we can do, this is profile, we can just change this label to profile. As you can see here, it's still saying home. Okay, so let's go back here. Where is the label? Let's change the label here to profile. Okay, to profile. Okay, cool. If you've made it this far, congratulations, you are a better developer. I don't know what is this. Okay, yeah, so you are a better developer. I'm proud of you. Okay, so now let's get into the interesting part. Okay, so what problem are we solving? Okay, number one, we want to get this from the API. Okay, in most cases, this is not just your link. Okay, because one might feel like this is an image element, let's say, and it has got a link to this picture. Okay, possibly it can work that way, but in most cases, okay, this data is being fetched from the API, or let me say, particularly in this instance of this application Substack, this data is being searched, pulled from the API. Okay, meaning that based on your login details, I put my name and my email and my login details, and then this data won't just be a permanent link that is always there, but it will be a link that comes from the API. Okay, so that's the skill that I want to teach you here. How do you fetch data from the API using TypeScript? The advanced way of doing it, the one that will help you in the work environment. And also, we are going to use TypeScript instead of removing squiggly lines. Okay, so I hope you are as excited as I am. So the first thing that we want to do, let's get into the endpoint. Okay, in data fetching, we call these endpoints the URL that will give you the data that you want. Okay, so we are going to use docxeo, okay, as a free API. And then what I want an endpoint that will give me an image. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this is the endpoint. Greyhound image returns an array of images. As you can see, this is not what I want really. Okay, let's see, let me maximize this. Okay, let's see, random image, as you can see. Okay, so this is random image. Okay, meaning that these images will change. For instance, let's just click fetch and see the image changes. Let's click fetch, the image changes. Okay, so this endpoint will give me one image. That's what I'm looking for, guys. Okay, and please be notified that, okay, here I am not going to create some sort of a full blown application whereby we are getting user data and this image is part of that data as if it's a fully fledged application. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. I am going to pull this avatar from a different endpoint. Let's say now we are supposed to pull this post. Okay, I am going to pull this post from a different endpoint. Okay, there won't be some sort of coherent like one database and all those things, but I'm just teaching you the tricks of the trade. So for instance, when I need a list of posts, I will go to JSON placeholder. I will look for post and then I will pull those posts and I will use it. So I hope you do understand that. Okay. So now we've got the endpoint. Okay. It's very important when you are dealing with data fetching. In most cases, these endpoints will be different. Okay. Today, maybe in your company, you might be pulling data from a government weather API. Tomorrow you might be pulling data from a grocery free statistics or analytics or whatever. Maybe you work for a different company and you have to pull data from Spotify. So I'm trying to establish something here, meaning that you are not going to know beforehand the endpoint, and different APIs have got different rules. Well, 90% they are the same, but they are not exactly the same. Okay, let me just giving you a clear comparison. Okay, to fetch data from, to use Spotify API, it's a lot less stressful than to use Apple Music API. Okay, so I hope you do get the difference. Okay, the level of security is different, and so now with that being said, you need to go to the API, okay, documentation, and read and understand what these guys are saying, because when you hit this endpoint, this is the type of data that you are going to get. So if you can assume that in a JSON response from an API, I always get data, a variable called data, and inside that variable there will be something. As you can see here in this response, there is no variable data here. We've got message and the status. Okay, so it's very important to understand that you need to go to the API's documentation. So at least it looks like we've got like the most important things here. Okay, so what we can do, let's leave this step like this for now, because we need to do some groundwork and then we'll come here and copy and paste something. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's minimize this. I was hoping it's going to fit here automatically without me having to what can I say, having to move it like this. Okay, but okay, now let's continue, guys. Okay, so let's go to our own clone. And then now, guys, we need to think like architects and code like engineers. Okay, this is what I mean by that. Okay, we need to have a reason. We need to think logically in each and every step. One might feel like I can make this fetch call here in this component, which is the desktop nav component. Okay, well, it looks like, and it can work, but now we are like simulating the actual application. Okay, to try to think, how did these guys have done it? Okay, so let's see what are we going to do. So what we are going to do first, okay, we are going to do everything inside this navigation. Okay, just for the sake of learning and everything. When we are done, we need to decide. At the moment, I'm thinking this fetching process doesn't happen in this component. Okay, this component, if it can do that, that means it doesn't stick to the single responsibility principle. That means this component will be doing a lot of things which are outside its own scope. So basically, this is what I'm thinking. Okay, the page that is responsible for fetching data is going to be the page, which is the main page, the whole page. Okay, then it will feed that data to this component. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Reason being, I might need the profile in this page. Okay, but if the data fetching only occur in this component, I'm not going to get it on another page. As you can see, I need it here. Okay, I need it here, I also need it here, because these are different components. So as you can see, guys, this image has been used, like as we speak, in 4 different places: here, here, I think also here, 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 which it makes it more than 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as you can see. So if we can fetch data in this component, it will mean that we need to fetch data in this component, we need to fetch data in this component. So that's why I'm saying it's very important to reason and think about what you are doing. Okay, so for now, to make our lives easier, let's just fetch the data here, and then when we are done, we will move this code to the relevant place. Let me just quickly take a water break. Okay, so my apologies about that. So how are we going to do that? We are going to use a hook, which is called use effect hook. Am I on the right place? Yes. Am I on the right place to use a use effect? Yes. Okay, let's see why my IntelliSense is not working. Okay, here is a use effect hook. Okay, for now, I'm not going to explain much about it. Okay, but what I can say is just a function that is executed when a certain data has changed. Okay, so in our case, we are not going to execute it when certain data is changed. We are only going to execute it when the component is being mounted. Okay, it's like it's going to execute once every time you load the application. Okay, so how do you show that? Okay, these empty brackets are telling us that, okay, that it's not going to depend on any other variable, so meaning that it's going to load when the component loads the first time. If maybe there was a certain data that we need to track, maybe we were going to put that variable here, data to track. So as soon as this data changes, this use effect will execute whatever instruction that we want to execute. So let's see. Don't I need more space here? Yeah, I think this can work. And what about this one? Okay, I think that's fine for now. Okay, I hope everything is visible. So what we want to do, okay, when we are here inside use effect, okay, we want to use the fetch data. Okay, you want to use the fetch method. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to start by doing things the wrong way. Okay, why am I going to do that? Okay, I want you to see that sometimes you don't need to really memorize code. Okay, you can just get into the writing code. JavaScript or TypeScript will tell you that this is an error, you quickly fix that. This is an error, you quickly fix that. This is an error, you quickly fix that, up until you get what you want. So also at the same time, I want to help you with understanding the reason why we have to do things. Okay, I don't want to come up with a function, async, await, and what, and you are like, why must I do those things? So you won't learn a lot. But now, since I'm going to do it this way, you are going to learn a lot. So let's say we want to have data here. Let's say const, okay, const response. Okay, this is the response that we want, is equal to, this is how you use a fetch method, is equal to fetch, and then you put a string inside. As you can see, guys, cool, we are done. So if you've managed to do this, that means you are becoming a better developer. That means you are getting there. Okay, this is the first step. Okay, so what this does, this is a fetch method. It fetches data to this URL. Okay, what's the URL in our case, which is the endpoint? I think that's the best way to call it. Then let's go back here and let's copy the endpoint as it is. Okay. is this necessary? Okay, it's not necessary. Okay, let me just click. As you can see, guys, so let me make this smaller. Okay, we don't need much here. As you can see, guys, we have just fetched the data from the API. Okay, meaning that it's easy to fetch data from the API. Okay, it's just like this, guys. It's easy. Okay, simple, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, now step number 2 is to try to get that data, to access it. Okay, now the data is here. Okay, we are assuming for now that this is the data. That's an assumption. Okay, we are assuming that this is the data, but the data is not like this at this point in time. Okay, so let's quickly make an experiment on that. So let's type console.log. Let's see what we got from here. Okay, because the next step largely depends on that. I just want to show you that the data for now is not like this. Okay, in order for us to get it like this, there are some few steps that we need to do. So we are going to go to our application. Now our application is in mobile. Okay, this is where we want it to be. Let's just inspect here and go to the console. Excuse me, and go to the console and see what do we get from there. Where is my console? Okay, let's see. Okay, here is it, guys. My apologies about that. Now, as you can see, here is the response. It's a promise. Okay, how do I know that this is the response from what we did? Let's check. Okay, this has been logged by desktop nav at line 19. Okay, as you can see, guys. So this is how I am sure that this is us. As you can see, guys, inside this promise, we've got a lot of things. Okay, we've got the status here, like something that say promise has been fulfilled. And then if we get into here, like the more we get into it is the more we see things that are a little bit confusing. Okay, okay, we've got response, we've got body, we've got headers. Okay, it's even telling us where is our endpoint. The status is 200. Okay, so here we're getting an information about that we have managed to hit the endpoint and the status is 200. That means everything went well. Okay, it's not like the URL had a problem. So that means then if we are returning a promise, we don't want a promise, guys. Okay, because with people, they deliver empty promises. I think you have been there. Okay, so we don't want promises. Okay, because it might be empty promises. We want the actual data. So our next step here on the code, it will be the means to getting, okay, that actual data. Okay, so now that we know that this is a promise, okay, one thing to fix in your mind, you need to always await a promise. Okay, meaning that if this is a promise, okay, or some sort of yes, it's a promise in a way. So let's try to await it. Okay, and see. Okay, let me save. I can see that there's an error there. Let me just save and see. Okay, okay, obviously we're having an error, we can't continue. So let's see what this says. The error is saying us the await expression are only allowed within the async, okay, function. Okay, so meaning that if you are going to use await, okay, now you need to use the async function. Okay, so what does this mean? Okay, let me just tell you. Okay, let's have a function const. Okay, let's name this function fetch data is equal to an arrow function. Okay, as you can see, we've got the function. Let's put this inside the function. Okay, now it's telling us that within an async function, okay, if this is an arrow function, you just type async here. As you can see, now we have solved the problem. Okay, we were trying to await the promise. Okay, so that we can see what will happen. Okay, now our console log is outside this function. Okay, so let's put our console log inside this function. Okay, and as you can see now, we are not going to get any This, don't mind about this, it has got nothing to do with us. Okay, as you can see, it's being thrown on a different file. Okay, so meaning that now when this page is loading, this fetch data is not executed because we are not calling it, because now it's a function. So right here in the end, let's call it on line 22. Let's call this function. Let's save and see. Okay, and then let's restart. Okay, now we've got a somewhat different presentation. Okay, it's still, we're still in the same module, we're doing the same thing, but now because we've done these few steps, specifically the await. Okay, now we are getting different presentation. Okay, the first one was complicated, it was a promise, we awaited that promise. It's more like we are stripping it. Okay, we want to get into the package. Okay, to the gift itself. Okay, we are unwrapping, that's the best word. Okay, so as you can see, this is still coming from desktop nav .tsx, and then now let's look at the data that we see. Is it meaningful? Okay, in front of us. Type is course URL. This is our endpoint. We're happy with this. Redirect is equal to false, status equal to 200. Okay, and true. Okay, it looks like now we are getting some sort of what's can I say, a higher level information about this request. Okay, so meaning that after you've done this, if you see this, okay, let's say this status is different, maybe 404 or something, it has got a certain meaning. Okay, should we just go to HTTP statuses? Maybe let me give you it to you. Okay, make a research on HTTP statuses 400, 404, 301, what they mean, so that you can understand what is the server trying to say. So this is more of a meaningful information. Okay, let's just dive deep in it to see if are we going to see the information that we want. Okay, we've got headers, we've got prototype and response, we've got blobs, we've got form data. It looks like, guys, still we unable to find what we are looking for. Okay, yes, we are trying, but it looks like we don't get it. Okay, it looks like we're going to get it. Let's see. Okay, this is the URL. It's nothing like what we want. What is it that we want? We want this. Okay, as you can see, we a step closer, but obviously we are not there yet. Okay, so let's see what we can do. What we can do, okay, what we can do, let me search for clues here. Where is it? Okay, let me search for clues here. Okay, isn't there anything that talks about, that mentions JSON here as a function? You see, this is JSON as a function. Okay, you see, F for function, JSON. Okay, so now what we want to do, we want to execute this function. Okay, this function, we want to execute it and see what is it going to return back. Okay, okay, as you can see, still we see nothing here. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to say const data. As you can see, this was a response. Okay, I think you've seen response here. Okay, this variable name was like this for a reason. Now we are saying this variable name is going to be data. Okay, remember, now we are hoping to get the actual data. Okay, my apologies about that. So const data is equal to, what we want to do inside this response, we want to execute the .json function. As you can see, here is the .json function. Okay, as you can see. So now let's copy this and console log this. Okay, I hope now you are starting to see the value of like doing things some sort of wrong or step by step. Okay, when I'm done with this tutorial, I want you to feel confident about data fetching. Okay, and understand the core fundamentals. Okay, so that you can be able to some sort of say something in the interview when you are being asked about data fetching. Okay, when you are being asked about await, async, and all those things. Okay, so let's console log data now. Okay, let's see what is inside there. Okay, and then let's go back and refresh. Let me take a water break. All right, my apologies. We are still going back to a promise. Okay, going back to that promise, but now we've got some objects in between, as you can see. Okay, now inside this promise, we've got an object. Okay, as you can see, guys, to me this is familiar. Okay, this is something I'm not sure about you. Okay, as you can see, this success and this message, it looks like this is what we want. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are getting there. Okay, remember I said to you, if we have a promise here, okay, if we are getting a promise, okay, what we can do to unwrap that promise, we can await it. Okay, so we can await that promise. Okay, so let's just await the promise and see what we are going to get. Okay, let me restart. I'll refresh. Let's wait and see. Okay, after we've awaited the promise, it looks like, to me, I'm not sure about you, it looks like now we've got what we were looking for. This is exactly what we were looking for, such that I can be confident that if we can type here dot message, okay, dot message, let's type usually my Next.js doesn't quickly refresh and give me like the results instantly, so I have to always reload. Okay, I'm really not sure what might be the problem. Maybe it's my Chrome or something, but at least we can bypass that. As you can see, guys, now I am getting the image. Let's click the link. An ugly dog. Okay, but a dog is a dog anyway. So let's go back and refresh and see, are we going to get at least a better looking dog? Let's refresh. Okay, let's refresh and then let's click here. Okay, much better. Okay, much better. Okay, so as you can see, guys, now we have managed to get the actual data. Okay, we've managed to get the actual data. What does this mean? This means from here we can continue and display this data on the avatar. Okay, now let me just do a quick summary on this. I think there's something that I didn't explain, which is async. Okay, what async does is, when you dealing with promises, as you can see, guys, a promise, it's some sort of it's wishes. Okay, it's not concrete, it's not tangible, it appeals to the future. Somebody might fulfill the promise, they might not fulfill the promise, they might deliver like empty promises. Okay, so that means there is a lot of unknowns in the promise. Okay, we don't have much control. Okay, we are asking for a third party, something that is not within our control, dog API, to like give us something, but the API might not give us what we want intentionally. Okay, maybe it's no longer being maintained and it's no longer there. Okay, so this means that you need to wrap your own API fetch or the promise calls, let's say, to an async function. Async means that when the JavaScript engine is executing, as soon as it sees the async function, okay, it will run this, okay, in the background while it's still continuing doing other things. So basically, this is what I'm saying. Async prevents the engine from getting stuck into the navigation bar and don't show other things simply because it's waiting for the API to respond. That's a bad user experience. As you can see, you are going to have a blank page for a very long time. So once the engine hits async, it will run this on the background and it will continue to display other things so that you can interact with the UI. Meanwhile, it's fetching data. As soon as it's done fetching data, then it will display the data. I hope that one is clear. My apologies about that. Let me take a water break. Okay, in case you might want the source code so far, okay, please check the link to my newsletter, and then once you subscribe to my newsletter, you will be sent to you will be sent a link to the source code. My apologies about that. So let's continue. So now that we've got the image, okay, let's find a way to display that image. Now in JavaScript, you use another hook. Use effect is a hook. We've got another hook which is use state, okay, which is I am going to let's say, must I say profile pic? Yes, let's say profile pic. Okay, we are going to get the profile pic and we are going to set the profile pic. All right, guys, I hope you're learning something. If you do, please share this video with people whom you think they really need it. Maybe somebody want to save his job. Maybe they now in their company they are being asked to fetch some data from the API and something that they are not knowledgeable about. Okay, so let's use state here. Okay, so what use state does, it's like I'm declaring a variable which is profile pic. Whenever I want to change this variable, I cannot change it directly. Okay, I cannot change it directly here. I can use this function, this method, set profile pic, and pass the value that I want to put inside this variable. So React will always re-render when this variable changes. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate that now. So what I want to do now, in the meantime, I am going to put null here in the meantime. Okay, let's go and set this null to a string and see what will happen. Okay, is TypeScript going to be mad at us? Let's see. Okay, it looks like TypeScript is not mad at us. TypeScript is saying this is possible. Okay, so let's see. Okay, this is null, and then as soon as we reach this stage, we are going to what can I say? We are going to set a value to profile pic. So profile pic, it's no longer going to be null. Okay, so as you can see here, even though TypeScript is not complaining, okay, but at this moment in time, we are like rabbits. Okay, we are just removing squiggly lines as long as TypeScript doesn't complain. Okay, remember I told you that I'm going to teach you to be friendly with TypeScript, to think logical, to understand TypeScript. Okay, so for now we are going to leave this as it is, but we are going to type it professionally. Okay, so let me save. And then now that I know, after some time, this profile pic will have this URL, which is this data.message. Okay, let's go and display that somewhere here. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to remove this. So somewhere here, right after this crown, I'm going to have a label. And then I'm going to open this. Okay, why property label does not exist in a JSX element? Okay, let's see. Let me just type, let me make sure, am I in the right place? Yes. Okay, let me just type div here and see. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then what I want to do now, I want to display the profile pic. Okay, let's save and see what will happen here. As you can see, guys, okay, for some time it didn't display anything, but after some time it displayed this. Okay, so this is the link to that message. So if we run this, suppose this will change. Okay, it will display something else. As you can see, it takes some time and load the data, and it will display it. Okay, so now let's do things the right way. As you can see here, according to TypeScript, we've got different data types. Okay, as soon as you put something here, let's say a number, okay, let's say 5, TypeScript will infer to this as a number, the data type. As you can see, next to this use state, there will be a number. If you put null, there will be null there. Okay, if you put null, there will be null here. And if you put string, there will be a string there. Okay, so as much as TypeScript doesn't complain, but this is not the best way to do this. Okay, so the best way to do this is to tell TypeScript here that TypeScript, I am expecting a string here or null. Okay, so now TypeScript is fully aware that this can be a string or null. Okay, so if we put null here, TypeScript doesn't mind. Okay, so this is the best way to go about it. So let's continue, guys. And then in terms of displaying, okay, before we display, we need to ask first. Okay, so we are going to use a ternary operator. Okay, we need to ask, is this guy true? Okay, meaning that if let me do it the easy way first so that you can understand. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, so I am asking, does this expression evaluate to true? Is profile pic equal to null? If profile pic is equal to null, we want to display here loading. Okay, that's what we want to display. Okay, else, which is this dot dot, we want to display profile pic as it is. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is more like a condition. If this is true, display loading because it's still null. Once it changes, then display profile pic. So let's just save and take a look here. Okay, let's see. Is it changing? Doesn't looks like to me. Let me just refresh. As you can see, it's still loading. Okay, and then boom. Okay, I hope you see this, guys. So instead of asking this condition, this equal to null, what you can do, you can just ask this itself. If it's null, that means it will be false. Okay, let's see. As you can see, guys, it's loading, it's achieving the same thing. Okay, it's doing the same thing. So when it's done loading, then it will show up. So as you can see, guys, imagine if this was not async. Okay, it means that these were not going to be shown. We were going to wait for this to finish, of which there are many reasons why this is like this. Maybe it might be the network, it might be a lot of things. Okay, so let's just check it for the last time. Or else, guys, it might be my what can I say, it might be my condition here doesn't equate to true, of which that might be possible. Okay, so let's see if maybe we can say undefined, but there is something that, let's say undefined null is supposed to undefined null is supposed to default to false, suppose. Okay, but it looks like null is not defaulting to false. I don't have a problem with that. Maybe undefined is the one that defaults to false. Okay, where I am now. Okay, meaning that asking undefined is true, undefined suppose it's not true. Okay, let me just check, guys. Let me just check. Looks like I just got lost in my own thinking. Right, so this is what I mean when I'm saying we are going to reason with TypeScript. Okay, we are going to reason with programming, try to understand how it does things and what we think. Okay, so as you can see, guys, it looks like now this doesn't it always equates to true. Okay, meaning that it loads this. Okay, let me just go back. Maybe I am used to React Native, but suppose everything works well This is something that I would like you to some sort of make a research on. Okay, make a research on. At this moment it's null, so suppose when I'm asking, yes, when I'm asking, is this null? Okay, is this null, which is yes, it's null, then it's loading. Okay, and then suppose it changes, then okay, but at this point in time maybe we are just lost in our own code and our own logic, which is something which is normal. Okay, for the sake of time, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go back to the original way of doing it. Okay, testing if this is null, then loading, meaning that if it's not, then it's going to do this. I'll just have to investigate on this. Okay, but guys, I hope you do get the essence. Okay, so now let's keep it going and keep it flowing like water. So what we want to do, instead of displaying this here, we can display it on the right place, which is, where is that crown? Okay, here is this crown, so we need to display it here. Okay, so what we are going to do here, suppose we use next image to display our own images. Okay, but next image will want us to whitelist our URLs. Okay, Next.js wants to know beforehand, where are you fetching your URL from? Okay, meaning that you must register it on, let's say, Next.js system that I am going to use, let's say, this domain to get image from. The reason why that is happening, it's simply because types Next.js is what can I say, it optimizes images. Okay, it's just got a certain way of making sure that the images load faster and all those things. Okay, so for this tutorial we are not interested in that. Okay, because it will want us to whitelist and everything of which this is not part of that. So what I'm going to do here, I am going to just use a normal image tag. In fact, a normal image tag is not an image, or maybe this is a React.js image. Okay, let's just quickly test, guys. Okay, src, do we have something like that? Okay, in HTML this is just img. Okay, let's start from there. In HTML this is img. Okay, as you can see now, it's missing an alt prop, empty image, and what else is missing? High bandwidth. What is this telling us? General band. Consider using, okay, now this is Next.js telling us that use image instead from Next.js. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are getting there. Okay, we don't want this. This is what we said we are not going to do. So let's see src, okay, which is the source. The source of this is going to be profile. Where is profile pic? Profile pic. Okay, type string. Okay, as you can see, guys, TypeScript is type string or null is not assignable to undefined and all those things. Okay, so what we want to do, let's render this image, this component conditionally. Okay, let's do what we did last time. Okay, let's ask profile pic. Okay. My apologies about that. I'm sneezing. God bless me. And also you as you are watching. So let's see. If this is null, what you do, if this is null, you return loading. Dot. Okay. Was this a question mark? Nope, this is wrong. Okay. And then else, then you can return this. Okay, now as you can see, I'm telling it that if this is null, return loading. That means it will only come here when this is not null. Okay, as you can see now, this yellow thing is just Next.js forcing us to use this image. Okay, so we are not going to do that. So let's save and see. Okay, we're not in the actual, as you can see, guys. Okay, as you can see, now we've got this dog here, and let's refresh. Let's see what we are going to get. As you can see, guys, we are getting a different dog. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, so what we need to do, we just need to style it. Okay, we just need to style it, and that's it. So how do we style it? Let's plus name, and then rounded. So is it rounded on? Yeah, rounded full. Okay, where is rounded full? Here is rounded full. Let's save and see. As you can see, guys, okay, we've just got the profile pic. Okay, but it's too big, and okay, let's just go back and check here how it is. Okay, I think its own size, it's fine, but what we need to do, we need to increase this box size, the wrapping element, this one. The width is 10 here. Okay, then let's make it 12. Okay, the height is 10, let's make it 12. Okay, let's go back here, guys, and see. Okay, let's go back to that 10. I just want to test something. Let's go back to that 10, and then let's make the width of this, let's say to 8. Let's make the width of 8 and the height of 8. Let's see. To make our avatar smaller, okay, let's see. As you can see now, it's a bit smaller than this. Okay, so I'm happy with this. As you can see, guys, these are the things that you can go ahead on your own, and what can I say, make some changes, do what you want the way you want it. Okay, so at least you do get the idea. So guys, this is the best way to fetch data. This is the best way to fetch data from the API. Okay, let's just go up there and make a summary. Number one, you use the fetch hook. Okay, you use the fetch hook to make sure that whenever the first time it loads, this will load. And number two, you use the async. Let me just go to this. Okay, and then number two, you use the async function to make sure that it doesn't block the execution sequence. Okay, that means it can do that behind the scene or in the background. And then you always await a response, okay, from fetch, and also you await the response from the JSON function, okay, when you're executing that JSON function, so that it can return the actual data. And then from there you set a profile pic. You use the use state to set the data that we have received, the string that we have received, into the profile pic, and then you render this, what can I say? You render this data conditionally, meaning that you need to ask, is it this, not null first, okay? Sorry about that, I was taking a water break. So guys, I hope you are learning. Now, let's get into the fun part. My apologies about that. Let's get into the fun part. It looks like to me, okay, I'm not sure about you. It looks like to me we've got a long way to go with this profile image. A very, very, very long way to go, as you can see. It's going to show up in, what can I say, in a lot of ways, in different ways. Okay, we are still going to use it. Okay, so I am going to teach you something. Okay, this is a design pattern. Okay, this is a design pattern. Should I go to the whiteboard? Okay, I think so. I think it will help me if I can go to the whiteboard, okay? Because this needs a lot of, what can I say? A lot of theory. Okay, we need to conceptualize things, okay? My apologies about that. Let me grab my pen and be ready. Okay, now I'm ready. Okay, guys, let's see. Now we are going to look at remember in this channel I'm very high on design pattern. Okay, so now we are going to look at React design patterns. Okay. Okay, now we are thinking like architect. This is where we are going to use TypeScript. Okay, we are not going to use I'm not sure if it's, can I call it defensive TypeScript, where you are always making sure that you are removing the squiggly lines and red squiggly lines. Okay, now we are going to use TypeScript. Like, I am not sure how can I put it. Okay, we are going to write an enterprise code. Okay, we are going to chase TypeScript now. Okay, we're not going to always cover ourselves. Okay. Okay, guys, with that being said, I am going to use a React design pattern. Okay, I've got a video about teaching people what's the best way to learn to code. And I always say, as much as you are still new, you are still learning JavaScript and all those things, please make sure that you understand, you learn design pattern and solid principles. Okay, solid principle and try principle. Okay, so now we are going to get into the design pattern. Okay, number one, what type of a design pattern that we are going to get into now? It's called what's the name? I forgot the name now. Very bad of me, but it doesn't matter because I am going to implement the pattern. Okay, so let's look at what the pattern is trying to solve. I will revert back to this, guys. Let's keep it going and let's keep it flowing like water. Okay, so what the pattern is, what is this pattern trying to solve? Okay, HOC. Okay, what is this pattern trying to solve? Let's say it's a high order component. Okay, let me draw a container like this. Okay, it's a high order component. Okay, if something is a pattern, Matthew, what do you mean about a pattern? Okay, let me just give you this. Okay, it's a certain way of thinking about code. It's not something that is, let's say, it's not a fetch method, something that is available in JavaScript, something that will always be there. It's just a technique. Okay. Hmm. I'm sneezing. My apologies about that. I don't know why. Okay. My apologies about that, guys. Okay. So when it's a pattern, it's not something that you have to do. Maybe it might not be something that is recommended by React or Next.js or whatever framework. Okay. It's just a certain way of thinking about things. So don't treat it like a special tool or a certain feature. Okay. With that being said, let's continue. So a high order component, it's a container. Okay. It's a container. Okay. This is the container. In real life, this might be a rehab. Okay. Okay. A guy comes here. A guy comes here very weak. Okay. A guy comes here very weak in character and the will. Like is crying. I hope this is the best way to draw it. This guy is crying, very weak. Okay. He's addicted to whatever drug or something. Okay. he doesn't have the will. He lacks the will and courage. Okay, he's not like motivated to quit. Okay, he lacks the will and courage. Once he get into the rehab, he will meet other guys. Okay, who same guys with him, guys who have conquered the problem, his problem. So they will help him with the will, okay, and the strength of character and courage. They will some sort of discover and uncover the purpose and meaning of his life. Okay, meaning that this is this guy sitting here. Okay, now he is receiving wisdom in his bucket of knowledge, okay, or in his pot of knowledge. These guys will pour a lot of things here, okay. I think if you are a boxing fan or you understand boxing, I think you will relate to this, okay. This is what the coach, this is what Cas Diamado did to Mark Tyson, okay. Like he crafted his mental state of mind into, I'm not sure, something awesome, phenomenal, to an undefeatable champion. Okay, enough about that. Okay, so these guys will help this guy with getting the strength of character. When this guy comes out of the high order component, when this guy comes out of the high order component, to start with, he has gained weight. Okay, now he's more of a happy person, cheerful. Okay, as you can see, celebrating. Okay, okay, now he's celebrating. He's alive. He's got meaning and a purpose, and now also he's got some suits and ties. You know, he's a different man now. Okay, kumbaya, hooray, we celebrate. Okay, now this guy is a different person. A high order component does exactly that. Okay, this is what it will do. It will take a common component. Let's call this component a profile pic. Okay, as long as it's a component, it doesn't matter what component it is. And then this component will get into this high order component, which is the rehab. When it gets out of the rehab, okay, let's say in this profile pic at this point in time, it doesn't have the URL. Okay, or let me just be specific, the image URL. Okay, it doesn't have it. Okay, so it can't display this profile pic. It doesn't have the image. If it can get through the high order component, okay, through here, the high order component will inject the image URL. Let me just type here img URL. This is profile. The high order component will inject the profile, okay, the profile URL. And then when this guy comes out here, okay, when the profile, this component comes out here, it comes out different because now it has got the image to display. Okay, as you can see, I hope you do get the essence of what high order component does. Okay, now let's get into what can I say? Can I say its opinions on what the community, which is what the internet is struggling with when it comes to high order component? That's why I always encourage that you become a student. Okay, according to Jim Rohn, a student takes whatever somebody is saying, they think about it, and they make their own conclusion. Okay, now the current state of affairs when it comes to the HOC, there is a debate in the internet. Is HOC still relevant? Is it something that you must use? People feel like the React hooks are a better and a simpler way of reusing code. Okay, I am not going to get into that debate. Okay, number one, I feel like it doesn't affect me. Okay, I don't see how it affects me. Let's say back in the days, our forefathers used to check the position of the moon around the earth before they plow a certain crop. I'm not sure about other places or countries, but us as Africans, we've got that ancient wisdom. Okay, our forefathers, they used to check the position of the moon and the size of the moon. Okay, if you relate to this or you know this knowledge, please just shoot a comment below and tell me that you are aware of such knowledge. So they were using like the size of the moon. Based on that, they will plow a certain crop. Okay, maybe they will plow a maize. Okay, so we didn't know the seasons necessarily, and surprisingly we didn't rely on science and agriculture for that. Okay, it was some sort of ancient wisdom. Okay, but now fast forward, we've got seasons, we've got technology, we've got a lot of things. Okay, to me, the reason why I'm saying this debate is too small for me, or it doesn't concern me anyway, okay, it's because whether now we've got agriculture or we don't have agriculture, the fact that I am sharing this knowledge with you about African wisdom, or maybe it might happen, it's not an African thing. It's like, let's just call it ancient wisdom, but I happen to be an African, guys. So I've been like African from day one. So maybe it might happen, even Japanese or Chinese guys, they know this. So this is ancient wisdom. So the fact that I am here talking about this wisdom, okay? So the matter of being used or not used, it's out of the question, because whether we are using it or we are not using it, let's say this is a history class, okay? By teaching student this ancient wisdom, number one, I'm helping them to be wise. Number one, to know that this is how things were done before. Should the technology fails, they will know that we've got this. Okay, so meaning that I was going to share this information with my student, which is, let's say I'm a lecturer and I'm teaching about the history, the evolution of agriculture. Whether we are using it or not, it's still valuable. That is something that they have to learn. Okay, we in history class, maybe people who getting deep into history, people are still learning about Hitler in history, and maybe somebody might feel like, what's special about Hitler? Okay, you need to know that. Okay, so for me, when I saw the debate on high order component, whether it's still relevant or it's not relevant, it didn't really affect me. I had to understand what high order component is, how can I use it, so that I can understand what patterns are and whatever. So it's, for me, it's still working, it's still valuable knowledge, and still I'm neutral about it. Hence, I'm saying if somebody might shoot a comment and ask, I saw a post that says high order component, you are not supposed to use it. Please make your own conclusion. But for me, I don't have a problem with using it. Okay. Okay, enough about that, guys. Let's continue. Okay. So this is the theory behind high order component. Number one, what is a high order component? A high order component is a function that you are used to. Okay. Number two is a function that won't see the light. Okay, excuse about my writing. This function won't see the light. This is what I mean about it, about that. This function is not meant to be rendered. Okay, this guy came in here. The high order component, it's a factory, and this is the retail, the shelves. You will never see a factory in the retail, in the shelves. No, you only see a product. So this profile, it's a product, okay, that will be some sort of revived in a factory, but you won't see the factory, okay, in the shelves. Okay, when I'm saying this high order component won't see the light, it has not meant to be rendered. Okay, it cares less about features of being rendered, because what it does, it stays in the dark behind the scene. It always inject the URL to all the products or the components. It's like, let's say it stamps the barcode and then it ships the product to maybe to retails. Okay, I hope you do get what I mean when I'm saying it won't see the light. So please fix it into your mind that it's not going to be rendered, it just stays behind the scene. Okay, and what else? Let me just say it adds superpowers to other components. I hope you get the idea. Okay, so let's go to the practicality, how it does it in a real life code. Okay, we are going to have a function. We are going to have a function, and then the function that we are going to have, we need to receive a component. Okay, let's say original component. This is the original component. We're going to receive it, and we need to type it like that. Okay, original comp, the type of original comp. Okay, this is the function that does that. And then inside this function, we need to declare, let's say, what can I say? A wrapped function. Okay, or let's say a wrapper function. Okay, this is the function that wraps the original one. Okay, so in HOC, that's how you think about it. Okay, we say this will be wrapped with an HOC so that it can access some tools which are in the HOC, which is the URL. So we use the term of wrapping. So let's say this is a wrapper function. This is the function that is going to wrap the original function so that it injects the superpowers. So we will create this function. So what this function does, it returns the original function. Okay, but with an addition of the URL. It injects the URL in the props. Okay, it will inject the URL in the props. I'm looking for a red color. Okay, my apologies about that. It looks like I'm colorblind. I want a red. Okay, so it will inject the image URL prop here. img URL equal to HTTP. As you can see, guys. Okay, it will inject this here. And then what it will do, it won't neglect the props that were here before. It will take those props and spread them here. Okay, I'm having some color issues now. I don't know. Something is just not cool with me. My apologies about that. So what it will do, it will spread the original props, meaning that it will still put them here. Okay, and basically that is it about the high order component. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, so what I'm hoping to teach you here, number one, you are chasing a technical skill. Okay, you are always asking yourself, can I get a source code? How to do it? Can you stop talking and get to the main thing? Okay, I don't have a problem with those students, and I love them to the bottom of my heart. That's how they think and that's how they do things. I don't have a problem with that. We are different. Okay, so usually for now that's how you do things. And then what I'm teaching you now here is that as much as you don't like YouTubers who talks a lot, okay, there is something valuable in that talking a lot. Okay, so now I'm sharing with you, or I'm teaching you that there are paradigms of thinking. Okay, the same way we've got OOP and procedural or functional coding, or paradigm, and then OOP, object oriented. Okay, it's the same thing here. We've got design patterns. Unfortunately, there is no other way of teaching you these things in such a way that they become part of your life. Okay, besides theory. Okay, so establishing here. As much as you are learning technically how do you declare arrays, you need to sit down, step back, and ask yourself, what are the patterns? What is the theory that I need to elevate myself to become a different developer and a better developer? So what I'm going to do now, I am going to use this pattern to create a high order component that will always inject the image URL in any component whenever we want to use the image, wherever we want to use it. We are just going to take that component, whatever component it is. It might be a profile pic, an avatar, or a post. Okay, if we want it to have the image, we're just going to wrap it with the high order component, wrap it here, and then when it comes out here, it comes out as something like this. It comes out wrapped in a high order component, and it will have the URL. Okay, it will have the URL. So meaning that we will have some sort of a factory that is always there. We will use it when we want to. What if maybe now we want to change the source of the URL? As you can see, if we've got these products of the high order component, let's say 50 of them, okay, instead of going into these products and change the image URL in all 50 of them, we're just going to go to the HOC and just change the fetch call to a different URL, and these guys will receive the same image. Okay, one might feel like, Matthew, I don't think that was necessary. To be honest, you are 100%. It's not necessary. Okay, this is a lesson. Okay, I'm trying to teach you things here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, maybe as time goes by, when you are in the real life, real world environment, you will one day feel like, I think Matthew has a video about this. Okay, not necessarily about high order component, but about understanding the fundamentals and how to make use of the design patterns. Okay, so now what we want to do, we want to create that high order component. The main use of the high order component will be to inject the URL property prop in all the components that needs it. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So in our app structure, what are we going to do? We are going to create okay, remember this is a high order component. Okay, so that's why I'm going to put it under component. Under component, I'm going to have a folder HOC. Excuse me. And then inside HOC, I'm going to have a file. Okay, this file, when you are naming high order component, you always start with, okay, with img URL. I hope you understand that, or I hope that is meaningful. Okay, so it's with img.url. The idea comes from before it didn't have whatever that you are going to inject through the high order component. Now the page or the component comes now with the URL. So I hope you understand the idea of with. So I'm going to use must I use the React Native function snippet? No, I don't have to use that. So let me create this function. Function, okay, with URL. Is it with URL image? Let's see. Okay, function with img URL. Okay, function with img URL. I think it's been a while since I have declared a function like this, but I want to show you different things here. Okay, different ways of going about it. Okay, so we've got a function URL. Okay, the first thing that we said this URL will take a component as its own prop. Okay, so let's name this component original component. Okay, it will consume whatever component. In our case, we've got a component. Where is it? Is it a component or it's just an image? I think it's just a div for now, but we're going to create that component. Let's say it's going to be avatar. This one is going to be avatar or profile pic. So this can be any component. Okay. And then we said now, since we are using TypeScript, as you can see, okay, when you are new into TypeScript, this is the only thing that you are trying to avoid. Okay. Okay, as you can see, this value is never read and it has to be typed. Maybe you might do this. Okay, you are receiving this as a string. So when you are starting, you are more like making sure that you are removing those squiggly lines. But now we are using TypeScript. Okay, it's like we are writing a library like ShadCN and whatever library. Okay, so that's the thinking that we are adopting now. So what we want to do here, we want to take a type, okay, which is component type. Okay, which is component type, not this one from Next.js, from React. Okay, so this component type is just saying that the type of this element, it's a component. Okay, what is a component? Okay, a component, it's obviously, I know this is super simple and it's something that you already know, but it's a function. Okay, it might take whatever props and whatever, but it has to return a JSX element or a TSX element. Okay, meaning that this is just a function that you are used to. Okay, so we are saying here that is that type. Okay, that's what we are accepting here. Cool. That means we are done with step number 1 of a high order component. Okay, that means it consumes or takes in a dependency which will be a component. Okay, which will be a component. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. One of the things that we can do from here, just what can I say, just testing things, okay, to show you how simple this is. Okay, you can return the original component as it is. That means you just took a component and you returned it as it is. Now let's do the testing, okay, because I want you to really understand the use of TypeScript and everything. Okay, so let's go to our profile pic. This one, the profile, let's say the profile component. Okay, let me go to desktop mobile. Am I here? Where is the image part of it? Okay. Mm, Where is the image? Where is the image? As you can see, I told you it's not nice to move up and down the code. So edit, find. Let me search for img. Okay, here is it. Oh, okay. Okay, it's closer than I think. So what I'm going to do now, I need to take this img and make it a component. So meaning that I'm going to cut this part. Okay. I'm going to cut this part. This component, when it comes here, it will already have the image URL. Okay. Who's going to decide if it's loading or not loading? Let's give that responsibility to the HOC. Okay. So let's go to our components and let's create a new component, which is a profile. Let's say a profile image. Let's say .tsx. Okay, I'm going to use my RNFCE. My apologies about that. RFCE, in fact, I'm used to React Native. Okay. All right. And then what I want to do, let me just inside this div, paste this. Okay. As you can see, we've got a lot of problems here. Now we no longer have the profile pic. We don't have it, okay? More especially here. Okay, so cannot find profile pic. Don't mind about that. What I can do, I can just go here, go to Google and go to images. Let me search for what? Anything. Okay, let me check this image, copy image address, and then I'm going to put that image address here. Okay, that means this image doesn't really mind much. Okay, and then we are going to take this component. As you can see, guys, this is a component, it's a function, it returns a JSX element. And then let's go back here where we are. Let's save this, make sure that this is gone. Yes, as you can see, it's gone. And then let me just click onto here where we are. I just want to see where was that image. Okay, here it was. And then I'm going to inside here, I am going to put the component. Okay, then I will need to import the component, as you can see. Okay, back to where we were. As you can see, guys, we've got this exactly as it is. Okay, and then I've got my own naming convention where everything that is going to be wrapped through a component, okay, I always prefix it with pure. Okay, let's see. So this profile image is not supposed to be profile image. Okay, it's supposed to be what? Pure profile image. Okay, go back here, prefix it with pure profile image. Okay, this is a very long URL. Can't we get a shorter one? Okay, let's see. Let's click here. Let's copy this image address. Okay. Okay, my apologies about this. As you can see, it's too long. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click here and then go down, go down, go down, and click where? Here. First, delete it. Okay, and then put this using image here. Okay, and then I'm going to paste this one. Okay, this one is better, even though it's too long, but it's also better. Let me just use format document. Okay, just to help it with the formatting, and then let me copy this and paste this here. Okay, save this, make sure this, oh, okay, this is the one that has not been saved. Okay, so as you can see, guys, we are still on the same page. Okay, Next.js is complaining here. We don't mind, we don't want to use the image Next.js image text, so please, for now, please tolerate these yellow squiggly lines or orange squiggly lines. Okay, so now let's go and import pure profile image here. Okay, not profile image. Okay, pure profile image. Okay, save everything. Let's go back. As you can see, guys, we've got pure profile image. Okay, remember, this pure profile image need to go through the high order component so that it can, let me just use the name, inherit or acquire, okay, the image URL. Okay, so let's go to the high order component. Okay, as you can see, so now what we can do here, let's say in this high order component, what we can do, we can declare const. Okay, we are declaring profile pic profile image. Okay, profile image equal to, I will explain now what I'm doing. Okay, all right, and then what we want to take, we want to take pure profile image. Okay, const let me say export. Okay, let me just tell you what I did here. I've got pure profile image. Okay, which is the pure profile image is the one that will need some props. As you can see, for now, it doesn't really need those props because it's not accepting them. So it's like hard coding the URL. Okay, that means now it's a standalone component. But what I'm doing here, I am just declaring another component. Okay, which means that component I will inject the same pure image component, the one that will go through this high order component and be received here. It will be reflected or bounced back as it is. Okay, so here we're not doing any magic. We are consuming a component through the high order component and we are doing nothing. We are reflecting it as it is. That's what we did here. So this is a reflection of pure order component. Like we are just consuming it and reflecting it. So this means that with that being said, we can go to our desktop app. Instead of displaying pure, now we can just display profile image, but we make sure that it comes from the right place. Remember, we had profile image before. Okay, we just have to make sure that we are taking it from the right place. So here it comes from profile image, it comes from pure profile. This is the wrong way. This is the old one. Okay, we don't want this. This is the old one. We want it to come from the high order component. Okay, this now has to come from the high order component, as you can see. Okay, so that means everything works. Suppose this doesn't change. Okay, let me refresh just to show you that this is the one that comes from the high order component. Okay, nothing has changed because what we did in this high order component, we have consumed this component, original component, and we are returning it as it is. Okay, we didn't change anything. I hope you do get the essence here. Now, what I want to do, the pure image needs to demand a component, okay, that is hoping it will be injected in the high order component. And what that prop is, it demands a prop. What that prop is, that prop is we said is going to be img URL. Okay, it's demanding it as a string. Okay, as you can see, it's demanding this as a string. Now, if you look at the high order component, TypeScript is trying to tell us that there is a relationship between this pure component, because this pure component is being consumed by the high order component. Based on the initial contract, when the high order component was consuming it, it didn't want any prop. This is how it was. Then the high order component doesn't complain. Okay, but as soon as now this guy wants a prop, that is the duty of the high order component. Do you see the high order component is saying that, look, I need to be changed. Why? Because the high order component, it's its own duty, it's its own responsibility to inject the needed properties. That's why now it's trying to complain. It's like the mother looking at the mother looking at her own kid, and the kid is suffering, and she feels like it's my responsibility to provide the kids with school shoes. That's what the high order component is doing here. So as you can see, now that we are saying this needs a prop, okay, the high order component, it's rising to say that I am the one who's responsible for that. So let's go to let's save this. Now remember, we didn't change anything here. So let's go with this and solve that problem. Okay. As you can see, argument of type image URL string and is not assignable. As you can see, guys, okay. Now we are starting to get some issues. So now let's fix these issues and learn. Okay. What is it that we did wrong here? Okay. We are accepting an original component, okay, a pure component, let me say, okay, an original component. And this component, based on what we are doing, okay, it doesn't accept any props. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are not talking about any props here. Okay, meaning that we accepted it as a component that doesn't really take props, but it happens when we are putting it here. Okay, we are putting a component that accepts the props, so that is some sort of the conflict there. Okay, this high order component is telling itself, or is saying, that I will only receive a pure component that doesn't take props, and I'm going to return it. Now, when we are using the high order component, we are passing an element that needs props, and then obviously TypeScript is telling us that we are having an issue here. I hope that one is clear. So now let's continue. So what we want to do, okay, what we want to do, we want to tell TypeScript, okay, that this guy, which is the HOC, is responsible for injecting like additional props. Okay, what are those additional props? It's the prop that this guy is expecting. It's this one. Okay, so we might as well copy this name and this as it is. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so how do you do that? Here, this component type, this is a type, okay, but it's a generic type, okay, meaning that it can take another type inside it. And what other that type is, okay, let's say that type will be the additional type that we're going to pass here is the one that we are going to some sort of manually put here. Okay, as you can see, this is what can I say? This is the type that we are manually injecting here. This is the additional type, something like that. Okay, as you can see, it's image URL and it's like this, as you can see, guys. Okay, so what else can we do here? Okay, what else can we do here? We are saying that we are going to have these additional types here, okay, inside this component. Okay, let's see. Argument of type image URL string element is not assignable to a parameter of type component what. Okay, don't mind this about that. This is what we are going to fix. Okay, so let's go back here and see why is this complaining. Let's see. Okay, property is missing a type. Okay, is missing a type. Okay, as you can see, guys, okay, these are all complaining because of that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment this one. So let's go back here. Okay, so let's think. Remember, I said to you, now we are going to reason with TypeScript. Okay, we are not going to be those guys who are only removing squiggly lines and that's it. Okay, now we are reasoning with TypeScript because we are solving a problem. Okay, so it's like now the difference between us before and now is that now we are going to TypeScript and telling TypeScript that TypeScript, we've got this problem to solve, so we are going to use you as a tool to achieve this. Okay, so that is where you are. I hope you understand. If you might want to get a source code, please check the link in the description below and subscribe to my newsletter, and you will get automatically a link to the source code. In case you might like the content, please don't forget to share it. Okay, so what we want to do now, okay, what we want to do now, we want to type a proper high order component. Okay, we don't just want to return an original component as it is and that's it. Okay, that's not what we want to do. Okay, so number one, let's see if we can, okay, let's see if we can type this. Okay, type um let's see, type image URL. Okay, I'm trying to be more descriptive here so that you cannot get lost. Okay, image prop is equal to, let's equate this to this. So we've got this type. Okay, this type is an additional type, as you can see. This type is an additional type. Okay, so what we are doing here, in now that what we want to do in this high order component, okay, we want to tell it that you need to take a generic type T. Okay, let me just delete this. Okay, now you are a generic type function. Okay, you are going to receive a generic type, a type that you don't know. So this T, it's more like a variable. It's the same, it's more like the same as this. This is a variable, this is the type of the variable. So in generic functions, you are taking a type as a variable. What is that type? You don't know it at the moment. You can make it T, you can make it U, you can make it Matthew. Okay, you are just saying, I don't know the type that will be here. Okay, I will know it when I'm using this. Okay, so the component that you will be taking as a component, okay, its nature, okay, its props, okay, will be of type T. Okay, meaning that this component will have props of type T. Any component that you might pass here, you might find out that it has got its own component that it needs. Okay, point in case this needs URL string. Okay, what if then this also needs what can I say, it needs color. Okay, color string. Okay, so what we are trying to do here, we are saying we acknowledge the fact that when we are passing this component, when we are receiving it here, it's going to have its own properties, okay, its own props besides the one that we want to inject. So it's like your original props plus the one that we are going to inject. I hope you get that one. So we respect that we are going to have some properties that we don't know, that you already come up with, okay, before we add our own. Okay, let's add our own. Our own prop is this one. Sorry guys, I'm sneezing. Okay, I think it's cold. I'm feeling cold, but let me just quickly finish this tutorial. Okay, let me just take a water break. Okay guys, so as much as we might be in a debate these days, should you use iota component or should you not use, but I think you might agree or you will agree, whatever that we are doing here, it's helping you to really think about TypeScript. Okay, that is the essence of the tutorial and the course, to help you to really think about TypeScript. Since when I started with TypeScript, I don't want to lie, I was the gazelle or the rabbit. TypeScript was chasing me. It's like I will open a project thinking that I'm going to take 5 minutes to finish it, and I will take days simply because I don't know how to type whatever that I want to type. Okay, so now we are reasoning with TypeScript. Now at least we're having a different conversation. That's what I want you to do, to have a different conversation with TypeScript. And what can I say, an engaging one. Okay, so let's continue guys. At the moment we don't have much errors. Okay, let's see. So do you see that this component, let's go back to where it is. Okay, it's still looking for this. Okay, but now what we did, how we have removed the errors, because now we are consuming in a high order component and it doesn't complain. We have acknowledged that it's going to have its own properties that we don't know. And then after that, these are the properties. Okay, we are going to add additionally our own properties, okay, as a high order component. So let's go back to what we were trying to do. Okay, before we returned this original component as it is, this is what we did. Okay, we returned it as it is, as you can see. Let me just refresh and see, am I going to see it here or not? Okay, if not, really, to be honest, I don't mind. I was just checking. Okay, so, I commented that here. Okay, cool, no problem. And then now, instead of returning this as it is, okay, we need to inject the properties. Okay. What I am going to do, this is a profile image. Am I displaying the profile image here? Yes. Let's uncomment this. Okay, so that when something changes here, so that we can be able to see it. My apologies about that. Let's see, type is missing and assignable to its type string. Okay, still it's having some questions. Okay, not a problem. We will come back to that one. Let's see where we are. Okay, this is the image, and then okay, fine. Now we didn't some sort of really inject at the moment. Okay, we are still yet to inject the actual URL. So if we want to inject the actual URL, let's just go here and look for an image. Okay, let's just look for an image for Trevor. I think this image is fine. Let me just click on it, copy this image URL, copy this link address, and then now our high order component is going to inject Trevor. Okay, I hope you to get the reason why I'm using different images. I want you to notice the difference. Okay, so how is it going to do that? Let's create const, okay, a wrapper function, exactly like in theory. Okay, the wrapper function, and then this is a wrapper function. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is just a normal function. Okay, what this function does first, it receives all the properties of the original component, which is this one, the pure component. Remember, we said this might have its own properties, okay, its own props. It will receive those props here. What type of those props are? Remember, we said we respect that. My apologies about this. I want to put a capital letter T, undo. Let me just type props. Okay, type of T. Okay, we said we respect that this guy might have his own prop besides this image URL. Maybe that prop might be color, string, whatever. So we are receiving those props. We don't know what are they because they will vary from component to component. We might pass pure image.ts, which might have extra component. We might pass post component, which doesn't have extra component. So we are just saying whatever those components are. Okay, this is generic typing. Okay, generic in a sense that we are general, we don't know things. Okay, we don't know the types yet. So we are going to receive those types, and then we are going to return the original component. Okay, original component. These will be the props that were passed before. Now we are going to return this original component, similar to what we were doing last time. Okay, similar to what we were doing last time, but now instead of returning exactly as it is, okay, we are going to return it like this as let's say like as a JSX element. Okay, when it's like this, it's a component. It's a component. As you can see, we're accepting it as a component. Okay, but now here it's like we are rendering it. Yes. Okay, this component won't be rendered, meaning that there won't be any case whereby we are saying somewhere here, let's say with high order component with image. Okay, this won't happen. Okay, as you can see, remember I said this component won't see the light. We will never render it. But this one here, we are passing it as a component, but we can also render it as an element. Okay, because in the end it must be displayed. This is how we are rendering it as an element. Okay, we are displaying it. Now let's see what is it complaining about. Okay, type T is not assignable to type T. Type T could be instantiated with an arbitrary type, which could, okay, we don't mind about that. We know deep down that there is something missing in this component. Why or how do we know? Okay, let's check the error. We know that this component is expecting these props of type T. Okay, but it's expecting them, even though we don't know the types yet, but it's expecting the props to be there. And also, plus in addition, it's expecting the image URL props, these. So let's feed it with what it needs. If we have managed to catch all the props that we don't know, how do we display them here? We can copy those props. We don't even know the types. We can copy them and spread them here. Okay, we are spreading those props. What does this mean? This means that, okay, we are having an object. Okay, let me just give you an example. We are having an object of props, okay, from the original what can I say, from the original component. Okay, maybe these were the props. Color was green and name was Matthew. Okay, let's say these were the props. Okay, as you can see, guys, this might vary. We don't know these props how they are. We really don't know, and we don't want to know. That's why we are using generics. We are general about them. We are just saying that we are going to receive a type that we don't know. We are going to bounce that type back. So as you can see, so how do we catch these? We always catch these through props. Okay, whatever that was there in the original component, we're going to catch it as props and as unknown types. And then if this was an object which is it had these things, okay, this spreading, what it does, it just take these things and put them like this. Color equal to okay, it happened that color is equal to color there on my example, which is a bad thing. And then even my name is net me. Okay, so name, it will be Matthew. So spreading these will give us this, as you can see. So as you can see that we will be displaying more like carrying on with those props that we don't know. I hope you do get that one. So let's delete this. So we are catching the props that we don't know how they are and how they look. We are spreading those. Okay, 1 2 3, because you spread with 3 dots. Okay, it looks like this is still complaining. Okay, obviously we know that there's something that we didn't do at this point in time because we didn't inject the actual URL. Okay, because now here it wants the actual injection. Okay, so what we are going to do, we need to take this prop, because this is the prop that is needed, which is image URL, and then we add a string there. Now it doesn't complain. Okay, as you can see, guys, now it doesn't complain. Where are we actually injecting in this high order component? This is where we are actually doing that. Okay, let me just give you a run through this. Okay, we are having a high order component which will take unknown types, okay, for properties. It can be anything. We don't want to restrict the component, the original component. It can have its own separate types. We don't mind about that. So we are accepting it as a component type that will have the unknown types, the one that we don't really care much about, plus it is going to have our own types, the one that we are going to inject. Here, as you can see, we are rendering it. So meaning that when you are rendering, you don't have to be generic anymore. Supply me with the values now. Okay, how do we catch the values of the properties of this component? We catch those through props. How do we display those? Because we want the actual values of those prop, we spread them here. How do we then inject this type here? Because here we are still general, we don't know the value of this. This is how we are doing that. So meaning that once we consume this profile pic here, we are going to bounce it back, rendering it with this. So remember, we said we are going to render it with Trevor Noah. My apologies about that. This is where we are actually rendering it with Trevor Noah. And then in the end, we need to return this function. As you can see, we've just declared it, but we don't use it. So in the end, before we close this, we need to return that. My apologies about that. Return this. Okay. So what are you learning about TypeScript? Number one, TypeScript do have generic function. This is a function. What is a generic function? A generic function is a function that take a type, okay, that it doesn't know. What can I say? A typed parameter, okay. This is a parameter. It represents a value, okay. The value is going to be the actual component, which is this one, okay. This is the actual value. This is a generic typed, okay. It's a parameter also, but it's a parameter for a type, okay. If I don't know this, I only know it here, meaning that I don't know this type. That's why I'm naming it T. I can give it V, I can give it J, okay. I will know it when I'm using this with high order component, okay. One might ask, then here you didn't like pass the parameter, okay. If I don't pass the parameter, this assumes automatically that what can I say? TypeScript will assume number one, it's not there. Number two, it will infer it. Okay, as you can see now here, TypeScript inferred this as a string. Okay, I'm not going to get into more about that as it might confuse us. Okay, I understand this is somewhat a not easy to understand concept, but believe me, if you go through this video time and again, like over and over and over and over, you will get to understand. And also this video, it's a simplified version of the high order component. Most explanations of high order component, believe me, they are super complex than this. I don't know. I think even React, I don't think they have it in their documentation now. Okay, so guys, this is a pattern. This is just a certain way to think about things. So some people might say it's no longer used. Okay, they are just saying that they are not using it. Okay, some people might say it's no longer relevant. Okay, us, we are still the new kids in the block. We want to learn the ancient wisdom. We want to understand how TypeScript work, so we are using it. Okay, let's continue. So, what else do we want to do now? So that means we are done with our high order component. It looks like it's ready to work in any place, in any whatever. It looks like it's ready to work. Let's uncomment this. Okay. This is complaining. What is it complaining about? Okay. Type this is not assignable to a type string. Const profile image props string. Why is this a string? Okay, let's go back and see. Okay, why this is a string and what is it trying to say? Let's go back to number one. Let's see. Let's go back to the pure element. Okay, the pure element to start with, it takes a string. Okay, this is what it takes. Cool. Now let's do it the proper way, okay, which is let's say the TypeScript way. Okay, let's see, how do we do this the TypeScript way? In TypeScript, if you are receiving some parameters, sometimes it's important to receive them like this. Okay, I'll show you now. Okay, copy this. Okay, it's important to receive them like this. Okay, you are just saying I've got this parameter, okay, and then the type of this is this. Okay, that's more or less like the same thing. Okay, it's the same thing, you are just receiving it differently. Okay, let's save. The other way, or the initial way, it's more like a JavaScript one. Okay, as you know that JavaScript is not that strict. Okay, so it looks like we have solved the problem that we had. Okay, that means we don't have a problem. Okay, As you can see, everything is working smooth. So if everything is working smooth, what are we expecting to see in the final code? Someone might say Trevor Noah, and I'm going to say no, because our pure component is taking the URL from the high order component, but it's not using it. As you can see, it's not using it. So let's go back here. As you can see, we are still seeing the old one. Okay, as you can see, why? Because we are not using it. So now let's use it. Okay, let's use this one. So the pure component now will not so now the pure component will use the image URL, this one. Okay, I don't like these squiggly lines. What is this guy? Next.js is killing me here, but my apologies about this, guys. Okay, so as you can see, guys, okay, we are receiving this prop, okay, and we are using it here. So what can I say? I'm expecting when I'm saving this now, this guy will have this image. Where is he going to get it from? Remember, he had to go through the high order component to get it. Trevor Noah is supposed to be displayed here. Let's see. As you can see, as expected, we have Trevor Noah here. We have just used a high order component. In case you've been struggling, you heard about it and you tried to implement it, but it never worked for you and you didn't understand. Now you understand what a high order component is. Let's say we want to use the same URL, let's say somewhere else. Can we just get into the mobile version? Mobile version. Let's see. As you can see in the mobile version, we can go to mobile. Let's say we want to use the same profile pic. That means we can just come here and the type. Let's say we're going to go here. Let's say const. Did we export our high order component? We didn't. Where is it? Here is it. Okay, so here this guy has managed to use this high order component because it's part of the same file. So we need to export. Let's see. Okay, so instead of exporting, okay, we're exporting this constant. Let's see. Okay, I don't think I can export twice, but let's see. Export. Okay, I'm not exporting default, I'm exporting the high order component. Okay, it looks like everything works. As you can see now, I'm exporting the high order component because I want to use it here. So const, let's say now this one, it's a post. Let's say for some reason we're having post. Const post, this is a component, is equal to, okay, let me first write a pure component, which is a pure post. Okay, just essentially const pure post. Okay, that means it must go through the high order component before it becomes the actual post. Okay, pure post. What is a component? As you know that a component just has to I'm inside return here. My apologies, guys. I'm writing this instruction in the wrong place. Okay. Okay, I'm supposed to write it here. Okay, I can write it here, not a problem. Okay. Const pure post is equal to, okay, as you can see, guys, this is just a function. Okay, in order for it to be a JSX or TSX, it must return, okay, it must return for now, let's just say an image, because we want it to return an image. Okay, an image with src equal to, okay, and alt equal to, okay. Now what we want to do, we were going to get this from the high order component. We might as well get the actual name, okay, that the high order component is going to give us. Let's go to the mobile, and then from then we are expecting here, we're expecting this. So in our props, we can say we are going to receive this as a string. This is the TypeScript way of doing it. Okay. Okay. This guy is assuming that it will receive this. Okay. Whether when we are actually displaying it, it will have it or not, even us, we don't know at the moment, because we will only know once this passes through the high order component. Okay, type out string, or you don't need the src type is not assignable to a type svg. What happened? Where are we getting this image? Let's see. Return img. Okay, img. Okay, I'm happy with this. Even that alt, we can have it here. Okay, let's close this. Self-closing tag. Next.js is complaining. We are not going to use Next.js image. What? Okay, so as you can see, guys, we've got a pure post. It's hoping that it's going to receive this and it's going to display it here. What we can do, we can just put a class name here. Let's give it a width of 20. Do we have 20 here? Yes, and a height of 20. And the height of 20. And rounded mid, let's say. I'm happy with this. Okay, now as you can see, we are not displaying this, okay, because we've just declared it here. Okay, now you know that this is not the one that we are going to display. We need to create const post, which is the actual post, which must pass through with image URL. Automatically this will be important from the HOC, and then you know by now that we are going to pass this to here, as you can see, meaning that this is ready for being displayed, this post. Okay, now we can display it any place here. Okay, and then we can save it. It's supposed to have a picture of Trevor Noah. Boom, as you can see, guys, we just have a post with a picture of Trevor Noah. Okay, obviously there is rounded there, but you cannot see it properly. So guys, that's about it with the high order component. So let's see. Now we've got it here, and when we're on mobile, we can still use it there. Okay, what I can tell you, a tip that I can give you, don't think of a high order component as a way to reuse code. Okay, once you think of it as if maybe there are some instruction that we are reusing, instead of having this image URL all over the place, now we are some sort of reusing it. Don't think about it that way, because it's easier for you to think that the hooks are the best way to do that. And of course the hooks are the best way to do that. Okay, think of an high order component as a way to reuse code and manipulate JSX component, and manipulate other components. Okay, so as you can see here, we've some sort of maneuvered, changed the props of component. So for me, the high order components, this pattern, it's good at that, or at least it's I'm not sure if simple is the right word to use. Okay, so think of it as um code reusability specifically for manipulating components. Then you might find out with hooks, the manipulating component aspect might not be there, or it might be somewhat difficult. Okay, so as you can see, guys, we can have this image here, we can have it here, we can have it here. As soon as we feel like we want to display a different image, not sure if I can get this image, copy images, copy image in the web, inspect, so that I can copy the image address. Okay, where is the image address? Okay, meaning that we can copy this image address from here and go back to the code and put it, where is our high order component? So we can say we are done with our contract with Trevor Noah. Thank you so much, Trevor Noah. Okay, and then we can put that URL and then we save. Let's go back to our code and see where is our code. As you can see, guys, this looks like exactly like this one. Okay, exactly like this one, as you can see. Nice. Okay. If we go to the mobile version of it, let's see the mobile version. Let's see. As you can see now, we are having the same thing here. Okay. So as you can see, guys, so what we did here in this tutorial, we didn't only like learn about TypeScript, but we have tried to reason with TypeScript. We set TypeScript down. We've asked TypeScript, what do you want and how can we solve problems? What do you mean about generics? How can we do this? And now we are using TypeScript to solve problems, okay, which I believe it's a higher skill than just knowing how to type things. Okay, now let's get into more interesting things. Are we on coded UI or coded design? If you might want to know Figma is a very important skill to have. I've got a channel here where I teach people how to design. As you can see, guys, I've got this new course, a full course on UX UI, and I'm showing you how to design this. Okay, beautiful screen. So you might just come here and just subscribe. This is coded UI. I teach people UX and UI and also how to use Figma. I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. I hope I have helped you to really think about coding. I hope I have shed some light. I hope you got the aha moment where you are like, now I see. So whatever that we were doing here with these, what can I say, with these high order component and the tips and tricks, most people will say that is not necessary. It was like an unnecessary complication. I do understand that, but now as you are working with other libraries, okay, like React Router, if you are working on React Native navigation, okay, once you get behind the scene in an enterprise code, somebody who wrote the code for other developers, you will start to see these patterns. You will start to see, oh, this is a generic, oh, this is a TypeScript, oh, this is. So that was the reason. With that being said, I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. If you want the source code, click the link in the description below and join my Substack community, and you will get the source code instantly. The source code will be where we are at this point in time, which is this. Okay, this, and it will include this image. Okay, I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. Guys, that's about it. See you on the next one. Let's get those front end jobs in 2024.
Hey guys, my apologies for disturbing. In case you didn't know, we've got a course at Udemy. If you're watching this on Coded Design, I also got another YouTube channel for teaching you Figma, and that channel is Coded UI. In case you want to be updated by everything that we do here at Coded Design, please check the link in the description below to our Substack newsletter. Thank you so much. I hope you are enjoying.
So guys, we are continuing with our awesome Substack clone. This is the actual application where we want to go, and this is us, Coded Design. Check, guys, that cool animating tooltip. Okay, what we've already done here is this part and its own responsiveness. Let me just quickly show you. Let's check here. As you can see, guys, okay, it changes the layout. Okay, and also we have managed to fetch data from the API. This logo is coming from a fetch mechanism from the API. So we are getting there, guys. So today is going to be a little bit interesting. It's going to be fun. It's going to be packed with a lot of knowledge. Okay, so what I'm hoping to teach you in this video, number one, I'm going to teach you app architecture. Okay, something, a skill that most people, even newbies and also junior developers, they feel like it's a skill that they don't really have to learn, simply because they will never be given a chance to create an application from scratch in the work environment. If you are a front end developer, you will always be caught up in animating tooltips and also colors, Tailwind CSS, front end guys. Okay, so I'm going to show you that it's an important skill. Okay, how is it going to help you? My apologies about that. How is it going to help you? If you don't have an architecture skill, if you can't plan things properly, as the client or your boss wants some changes in the code becomes complex even for you, as much as you are the one who's writing it. And in most cases, the escape plan or the escape way is to start the project from scratch. Sometimes you get confused into the overall project and you feel like you wish you can start things from scratch, because now you see things better. So starting from scratch will be the solution. So I'm going to teach you planning, okay, how to plan architecturally, okay. And also let's check here. Let's say if we click search, okay, as you can see, this changes. Okay, when we click here, it will change to home, so meaning that these navigation, let's also click chats. As you can see, this is /chat. Okay, so I'm going to teach you Next.js, okay, on how to accomplish this. More about it when we are doing it. As you can see, what else? Let's go back home. Okay, I'm going to teach you the tricks on searching. Okay, let's say here, let me search tools. Let's say I'm searching tools and I'm going to press enter. Okay, as you can see, whatever that I was doing here, okay, it's somewhere here. Okay, as you can see guys, these query parameters. Okay, this is a query set string is equal to profile. I am going to teach you more about this as well. So we're going to learn a lot about Next.js, routing, searching param. So I think this build is going to be a dive deep into Next.js, if I can be honest, how awesome it is and how it can save our lives or make our lives easy. So let's see guys, how are we going to do this? Okay, so the first thing that I think we must do, let's work on routing. Okay, so when I click here, it must show home here. When I click here, it must show inbox. Okay, that's what I'm saying verbally, but in essence, what's happening behind the scene, we are going to show different pages here. Okay, meaning that when you click here, you are some sort of navigating to a different page. When you click here, you are some sort of navigating to a different page. One important thing, something that I forgot to mention. Okay, now let's get into the layout. Okay, let me just show you here what I mean about the layout. Okay, whatever you do, it seems like this sidebar will always be here. Okay, wherever you are, it will always be here. It doesn't change. And we've got also this top bar that will always be here. Okay, so in Next.js, we are going to utilize a layout. Okay, let's first quickly do that so that we can make sure that our pages, they are always inside. Okay, and we are going to have this that will change according to where we are. So let's start with the layout. Okay, let's just quickly go to the whiteboard. My apologies about that. We're not going to stay for too long here because this concept is not like it's not going to take time. So the idea of a layout is in your code or in your UI, you have some components that will always be there. Let me just give you a simple one. It's a header and a footer. Okay, then these will change according to, are you at home, are you at posts, etc., etc. So you will notice that these are the only parts that change. So in Next.js, you put these, okay, inside a file called layout. Okay, in our case, it's going to be .tsx because we're using TypeScript. So you put these in these files, and then you will have a way of pushing inside this file the children, okay, different types of pages here. So in this case for Substack, okay, the layout is not like this. Okay, the layout is like this. So we've got a nav on the side, and we've got a top bar or app bar. Okay, these will always change, sorry, will remain the same, and this content here will be dynamic. Okay, so I hope you do get the idea. Okay, so let's get into the actual implementation, guys. Okay, so at the moment, this part is not on the layout, this part at the moment. Okay, as you can see here, is it, I think it's inside the app. Okay, it's in the app component. Okay, in the app page, let's say. Okay, as you can see, here is the page, the main app. As you can see, guys, okay, desktop navigation is there, which is here, and also the mobile navigation is here. Okay, okay, so now that I've mentioned mobile navigation, let's go back here and see what happens on mobile. I would like to believe even the mobile navigation, this one, guys, as you can see, it's part of the layout, okay, and the top one. So let's see, when you click chats, let's see, as you can see, it's always here, and inside here we've got chat. So if we are moving the desktop navigation, this one, we might as well move the mobile navigation to a layout. Okay, so let's quickly do that, guys. Okay, so I'm going to cut these, and then I'm going to just have a div here just to say home page. Okay, let's see if we've got those changes. Home page, as you can see, guys. So now let's go to the application. Okay, and then let's look for layout in this route. In the app folder, let's look for layout, and what we are going to do here, okay, let me just talk briefly about the layout. Okay, okay, what the layout does, guys, I think it's almost like similar to the previous video when we were creating a high order component that receives another component. Okay, instead here we don't receive another component, we are receiving children. Okay, the way this code has been arranged, it might not be easier for me to explain what I want. Okay, the formatting, it's awesome though, but obviously now I want to explain something, so I wish it could be in one line so that you can see everything. Okay, okay, so guys, a layout does this. Okay, number one, it's a normal function, nothing special about it. We can write our own function like this. Okay, it's receiving children. Okay, children are components. Okay, or what can I say, are JSX elements, things like this. Okay, these things like these, and even these divs, okay, they can be children. Okay, meaning that it's receiving the JSX element or any component or anything, if I can put it in a simple way, or anything. So it's receiving those, and since we are on TypeScript, okay, it's receiving those children as React nodes. Okay, as React nodes. And then here, I think it's typing these as read only. Okay, meaning that it's just going to read what the content is, not going to modify. Okay, it's just going to read the content. As you can see, a layout is just by the name layout, it's positioning things. It's like if you are used to, I'm not a big fan of soccer, but there are some schemes in soccer or certain way of doing things. For instance, there will be a goalkeeper and there will be three guys in the back line, and the strikers in the front line, there will be four. So there are things called for formations. Maybe it's a 4-4-2 or 3-4-2. I'm not clued up about those, but I used to hear my friends talking about those. So as you can see in that formation, we are not changing the player, and we are doing nothing into the players, but we are positioning them. So I think this read only speaks to that. The layout, it doesn't modify the children, it just positions them differently. Okay, so after it has received the children, it will render the children here. So let's look where are the children. Okay, what is parenting the children. So here, let's just do this in order for this to be visible. Okay, okay, as you can see here, these children are inside an HTML first, and then inside HTML they are inside the body, and they are here. So basically the layout, it's rendering these inside the body. So if maybe we can put those components of ours here, meaning that in the same, let's say, same level with the body, it means that these will always be displayed just like the body and HTML. And those children, which are the pages, let's say here there will be a post page, sometime there will be a home page. Okay, they will be changed here. Okay, if it's not clear for now, don't worry, things are going to be clear. So what we are going to do, I'm going to, on Windows, I'm going to press Control and space so that I can import this. Okay, and also Control space here so that I can import this. Okay, now let's just click save so that we can see. Okay, my apologies about that. I want to move this panel. Okay, now these are moving independently. That is not what I want, if I can be honest with you. Okay, I wish I can move the panel instead. Okay, but that doesn't matter. So let's click here. Okay, make sure this. Okay, okay, so let's click here and save, guys. So now we've moved those from the app file to a layout file. So let's just save and see. Okay, suppose there is something that will change, as you can see, guys. Okay, now we've got this here. So let's look for the on page. Okay, let's look for this home page. Let's scroll down and see where it is. As you can see, guys, here it is. Okay, as you can see here, it is, meaning that it's also being rendered. So if we change anything here, it will change. Okay, so as you can see, guys, so now these form part of a layout, including the mobile aspect of it. Okay, as you can see, now it's here, home page is there. Okay, and this one is here. So we are done with part number one. To move this to a, my apologies about that, to move this to a layout. Okay, but remember, our layout doesn't end here. Okay, let's check here. We've got also the top bar here, as you can see. So in our case, at the moment, we don't have the top bar. So we might as well go to our component and create a top bar. Even though it's not going to be, it's not going to have the content at the moment, but if it's there, it's much better. Okay, our app will be more realistic. Okay, so under components, I'm just going to create a component, and let's call this an app bar. Okay, TSX. Okay, I'm going to use a shortcut RFCE. Okay, and then let's say top or app bar. Okay, can you guess where is this app bar going to be? Obviously, guys, it must sit on a layout. Okay, so we are going to take this app bar to a layout. Let's go to our layout, and then we are going to add this app bar here. Okay, I was hoping to see something like this. App bar, yes. Okay, let's click save, guys, and see. Go down here. Okay, as you can see, guys, we also see an app bar. Okay, there is app bar and there is home. Okay, so now everything works well for now. And if you've managed to do everything that we have done, congratulations, you are becoming a better developer. You are going to be the best of the best. I mean it. So what we want to do now, as you can see, we are having some sort of a layout issue. Okay, this layout is not like this one, as you can see. So let's make sure it's like this one. Okay, so it means that this means that here on our layout, okay, here on our layout, we need to have some styling, or we need to have some, what can I say, containers. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut all of these. Okay, step number one, we want to have a div. Okay, we want to have a div. Okay, that will wrap the children. That means all the pages that will be being featured here, like home, post, they must be inside this div. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, but not just inside this div. Okay, this div will have a left section and a right section for now. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so this div will have let's say div, which is for the left section. Okay, the other thing that I usually do when I'm dealing with what can I say, with a code that has got a potential of being complex. Okay, with React, or even Next.js, since Next.js is built on top of React, IDs are not being used. Okay, so what I usually do, I utilize that and utilize those IDs for naming things. Okay, so this is my left section. Okay, we're not going to use this ID. These are only used in pure JavaScript. Okay, so I've got the left section, and okay, let me just paste my components here before I lose them, because now I'm going to do another copy and paste. Okay, so we've got the left section and the right section. Okay, okay, so for now, let me just type here left, and let me type here right. Okay, inside here right. Okay, cool. So now what I'm going to do, instead of cutting things which might get me in trouble, let me just comment things. Okay, let's go back here and save and see what will be visible here. Let's save. So in the layout, we see left and right. Let's give these colors. Okay, okay, let's give these some colors. Okay, suppose there's a color there already. Oops, my apologies about that. It looks like I forgot my Tailwind skills. Okay, my Tailwind CSS skills. Okay, guys, this is the best way to go about it. BG red 500. Okay, my apologies about that. It looks like I'm asleep. I have to wake up. Matthew, wake up. Okay, I think I'm awakened now. Okay, let's see, guys. Class name, and then BG green 500. Okay, so by default, the divs are arranged in such a way that they are stacked one on top of each other. Okay, remember we say this must be left and this must be right. So how can we solve that? Um, mm, the first thing that I want to do, I think we've got our own CSS style that we have created, our own CSS class. If you might want to know more about that, please check my channel, the channel that you are watching now, and look for all the videos like the first one, okay, where we are creating everything. But I will show you a brief on how did we get here. Okay, we've got our own style, which is center. My apologies about that. We've got our own CSS class, which is center. Okay, we've created our own CSS class, which is center, as you can see. Okay, this is being centered, but this is not what I want. This is somewhat a mistake. Okay, but a beautiful one, because it showed me that this is working. So what we want to do, we want to apply center on the parent container. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, guys, let me utilize this ID so that I can name this. What can I say? Let me just say this is a parent section. Okay, parent container. Okay, so I want to put center in the parent container. Okay, guys, if you are learning something, guys, and you are you are enjoying this type of content, please don't forget to subscribe. Okay, and help me to grow the channel and also to help other people as well by sharing it. Okay, please share the video. And then what we want to do here, let's put center as a capital letter, this center. Okay, this center. Okay, meaning that now these guys are being centered. Okay, so let me just show you how we did that. Let's go to our global CSS. Okay, as you can see, guys, my apologies about these squiggly lines. Okay, so as you can see, guys, we've got this center. What it does, it applies flex, justify content center, and align item center. So since it's already applying flex for us, we can modify the flex direction. Okay, because flex has already been applied by this center. I hope you get that one. Okay, so now on this, okay, automatically by default, let me just quickly go back. My apologies about that. Let me just quickly go back. Okay, as you can see, even though we don't have flex row here to tell it to align itself in rows, but automatically it has done that. Okay, because that's the default flex direction. Okay, that's why this is on the left and this is on the right. This is what we wanted actually. Okay, so now because of these flexes here, okay, we are going to take advantage of it. Okay, so when you want your elements which inside a, let's say, a flexed parent, okay, this is the parent. Because of this center, this is a flexed parent. This might not be a proper English, but I hope it's helping you to understand what I'm saying. Okay, maybe flexed is not a proper English, I'm not sure. So let's continue. So because of this parent is flexed, okay, we can make use of some flex properties here. Okay, let's say we want these guys to share the remaining space like 50-50. Okay, we can use flex of 1 and flex of 1. Okay, guys, also it's important to learn CSS, right? Okay, because now maybe one might feel like I know Tailwind CSS, you know, my skills on Tailwind CSS are advanced. To be honest, they are not. Okay, my CSS skills are better, not Tailwind. Okay, for instance, now I want to check how do I apply flex in Tailwind CSS. Okay, in pure CSS, it's like this. Flex one. Okay, it's like this. Sorry. Okay, it's like this flex. It looks like I'm still asleep. Why am I typing one and the same thing? Okay, so it's something like this. Okay, the capital letters and other things might not be there, guys. Okay, but the idea, it's this. Okay, but now I am going to check that on Tailwind CSS. So what I'm going to do, it's more like trial and error, if I can be honest. I have to just type space and type flex. As you can see, here is flex 1. Okay, let's type flex 1 here and observe what will happen on red. Okay, as you can see now, because red has got a flex of 1, okay, it's taking the entire area. Okay, it's taking the entire area. Okay, and it's pushing this to its like smallest it can be. Like as you can see, this green is close to only the element inside it. Okay, now what you can do with this, okay, this, because of the some other elements, some other children are not flexed. Okay, it takes 100%. What if maybe we can flex one this section also, meaning that now these guys are going to take 50%, 50%. Okay, I hope you are starting to see this. Let me check if Tailwind has a flex of 2, more than 1. flex dash. I'm not sure how Tailwind gives us an opportunity to make more than one flex, which is meaning that the red one must be twice as big as the green one. Okay. As you can see, guys, seemingly Tailwind doesn't really have a flex of something else. Okay, let's see. Save. Yes, this didn't apply the flex. That's why this is like this. Okay, let me try this. Maybe it might work. Let's try this. As you can see, guys, okay, this works. Okay, so this is twice as this one. So this is CSS flex skills. Okay, you just have to research about that one. So for now, what we want to do, let's go back to our layout. What is it that we want to achieve? We've got something on the left and we've got something on the right. That was the only thing that we want to achieve, right? Yes. Okay. And then another thing. Okay, another thing, what is on the right, it's not going to be that big. Okay, it's not going, there's no need for it to fill the entire area, because maybe it's just going to be, let's say this is 90 pixels. Okay, so as you can see, but this one, the one that is going to be at the right, is the one that will take the entire space. Okay, that is it. So let's go back and implement that. Okay, let's implement that. So as you can see, red doesn't really have to be that big, but green has to be. So let's remove the flex here. We don't really want it. So green must take the entire space. Okay. So green has got another, what can I say? Another component, which is the top header. Okay, it has got a top header in it. Okay, but now let's just make sure that these guys fill in the entire height of the screen. So how are we going to do that? We are going to go to, first of all, let's make the parent to conform to that first. So H screen, meaning that the parent also must conform to H and W screen. My apologies about that. So it's like I'm trying to say you can't force the children to fit the entire screen, whereas the parent doesn't fit the entire screen. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so let's make sure that the room in which these guys are occupying is big enough, which is it's big. Okay, so what we want to do here, we want these guys to have this. Okay, their height to fill the entire screen. Okay, as you can see, this one did. Let's go here. This one did. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are getting there. So what we are going to do now, I hope you are starting to see where I'm going with this. Okay, now that we've got an interesting layout here, now it seems like we can take the desktop nav, cut it and put it inside left. Okay, put it inside left. Let's see. Looks like my computer is slow. Okay, we have put it inside left. What is it complaining about? Okay, let's see. As you can see, guys, okay, it's inside left and it's working just fine. Okay, left is red. Now we don't really need left of red. Okay, as you can see, guys, now this will always stay here. As you can see, we've got right here, and right is the entire section, guys. Okay, it's the entire section. So what we want to do here on right, we want to divide right into two sections. Okay, let's go to right. We are going to, okay, let me just quickly fix this, guys. Okay, we are going to divide right into two sections. Okay, the first section will have an ID of, okay, let's say top, uh, let's say top bar. Okay. Let's say top section. Okay. And then it will also have a bottom section. What's the problem? Undo. Oh, okay. I can see, guys. My apologies about that. All right. So it's going to have bottom section. Okay. Let's quickly give these some names: top and bottom. Okay. Let's see. Okay. As you can see here, we've got top and bottom. We've got top and bottom. Remember, we said on the top we want to put what there? The app bar. Okay, the app bar must be inside the top. Okay, as you can see. Now app bar is in its own place. I think now, guys, you can see where our children are going to be. Our children are going to be. They are going to be in this bottom section. My apologies about that. Okay, so let's see. Now let's go to app bar and try to style app bar. So when I'm here, I'm just going to right click and go to definition. And then what I want from app bar, okay, what I want from app bar, I want a width of, what can I say? What can I say? What can I say? Let's give it a width of screen. Okay. Width of screen, will that work? Let's give it 100%. Okay, why am I not getting the IntelliSense here? Okay, let's first give it a width of 100%, guys. Okay. Okay, obviously we are not going to see anything there. Okay, BG. The BG doesn't really have to be white, if I can be honest, but I am doing that since we are having a green background just for us to see. Okay. I'm going to remove that BG so that it can be transparent, and then we can only have we will set the background on the actual body so that the entire background of the app will be white. Okay, we're not going to set the individual components. Okay, so let's set the height of this. Let's give it a height of 95 pixel. Okay, let's see. Okay, it looks like it's too big for me. As you can see, this is almost like the same as this one. Okay, so let's just type 75 and see. Okay, let's try 50. I'm somewhat happy with it, but let's check. Okay, not really. I think 60 will be fine. Okay, also, guys, these are the things that I am expecting that. Okay, let's just maximize it, guys, and see. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is where we are. Okay, as you can see, guys, nice. Okay, this is on the left, and we've got top bar. And then as you can see now, the area for the children is the green area where these pages will be pushed into. Okay, I hope you guys are learning. I hope this makes sense. Let's put this back to where it was. Where is the code now? The code has just disappeared. Okay, let's just push this as is. Okay. Okay, guys, as you can see on small devices, the app bar is not there. Okay, is not there, but now we need to know where is the mobile one. Okay, the mobile one needs to show here, but at the moment is not showing. Okay, I don't mind much about that. We can always do something. So now what we want to do, we want to go to the layout. We want to go to the bottom section. The bottom section, where is this green? Where is the green coming from? Lost in my own code. Okay, not a problem. Let's utilize the search functionality. Edit, find. Let's look for green. As you can see, guys, green is coming from here. Okay, which is the right section, the entire right section. Now, thank you so much for this. We don't really need that green. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do now, we are not sure if the bottom fills the entire area. Okay, so let's go to the bottom. Let's give it, this is an ID, my apologies about that. Let's put class name. Okay, let's put a BG Ray or something like that. As you can see, it's filling the entire width but not the entire height. And then in terms of the entire height, let's give it a height of 100%. Okay, as you can see, guys, getting a height of 100%, but let's check. Okay, this is 100%. I'm happy with this. All right, and then now I think we are ready to display children here. Okay, now let's go back. Let's take these children. Okay, remember I was complaining, or I was saying that the mobile navigation is not there, and I said we are going to deal with that later. Okay, I remember we didn't put it there yet, as you can see, so it was not much of a challenge, guys. Okay, as you can see, it's still inside the comments. And then what I want to do now, let me cut this inside the bottom section. Okay, here now, okay, let's leave it as a bottom section. Okay, okay, here on bottom, let me put, so what do you think will be rendered here? Can you guess what will be rendered here? Okay, again, keep thinking in 3, 2, 1, boom. Let's see. Okay, home page is being rendered as if we have clicked here. So home page now is here. Okay, as you can see, guys. I'm happy with this. We have learned a lot of things about layout and structuring things. Obviously, this code is not like the best code. Okay, something can be done here to clean it. Maybe take this component, which is this one, the parent component, the one that lays everything here, to a separate component and make it cleaner. Okay, but this is a tutorial for teaching. I hope when you are implementing, you can add your own ideas and make this code better. Okay, then guys, let's continue. So we've got the app bar, we've got a place where we are going to render our own pages. Okay, okay, so now what we want to do, let's see. Okay, so home page is what? Home page is this one. Okay, this is home page. I am happy with this. This is actually home page. Now, what if we want the inbox? Okay, so now we need to create the inboxes. Now let's get into the planning part so that I can introduce you to Next.js and its own opinions. Okay. Okay, let's see, guys. I hope you are learning. Okay. So Next.js has got a file-based routing, meaning that its own routes based on the file. Usually, when I'm talking about this, I don't usually say file-based routing, even though it's commonly known as file-based routing. Okay, to always help myself to remember things, I always refer to this as folder-based routing. Okay, okay, maybe on the interview, uh, I'm not sure. Don't say this. Maybe some other interviewers might understand where you are coming from. Okay, you never know. People are so obsessed with terms. Okay, people are so obsessed with terms. Okay, so for me, I refer to this as folder-based routing. This is what Next.js does. Next.js will look at a folder and recognize the name of that folder as a route in your address bar. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Let me try to write a perfect rectangle. Okay, it's not perfect. I don't mind about that. So this is localhost dash dash whatever 3000 / / Next.js will look at this folder, the first folder here. For now we've got app. Okay, so it doesn't really put a name there. Let's say this was a folder home. Okay, so it will put a folder here. Okay, and then inside here it will display the folder content. Yeah, this writing is too much. Okay, I know I'm lazy in writing, but it looks like now I'm taking it too far. Sorry guys for that. It will display folder content. Okay, here. I hope you see this. Let's say we've got home here, a folder called home. Next.js will put home here. Okay. Next.js will put home here, and then it will render home content. What if maybe we've got inbox? Next.js will put inbox here, /home /inbox, and it will render the content. I hope you understand that. So let's take this as a folder. I hope I'm going to draw the folder nicely. I think this is how the folder looks like. Okay, so let's say this is inbox. So in all the folders, Next.js is looking for certain files. Inside your folder, you need to have page.tsx, page.ts.js, or okay, page. For now, in our case, is tsx. So Next.js uses this page to determine what to display here. Okay, so remember I said the content of the folder. Let's take it down to specific. Let's say page tsx content. Okay, so let's quickly go and apply this practically. Okay, so we already got home. Okay, we've already got home. Okay, what we want to do now, since our home doesn't have a /home here, okay, so we might as well do what? Let me think. We might as well do what? Because I want us also to have this home, because here these guys, they don't have something like this. Okay, they always have home here. Okay, they always have home. So how are we going to solve this problem? What we can do, we can create a folder home, but now when this guy is loading, which is page.tsx, is going to be always needs to be routed to that folder. Okay, and I'm asking myself, is that necessary? Like, could we have a blank page in our app that will always bounces some request or whatever to a certain page just because we want it to be home? Okay, as you can see guys, in programming, okay, it's not like in designing. In programming, we don't have things that which are there for just being there. Okay, we don't do that in coding. So as we are coding, I will think of a way. Okay, I will think of a way. So obviously when that pops in into my mind as I'm coding, I will tell you what we can do. Okay, I will tell you what we can do. So let's see. Now what we want the inbox. As you can see, we've got inbox, we have search, we've got chat. Okay, okay, as you can see. Okay, so let's start with inbox. Inside app. Okay, inside app, we are going to have a folder. Okay, let's create a folder inside app. Let's name the folder inbox. Okay. Okay, so for now, Let's go and check. What if we type here /inbox? What will happen? And my apologies about my slow computer. Okay, 404, page not found, as you can see, guys. Okay, page not found. That's not much of a problem. So now let's get into the inbox folder, and then let's type page.tsx. Okay, and then RFCE, we're using the code snippet. I don't know what happened there, and it looks like, okay, RFCE. Okay, this is what I wanted. I want to save, and now it's working. Okay, let's test if it's working. As you can see, guys, now we are on inbox. Okay, / go to inbox. But at this moment in time, these routes are not attached or related to these. Okay, at this point in time. Okay, if you click here, it doesn't mean it's going to get to invoice, because we, like, what can I say? It's not associated with it. Okay, but now we are just having the routes themselves. Okay, let's see. So now we've got the route inbox. Okay, as you can see, guys. So what we can do, we can go ahead and have chats. Okay, let's go back here and see what happens to chats. Okay, this is just chat. I'm happy with that. Okay, so let's minimize this. Okay, that's what I want. So what can we do? I think with Visual Studio Code, you can create a folder and a file at the same time. Let's try that. So we want chats. Okay, I'm not sure if it's chat or chats. Let's double check. Okay, it's chat here and here. It's chat. Okay. So let's create a folder and a file at the same time. So let's type chat here, and then / page dot tsx. Okay, click enter. Okay, let's click here. I wonder what have I done wrong. Okay, enough about this. I will have to revisit it. Okay, I will have to revisit. But when I'm clicking here, suppose I get a file, but that's not much of a problem. Let me just delete this and see. Okay, let me. Okay, let me delete this one as well. Okay, I just want to test something, guys. Let's see. Chat. Okay, chat / page dot tsx. Okay, let's click enter. Still doing the same thing. I don't mind about that. Now let's go to this file, to this folder, and let's create another file. Let's say this file is page dot tsx. Okay. Okay, let's. Looks like I have to improve my, what's this thing? My Visual Studio Code skills. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, so what happened is the page.tsx, instead of being a file, it's a folder. Okay, then I need to check again, how do you do that in Visual Studio Code? Looks like I forgot how to do it. Okay, but it's possible to create a folder and a file at the same time. Maybe you don't use /, maybe what do you use? I will have to check it. Maybe on the next video I will use that. Okay, so as you can see, guys, we've got chat. So let's just quickly, okay, RFCE. Okay, So let's go to chat. Let me type chat here. Okay, so now let's navigate to chat and see. Okay, suppose we're going to see chat here. As you can see, guys, we are getting there. Okay, so we want activity and we want search. Okay, let's check what happens on search. Yeah, I think search is just a general search. Okay, not a problem. So let's just go here. Okay, let me fluke or test my luck. Okay, I'm that type of a guy, guys. Okay, I like to test my luck. So let's say is this activity or activities? Activity, let's say activity. Okay, but I don't think this makes sense anymore. It's not valid, of course. It's not a valid file. Okay, that's fine. Let's just click activity and then let's create a file here, which is page.tsx. All right, RFCE. I think you know by now, and then search. Okay, search, and then page.tsx, RFCE, enter. This is not what I want. Okay, RFCE, enter. This is what I want. And this one, I think this one opens a modal dialog. Okay, not a problem. And then let's go back here. I am on search. Let's just type search here. Type search here. And then we are on activity. Let's type activity here. And what else? Okay, so let's just check search. Suppose we have search here. Okay, guys, everything is working. Now let's link these to these. Okay, cool. So what we are going to do now, let's go to this guy. Okay, on components, or we can control P and look for desktop nav. Okay. Oh, my apologies about that. Looks like I'm feeling sleepy. Okay. Let's see, guys. Okay, let me try to be quick now. Let's pick up the pace. Okay. Okay, this is the crown. This one. I'm looking for this one. Okay. Where that one is, I think it's this one. Okay. Can I wrap everything with a link? Let's see. Yes, I think I can. Let's wrap this with a link. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to use a link tag from Next.js. Okay, a link tag from Next.js. It's more like an anchor tag, okay, in pure HTML. If you can put a here, this does the same thing. So let's say href. Okay, string. Okay, so this is home. So let me just put forward slash. Okay. So let's see. At the moment I am on search here. Okay. Um, what happened here? Okay, this has changed to be I really don't understand this. Let's click undo. Next.js looks like you're sabotaging us. Okay. Save. So Next.js Or maybe that link like maybe became a certain icon component. It's my first time to encounter this. Oh, okay, my apologies guys, as you can see. Okay. Maybe I might have what can I say, imported this from here, okay, as an icon. My mistake. So let's just redo everything. I'll click undo. Okay, let's save. Okay, home is still there. Here is home. Okay, now I understand. Link from Next.js. Okay, link from next link. Okay, then we can put this here. Okay, href doesn't really have to have brackets if I can be honest. So let's just click this. I'm happy with this. As you can see, guys, everything is working well. Where we are now, this is not what I wanted. I want to be on search. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are on search. Why this is taking too long? We are on search. What if I click here? Where is it going to go? Is it going to take us to home, which is /? Let's see. As you can see, guys, it's taking us to home dot /. So for now, guys, in terms of having home here, let's just treat this as home. Okay, obviously if I came up with a better plan as we are coding, I will just tell you how to go about it, or I will implement it. Okay, so let's continue. So meaning that we can wrap what can I say, we can wrap all of these. Okay, link, we can wrap all of these with the link tags. Okay, let's see. Are the link tags going to take us far? Okay, because there is the other way of doing this, but I just have to check. Let's say I want to show the active one. Is the link? No, I don't think. Here I just click and I'm taken to a certain page. Click. There is nothing else going on here. Okay, as you can see, guys, there is nothing else. That's what these guys do. They don't even send query parameters. Okay, so I think this will work. Okay, let's see. So now what I want to do, I want to wrap all of these with a link tag. My apologies about that. So I want to wrap this with a link tag. Okay, href. The bottom one is supposed to be what? Inbox. Okay, let's test it. Now I'm on page. If I want to go to inbox, let's see. As you can see, guys, /inbox. I'm happy with this. What's the next one? It's chat. Okay. The link ends here. That means this starts here and this ends here. Okay. href /chat. Okay. Let's go and test. Happy with that. Activity. Okay. Link. href activity. And then let's paste this. And what else? Let's test just to make sure. Activity and search. Where is that one? Where is link? This is link, therefore this is what I'm looking for. Okay. Um, I'm looking for search. Okay. So yeah, search here. Let's click search. As you can see, guys, now we are winning. Okay. Exactly what this is doing. Okay. Exactly this. As you can see. Okay. As you can see, guys. So we are done with that. What else do we want to do? Okay. What else do we want to do? I'm happy with this. Okay. Now let's see. Let's see. This is a search. Okay. This is a search. What do I want to do? Let's go back home. Let's go back home. Okay. I think the interesting thing that we can do now before we end this video, it's this slide. Okay. I think that is interesting. Okay. Let's create this animation. Okay. Let's create this animation. Is this an animation or it's a carousel? Okay, I think it's a carousel or it's a slider or something like that. It's not an animation. Looks like I'm sleeping. Okay, guys. So I'm just going to create this, and then I don't think we will fetch the data from the API. I don't think we will, but I want to. Don't wanna lie. I am deep down. I really want to. So let's quickly implement this. Let's check the time. Okay, let's see, guys. Let's quickly implement this, guys. If you remember, we installed ShadCN. Okay, before that, if you might want to learn design, okay, I've got this channel coded UI. Okay, where I teach user interface, UX and UI on Figma. Okay, as you can see, I've got some cool applications here, guys. Okay, you can come here and check. Okay, and this is sitting at like 7,500 views. This is the popular video that I have, as you can see, guys. So I'm growing this channel. Okay, here I'm only teaching UX UI on Figma. Okay, enough about this. Back to where we are. If you might want the source code for this, please check the link in the description to subscribe to my newsletter and get the source code of where we are so far. Okay, so guys, let's get into this. Okay, now let's go to ShadCN. Remember, at the beginning of the video we installed ShadCN. So ShadCN. Okay, ShadCN UI. Okay, and then let's look on component, and then let's look at ShadCN is growing. Okay, last time I visited ShadCN, carousel had this flag or this new thing. Okay, maybe it was a long time ago. I don't know. Okay, maybe it was a long time ago. Okay, now I can see there is a lot in here. Okay, last time I checked, it was like very few. Okay, by the way, if you might want to learn ShadCN, I've got I think it's the most popular video in my channel. Okay, hey, I don't want to use the word blew up because my channel has not been blown up yet. Okay, but one of my successful videos was a ShadCN video. As you can see, here is it, guys. It has got 16,000 views now. Okay, ShadCN full course 2024. Okay, I'm diving deep into ShadCN here. Okay, as you can see, it was 3 months ago. Okay, so that was not necessarily long time, but this is the video. If I want to learn ShadCN, you can come here. I think I must do another one, okay, because a lot has changed here or things have been added. Enough about that. Let's get into the carousel. Okay, let's check here, guys. Okay, as you can see, this is a carousel using ShadCN. So let's look for what we want. I think we are looking for something like this, guys. Okay, we are looking for something like this. Okay. So we've already installed ShadCN. My tip on, what can I say, on libraries or UI libraries. Okay. Number one, make sure you read the documentation. Okay. I am not an expert in this. Okay. I just have to read the documentation. When I don't find it through documentation, then I will have to apply my own knowledge, my own what TypeScript knowledge, JavaScript knowledge to bend this to do what I want. Okay, so maybe what I'm trying to say is that sometimes don't expect like answers like every time in a way. Okay, be always ready in anything to improvise and apply your own knowledge. This has been the attitude that I adopted long time ago, and it has been working for me. If maybe I have to learn a new UI library, I will just go on and test and do it. I know that if it's not doing what I want, I will find a way to manipulate it. If I'm not winning, I will use ChatGPT and ask or Stack Overflow. So let's see what we can do from here. Okay, let's check the code. Okay, this is a preview and this is the code. Okay. So as you can see, guys, do we have to install? I think there are some things that we have to install here before. Okay, installation, as you can see, guys. Okay, ShadCN UI latest add carousel. Okay, let's click here. We are using npm. So what we are going to do, apologies about that. What we are going to do, we are going to stop the server first. Control C, Y, and then let's just clear this. Okay, and then we're going to install the carousel. Okay, let's see. Remember, I told you that ShadCN will come to this folder and it will install its own things. Okay, remember I said when we were installing ShadCN, number one, don't install ShadCN after some time. Let it be the first thing that you are going to install, so that when it's installing its own things here, that might not, like, I'm not sure, tamper with your own files. Okay, so let's observe here what will happen. Okay, I don't think it will create its own component. It will use the same as this one, but let's learn everything. Let's watch and see what's going on and learn. Okay, let's click enter. Did I just click enter? Or okay, npx ShadCN UI. Let's see. Let me just give it some time. I'm not sure what I've done. Maybe I've clicked an empty space. I really don't know. Okay, it's installing. Okay, as you can see, I don't think I had UI here. Okay, now things are being installed. So imagine if you would have had maybe a folder UI, let's say, and then you've got your own components there, and then ShadCN come, let's say ShadCN override this folder. Okay, when you are coming back to this folder, it's empty. Imagine that. Okay, so always start with ShadCN. Okay, and then let's go back here and see what ShadCN is telling us to do. Okay, let's see. Okay, this CLI, the usage, your input, and then we've got the carousel here. And then there are sizes to set the size of the item in basis utility. Okay, I think we are good to go. So what we want to do now, this is how I have been applying, I've been using ShadCN. Okay, this is how I've been using ShadCN. Number one, I create my own ShadCN component. Okay, let me do that. Let me go to, where are my components? Am I on the right folder? Yes. And then I'm looking for components. Yes. I've got app components here. So let's just click here on app components. Okay. let's say this is what I do. My um do I use my or ShadCN? ShadCN, okay, let's just use my carousel. Okay, carousel. Okay, .tsx. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, this is my carousel. Okay, cool. And then what I will do, I will copy whatever ShadCN gives me. Okay, I will copy whatever ShadCN gives me into that one. Okay. Okay. Why it looks like this is not a code? Is the file extension right? Not really. TSX. Okay, I'm happy with this. And then let's go back here. Okay, this is the carousel. Okay, let's copy it. It looks like we are going to need the RFCE. Let's see, RFCE. Let's click. Okay. Um. Okay, as you can see, guys. So now let's put the carousel here. Okay, and then as a good programming practice, let's not surround it with something. Okay, because sometimes when you surround components with something, you might get a lot of errors and you might not know what to do because whatever that you are doing seemingly doesn't work. Okay, and realize later that you surrounded it with something. So let's just keep it clean like this. So now that we've got something, okay, let's go and test. Let's go to home, which is app.ts, and then we're going to import my carousel. Okay, let's see, which is here, and then we are going to import my carousel and then import it. Let's see, save, and then let's go back here, npm run dev, and let's see, guys, what is there, and then we will maneuver based on that. Okay, we will see what we can change. In the meantime, let me just check if somebody is looking for me. It looks like, okay, it's ready. Okay, now let's see. Where do I want to go? I think I want to go here. I think I want to go here, and I want to be here, and I want to refresh. And let's see what we will have. In case you see errors in your code, you need to be happy when you see errors. Errors are a blessing in disguise. Errors will teach you what you need to know as in now. Okay. Me as Matthew, I might tell you what you need to learn, but errors will show you like the knowledge that you must have now in order to continue. So I'm very happy and I become excited when I see errors. As you can see, guys, it looks like we've got the dots here. Okay. I hope the dots are connecting. Okay, let's see. This is a carousel. Let's go to here. We can see these dots. Okay, so let's just try to make sense of this. First of all, let's go back to ShadCN to see, is that all? Okay, because sometimes we quickly think that's all, whereas we really even haven't even scratched the surface. Okay, let's see. To set the size of the item, you can use the basis utility class on the carousel item. Let's see. Okay, where is the basis being applied? Carousel options, align start, and what else? Carousel content. Where is carousel item? Here it's closing. Oh, okay. I think what we can do, guys, okay, to make our lives easier, okay? Let's see. Let's check the preview. Okay, as you can see, guys, instead of taking this one, I think we can copy this one. Okay. Yeah, I think this one will give us a fully functional working code. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's see what I can do. Let me highlight and paste, and then I will just change this to my carousel. Okay, is it exported? Yes. Okay, let's see, what is it complaining? Okay, let's see, export. Okay, let's just declare it without exporting, and let's export it here at the bottom. Okay, export default. 100%, I'm happy with that, but we still have some red lines. Import card content, cannot find card content. All right, it means that the code that we have recently pasted, okay, it needs another ShadCN component, which is card. Okay, let's see, let's install that one. Okay, npm. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open another terminal here. Let's install it and see. Okay, I hope you are learning something, guys. If you do, please don't forget to subscribe. Okay, as you can see, guys, now we don't have the errors. Okay, okay, and let's go back where? Let's go back here. And then here, what we're going to do, we want to be here. As you can see, guys, this is our slider. Okay, this is our slider working perfect. Okay, what else do we want to do now? I think we are good to go to create this. Okay, think we are good to go. Okay, I think we are good to go. Okay, so let's see. So here at home, let's have two sections. Let's just click on home and see. Let me refresh here. Okay, so meaning that we've got the top section and the bottom section. The bottom section has got some notes and people's post. Okay, and this one, the top one, it has got the carousel. Okay, and then let's go back here. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, what we want to do now, let's make sure that we position this accordingly. Okay, let's make sure we position it accordingly. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to the code, and then on the app, which is the home. Okay, I'm going to remove this home. Okay, I am going to, what can I say? I'm going to open a div here. Okay, I'm going to give it an ID. Okay, of carousel. Okay, of carousel. Can it be capital letters so that it can be easier for me to read? Okay, this is the carousel section. We want the carousel to be here. I'm happy with that. Okay, so what I want to style this. All right, the first thing, let's have a background of more like something like gray, and the height, my apologies about that, this is pure CSS. The height, let's make it 300 for now. Excel, we will change accordingly. Let's click save and see. Okay, maybe the background is the same as that one. Okay, so let me change my background to maybe 600 so that it can be darker. Okay. As you can see, guys. Okay, let's just check here. Um, mm, I'm happy with this. I think this height is fine. Okay, I think this height is fine. Okay. Now let's center this carousel. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to center it. We've got our utility class, which is center. Okay, let me just close these browsers that I'm not using. Okay, now they are confusing me. Okay, as you can see, guys, now this is in the center. I'm happy with this. We're getting there. If you feel like, guys, this is value, you are learning something, please don't forget, just hit that subscribe button, or at least click the like button, or maybe you can share, share this with somebody who wants to learn something. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Let's keep it going and keep it flowing like water. So what we want to do now, let's go back to the documentation, because sometimes if you get excited too much and ignore the documentation, you will have to deal with some bugs that I'm not sure, you were going to make silly mistakes. Okay, so we are here. Is this where we copied our code? Let me, nope, this is card. We want a carousel and we want this one. Okay, let's see, was this the code that we copied? I think so. Okay, what they are saying here, okay, they were telling us that we can change the size, okay, using the basis utility class. Okay, let's come back here. Now this makes sense. We are on the card item. This is class name. As you can see, we've got empty, we've got basis 1/2, and we've got LG basis 1/3. Okay, this is half and this is 1/3. Okay, so this is how we can manipulate the size. Let's just quickly get into the UI and see what does that mean. Okay, what does that mean? Let's go back here. Where is my carousel? Okay, let's go back here. Go back to the definition. Let's look for this one. Okay, you can change the size here. Okay, is it possible if we can put 1? Let's see what will happen. Is there anything that will change? Okay, as you can see, guys, if, okay, let's see what changes here. It looks like nothing much. Undo. Let's click 1/2 here. Let's see, just to check. Okay, now I think I'm starting to see the changes. Okay, now we've only got 2 here. Okay, we've only got 2 here. It's 1/2, 1/2. So we only got 2 there. This one makes sense. Okay, or maybe the reason why, okay, now I see, guys. Okay, remember we've got breakpoints here. Okay, so this applies at a certain breakpoint. So at this point in time, we are in this breakpoint. Okay, this makes a perfect sense to me. Okay, that's why this one works. It's not like this one doesn't work, but it works on a certain breakpoint. 100% kumbaya. Okay, so now let's check based on where we want to go. We want on a large screen, we want like a menu of these, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, more like 7. Okay, more like 7 of these here. Let's see how many are these. It's 5. Okay, so what we can do, okay, let's make the settings. Okay, let's say 1/4 here and see what will be the change. Okay, as you can see, we can see like almost like 4 of these. Okay, since it's since it's already like 5 of these, so you can only go to this one. All right, so for now guys, let's work on the size. Okay, as you can see, if we want 7 or we want 10, we can just increase these items. Okay, we can just go here and put more items here. Okay, like maybe we'll put more content. Let's see. Okay, you get an array here and you look through it. Okay, this array ends at 5. Let's make it even if it's 15. Okay, this is just a random number. Okay, I want to have more so that it's more than 7. Okay, as you can see guys. Okay, so basically here they are looping through an array. Here you can have your own array. Okay, so they are just displaying only this what can I say, it's only this item that is being repeated. Okay, and they are increasing the index here, as you can see, by +1 +1. So guys, what is the next step now? So what we want to do now, we want to change this item. Okay, so that it can look exactly like this one in terms of the size. Okay, we are imitating this, so let's try that guys. Okay, so I think if I want to try that, let me minimize this. Let's see, put this in a layout. Okay, I think this will work fine. And then I want this. Okay, I think this will work for me. Okay, let's see. Now, do you remember the change that we have made, which is like on empty, we wanted 2. Let's go back here. Remember, I said I don't see any effect. I think now it's going to take place, as you can see, guys. Okay. So, now what we can do, or this is what I usually do, guys. Okay, when I'm dealing with styling. Okay, let's see. Okay, when I'm dealing with a styling or when I'm manipulating something, I always give it a background. Okay, for instance, here, let's give this a class name of BG. My apologies about that. BG red 500. Okay, I want to know what is within my control and what is not within my control, what I can control and what I can't control. Okay, as you can see, there is nothing there. Okay, cool. Let's go to the item. Okay, go to the my apologies about that. Okay, think I can set BG here. BG green. So let's see what's there on BG green. As you can see, guys, now we are having this container. Okay, as a green background. Okay, as you can see. So what we want to do, let's remove this one here. Okay, let's remove this one here and let's click save. As you can see, this is what we have. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to work on the size of this. Okay, of this container. I want it to be, let's say, 80% of this. Okay, so that it can almost like end here and end here. I don't want it to be 100% because these icons might overlap. Okay, so I want it to be always 80%. So let's try that, guys. Okay, um width of, let's say, 80%. Okay, let's say 80%. Yes, in fact, let's start by giving it a concrete number. Okay, let's say 600 pixel. Let's see. Okay, because sometimes what can I say, dealing with the percentage can be a challenge. Sometimes you have to first, okay, you have to first test if what you want to do actually does happen, does work the way you want. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's say H. No, I could say about that. Let's say H 300 pixel. Let's see. Okay, it looks like nothing is happening here. Okay, don't have a problem with that. Now what we can do, let's go here. Okay, let's go here on the card. Okay, there is a div here with PL1. Okay, that's not much of a problem. I really don't want that. Let's check here on the. Oh, okay, guys. It looks like, guys, something happened, but my own computer is low, as you can see. Okay. Okay, so meaning that I have to refresh every time I make a change. I think, okay, let's make it 200. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, guys, here we are winning. Okay, so let's go back and see. Okay, we are just going to use our own eyes. In fact, we can, it's not a must that we follow exactly that size. Okay, it's not a must, guys, believe me. Okay, so this was 200. Let's make this 250. Okay, let's make this 250. Okay, I'm somewhat happy with this. I am happy with this. And then let's go to the width. Let's go to the width and let's make it 600 and see. Okay, is it going to change? Let me refresh here. Okay, and remember the other thing, the responsiveness. Okay, also our responsiveness, it's a problem. Okay, we need to be always like sure that we take responsiveness into account, because sometimes things don't happen simply because what can I say, where you are in terms of the screen. Are you on MD, are you on LG or XL, something like this? Okay, but that is not much of a problem, guys. Okay, so we are able to change the height. Seemingly the width is giving us some problems in a way. Let's try 100% and see. If it doesn't, I don't really mind about that. Okay, what else can we do? Let's go back here. Okay, let's see the card content. So ratio is square, item card, P of 6, span. Okay, now let's style this. Okay, let's say PG black. Let's see. Okay, and then let's say the width of this, let's say it's 200 pixels. Change the width of this to 200 pixels and see. Okay, this is the width. Okay, so the width can be 200 pixels. Okay, but it will always be controlled by the parent. As you can see, this has got the potential of being bigger. As you can see, it has scratched, but obviously there is a controlling parent. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can have BG red here. Okay, let's see. Okay, what if I can change the width of this to the same 200 pixels? Okay, the same 200 pixels. Let me refresh because I don't see anything at the moment. Okay, let's see. Looks like it's not changing with 200 pixel, but nothing changes. Okay, let me just change the width to height and see if is it going to change. Okay, let me make it 300. Okay, looks like in terms of the height, I can change it. Okay, In terms of the height, it can change, but the width, it doesn't want to change. Okay, more often than not, it's because, let me make a width of 300 pixel. More often than not, it's because of the parent. Okay, cool. I don't have a problem with it. Let's go to the parent. Okay, let's go to the parent, which is this is the parent. Okay, maybe if this doesn't want us to style it with the width and height, as you can see, I think we have tried styling it with the width and height, but it really didn't do what we want. Okay, let's see, are there any props here in terms of, let's see, there is no size. Let's see some other components, they have got their height. Okay, maybe there is a height and width that is being supplied here, okay, for you to change, but it looks like nothing happens. Okay, class name. Okay, now let's see. On LG it's 1/4. This we understand. At the moment, let's just remove it. Okay, so that we can only have this one. Let's say this one is 5. Let's see what will change. Okay, that means we're getting more of these. Okay, let's go to the carousel content and check, do we have some sort of a width here? Not really. Okay, let's just go to ShadCN and see what might be a certain way to get this to be a custom set size. Okay, okay, the basis utility. Okay, let's see. Okay, empty, this is the basis. Okay, to set the size of the item. Okay, which is how many do you get? I think so. Okay, let's continue. Okay, if you want it to be 33%, basis of 1/3. Okay, want it to be 50%. Let's see the carousel items. Okay, let's see to set the spacing. Okay, I think this is all we have. We just have to see what we can do with what we have. Okay, okay, let's see, guys. Now let's see, where is that thing that said 33%? Okay, let's try the basis of 1/3. I think it's the one that we have here. Okay, let's see. This is not supposed to be a difficult thing, guys. Okay, this is not supposed to be a difficult thing. Let's see. Create array from, I'm happy with this. Okay, let's see. Okay, 100%. Let's say 1/2. Let's see. Okay, that means we're only displaying 2. So what we want to do, we want to scratch this. We want this to be bigger. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see. I think now we are going to come up with something. Okay. Okay, let's start from here. Okay. Class name, let's set the BG. Okay, BG, let's say BG red. Let's see, I wonder why this. Okay. Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, array.from. So we've got the carousel item key index 100%, empty basis 1/2. Okay, and okay, so we are having the green item filling the entire container. Okay, we're having the green item filling the entire container as an item. It makes sense. And then inside it, we've got this pink container. Okay, obviously it's not filling the entire space. Okay, it looks like to me somewhere here we are supposed to do something somewhere here. Okay, let me go back. Carousel, why it looks like yeah, giving me a tough time. 50% to set the spacing between a negative m value. Okay. Orientation, nope. Options, align top, nope. That's not what I want. Okay, I want the size of the carousel. Let's see. All right, let's see. Example, spaces. Okay. It is full carousel option. Return the carousel. Okay, here's the carousel. Then just the width is full. Let's check here on our code. Okay, this is the carousel. The width is full and it likes it starts. Okay, let's check this, guys, for the last time. I think now we might get it. Okay, my apologies about that. Let's see. Where is the carousel? Here is the carousel. Okay, that's a line. So it's on SM. Let's see. What if we can change this with full? Let's just give it 600 pixels. Okay. Let me. I click on this. Okay. With okay, maximum width on SM. Okay, PG card red doesn't really work. Let's see. Okay, so what I'm going to do, guys, I'm just going to pause the video and just quickly check here around. I don't want to waste your time unnecessarily. Okay, and then we will take it from there. My apologies about that. Okay, I know this is a very simple thing. It's not that difficult, but obviously maybe because of I'm making a tutorial or something. Okay, obviously when I'm coming back, it's going to be a very simple thing. Okay, let me save your time now. Okay, I will come back. All right, guys. I am back. Okay, I am back. So disappointed in myself. Okay, but let's see, guys. I have tried to check what is the problem, why I can't control this container until I realize this was just in front of me. But obviously, guys, I have missed it. Okay, you see this maximum width SM. Okay, it locks the width of whatever that we want to do. Okay, so for instance, let me just save this. As you can see, this is how it is. Let's change this to 700. Okay, save. Nothing happened, guys. It's only this. Okay, and then if you remove this, and then let's save. As you can see, guys, now things are starting to scale and things are flexible as we wish. Okay, my apologies about that. I didn't see it, as even though it was in front of me, but after that I paused the video. I was like in a hurry, because sometimes when you've paused the video, if you come back tomorrow, things become worse. Maybe you might not be interested to continue, or you don't really know where you have left, and the mood is different. Okay, so it's a mission and a half to leave a video hanging. Okay, for me, at least for me. So I was in a hurry. I was like I was removing things. Okay, because I was like, why things are not happening the way I want to. When I removed this, all of a sudden, boom, it was big, and I was like, I knew it's a small thing. Okay, but obviously bugs are like that. You always feel like it's a small thing. Okay, guys, a lesson learned. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so now let's see, guys. Okay, believe me, what can I say? Modifying these things is not difficult. Okay, ShadCN is not that difficult. Okay, as you can see, it was just a small thing that I didn't see. Okay, so now I've got a bigger space. Okay, remember we were attempting to make this 100%. Okay, let's see. In fact, we wanted to make it 80, if I can be honest. That's what we had in mind. Let's see. As you can see, 100% doesn't really, in fact, even percentage, it looks like percentage is not going to take us where we want to go. Okay, because maybe this is 100% of the what can I say, the entire view. Okay, 100% of the entire view, of which we don't want that. We want 100% of the parent container, which is the dark one. So how can we achieve that? So you must always be careful of using 100% and the screen of 100. Okay, if you are not careful, you might end up with things like this. So let's apply the logic here, the styling logic. This is going to be 100%, yes, but it must be 100% of the parent container. So let's look for the parent container. Okay, where is it? It's supposed to be now. You see, pausing the video, you are no longer in the flow. You've lost, you forgot a lot of things. Okay, but let's see what we can do. This is inside a folder, and that folder is, let's see, we in the layout. Okay, I think we are in home, guys. Home. Okay. Here is it. Okay, we're on home. So imagine if I would have like maybe decided to continue tomorrow. Okay. Usually for me, I usually don't continue with videos that I've cut in the middle. It's tough for me to continue. Okay. So let's continue, guys. Okay. So we are here. So we want this parent container. Okay. At the moment, we didn't give it powers or some rules, okay, to overrule its own children. So how do you do that? You do that by making it relative. If it's absolute, it will achieve the same thing, but relative achieves exactly that without disturbing the flow of your components. Okay, so now what we are trying to do here in terms of styling, we are telling the content, the child, that when we mean 100%, we mean 100% of your parent container, not of the whole body. Okay, let's save, guys, and see. I am expecting this to shrink, but if it doesn't, that is not much of a problem. And also I've got a problem of my slow computer and my things not quickly responding to what I want. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it seems like the 100%, it's not going to really do what we want. Okay, fine. If it doesn't do what we want, even though we have some sort of, let's check absolute how it is. Okay, it's small letter, so even relative, it's a small letter. Okay, now let's try the width of full instead. Okay, let's see, where are we going to try that? So for now, let's leave this relative here. Okay, let's try it inside here. Okay, go back here. This 100% doesn't really give us what we want. Let's try a width of full, which I believe technically in the background, it does the same thing as the width of 100, as you can see, guys. So even width of full is not going to give us what we want. So to keep it going and keep it flowing like water, let's just set a solid width. Okay, let's just set a solid width that we will change as time goes by. Okay, I just need to as I'm coding, an idea will come, and I will know what to do. Okay, if I'm inside this parent, okay, and this parent is relative. Suppose when I'm saying 100%, this fits exactly this as it is. Suppose that happens, okay. But now I don't know why it looks like it really doesn't want to happen, but that doesn't matter for now. For the sake of this tutorial, let me just type 500 and see. Okay, as you can see, guys, let's see now. If we are putting a definite value there, I'm worried about the responsiveness. Okay. Okay, so what we are going to do for now, we are going to put that value just for the sake of getting this done. Okay, then we will get back to it. Okay, quick. I hope you understand, guys, what I'm trying to say. Okay, so what we wanted to do, what have we changed? The MD basis. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's just set the basis to, let's say, 1/7. Let's see what will happen. Okay, the basis to 1/7. Let's see. Okay. Okay. No matter how big it is, since we are having this to a definite number, it's not really going to give us what we want. Okay. Let me just make it, let's say, 900. Okay, as big as possible. Okay, for now. Okay, guys, for now. Okay. Okay, as you can see, so meaning that we can style these, okay, these just to look exactly the same as this. Okay, as soon as we get this size or shape, then we will deal with that thing. Okay, so let's go back to the one that has the cart container. The width is 200. Is this the perfect width? Okay, this one is 3, this one is 2. Let's make this one 250. Let's see. I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. In terms of the height, let's see. The height is 250. Let's make the height to be 400 and see. Okay, this is the height of the green, the parent container. Okay, let's make it 400. Okay, it's too much. Let's make it 300. Okay, let's see. I think now let me see. Yeah, I think now it's fine. Let me make it 380 just to see. Okay, 380. What happened to 300? What happened to 300? Maybe 300 is exactly the size of this. Okay, I think so, which is fine. Let's work on the black part. Let's give it a height of 280. The height of 280 pixels. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, I think this is almost like 300. So let's go back. Okay, it's not as big as this one. This is not where I want to be. Let's move this to the side. Move this to the side. I want this to be here. This is too big, it looks like to me. Okay, this is not that big. Okay, but as you can see, guys, some other things, I trust that it's the things that you can maneuver. Okay, but now I'm just going to change this for the sake of getting this to look like that one. Okay, let's make it 200. It's somewhat there. I think 230 will do. Okay, 230 will do. And in terms of the height, for now, let's leave it like this. Okay, now let's go to the red part. Okay, the red part, as you can see. My logic is telling me that the red part is supposed to, let's just remove everything on the red part. I don't think the red part will affect us that much. Okay, then this part. Okay, even if we can just delete things here, as you can see, okay, it's just attaching itself exactly to where we want it to be. So it's not a train smash, or it doesn't do anything. Okay, so also we can even remove this color. P1, there was P something there. Okay, which was P1 that I have removed. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, or this P1 is the padding. Okay, all right, so let me maximize it and see how it looks. Okay, it fits the entire area. Let's come back here. Okay, it fits almost the entire area. Let me just check something. It fits the entire area. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I don't have a problem with this. Let's see. This one spans from this side to this side. Okay, hours for now. Okay, for now it doesn't do that for now. Okay, which that's not much of a problem. um I'm happy with the sizes and the spaces. Okay, now guys, let's go back to the actual thing that we want to do. So as you can see guys, we are getting there. Okay, we are getting there. um we just need to, what can we do, okay, let's first solve this problem. Let's make this 100% as we want. Okay, so let's leave it as it is. Where is that 900? To be honest, we don't want 900 here, we want 100%. So let's try full. Okay, let's try full. Okay, let's try full. Okay, let's see. Okay, if you are full, let's see. Does the parent inside here? Okay, let me go back. Now the CSS skills are needed. Okay, this is this one. Okay, does it have to align stat? Let's see. Okay, I don't think it's this align stat is necessary. Okay, but I must not change too many things. I might get up confused. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's go back to the parent of this. Okay, which is the parent of this is this one, the page. Okay, now we need to work a magic here. Okay, this page, okay, this page, we've got a div here. Okay, inside this page, and this div is relative. Yes, this div have the height. Okay, but this div doesn't have the width. Okay, so if we are telling this guy to be controlled by this div, whereas this div doesn't have a width in a way, I think there is something there. Okay, so what we can do, let's start by doing this. Let's give this guy a width. Okay, for now, let's make it a solid width of 600 pixels and see. Now we want to see, is this child going to misbehave? Okay, and if it does, well, we won't understand as parents. Okay, like any other parent doesn't understand when the child misbehaves. Okay, so let's check that, guy. So I'm trying to say here, our parent doesn't have a width. Okay, so this guy cannot fit in the width of a parent that doesn't exist. That's my first thinking about it. Okay, so whenever you are facing some challenges with styling children, always put the blame on the parent. Exactly, that's what we are doing. Okay, as you can see, this guy will always fit the parent. If the parent is 600, the slider will always fit that. So meaning that the parent didn't have the width as much as it was relative. Okay, meaning that it was assuming the responsibility. Okay, let's see, what if we can deprive it the responsibility? Okay, let's see what will happen. Let's see. Okay, looks like even if we've removed our relative, it will still, this 100% will still, it will still be, there are some errors. Maybe there's an error in my code. There's no error here. Okay, not a problem. Let's just apply the good programming practices. We know that this is relative. It governs this. Okay, cool. Now it looks like we're getting there, guys. So what if the width of this could be full, because now it has got the width, okay, and its own width is full. So still now it takes the entire area, which is, we are somewhat getting there. So let's see, let's make this 1000 pixels for now, just to check. Okay, cool. Let's see the left and right. Was this 100 or 1000? Okay, I can see it's 100. Okay, okay. So if this is going to be the width of 100%, let's say 100% in terms of percentage, let's look at the parent. Okay, this is a page. We've just got this div as a parent. Okay, let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. This div, I don't think it plays a role here. Okay, this div doesn't really play a role. Okay, number one. Where is the other div that doesn't play a role? This div doesn't play a role. Okay, it does nothing. Okay, this div has got some styles. Okay, so we can some sort of use it. Okay, it has got some style, so it works, it's significant, and also as you can see it's 300. Okay, let me make it 320. Okay, let me make it 320. I want it to give it some space. Okay, as you can see. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, and then this is inside, okay, a layout. Okay, we are always blaming the parents for the misbehaving kids. Okay, so let's go back to the parent. I think the parent is in this layout. Okay, the parent that I'm blaming, it's the bottom section. Okay, remember the bottom section on this. Okay, there is a top, which is the top bar, and there's a bottom section. Okay, so we are blaming the bottom section. Bottom section doesn't have a width necessarily. Okay, I'm not sure if this will take me to where I'm going, but I've got a strong feeling that it will take me there. But let me just think about it for now to apply my own mind. Okay, so we are having this container. Okay, we are having this container. It's sharing its own space in terms of the width with the top bar. Okay, let's go back to it and see what are its own styles. As you can see, this is the top bar. Okay, and this is the container. Okay, how is the sharing like? Okay, the height of this is 100%. This guy is saying that, okay, I will take 100% of the space. I think this 100% leaves us with this gap. Okay, do you see this gap? Okay, this guy didn't occupy the entire remaining space. Okay, it didn't occupy the entire remaining space. What it did, it occupied 100% of the space. Okay, meaning that if it's 100% of the space, it starts from here, guys. Okay, from this top to this bottom. Okay, now take that height and as it is, move it down to here, because this guy is saying that you cannot push me away, so you will start from the bottom. So this gap here has been added here in the bottom. Here is it. Okay, so meaning that here we have solved the problem, but we didn't solve it the best way. Okay, so meaning that 100% here is not good, because 100% is 100% of the entire screen. Okay, so what we need to do first, we need to tell this gray area to take the remaining space. At this point in time, just like here, we are not supposed to move anywhere. Okay, as you can see, even here, we are not supposed to move anywhere. Okay, so let's fix that first. Okay, so I'm going to go here, I'm going to remove this 100%. Okay, it doesn't have to be 100%. Let's go back here and see what will happen here. I'm happy with this. As you can see, guys, at the moment we are not supposed to scroll. Okay, this must remain like this. Then that means our styling will be perfect. Let me just check in my recording. Okay, it looks like yes. Okay, because sometimes you forget to record and then. Okay, guys, so if you've made it this far, thank you so much. You are going to become a better developer. Let's see. Let's continue. Let's solve this problem, guys. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to tell this guy to occupy this space. Okay, let's see how do we tell that guy. So I'm going to make use of flex. Okay, going to make use of flex. First of all, before I make use of flex, okay, is this guy and this guy, are they inside a flexed parent? Okay, let's see. This is the right section. Okay, the right section has used a flex of 1, but it doesn't mean it's governing its own children to use flex. So I would like to believe this is not a flexed parent. Okay, it's just utilizing the flex of its own parent, which is this center. Okay, so this guy doesn't have flex. Now let's put a center here. Okay, this center automatically have got flex. Okay, let's just save and see what will happen. Okay, okay, this way of doing it, of flexing, obviously center has got this tendency of centering things. Okay, so we can quickly push flex there. Okay, I was trying to save my time from typing, but so what we can do now, let's just put flex. Okay, because we want the flex property. So now the right section, okay, the right section has the flex capability. As you can see, what it did, it arranged its own children in such a way that they are arranged in rows. Okay, this is the gray part plus the top tab. Okay, the first thing that we need to do, we just need to tell it we want the flex direction of row. Okay, my apologies about these capital letters. We want a flex direction of row. Sorry, column. My apologies about that, because it's already a row. Okay, as you can see, now we are back to where we are, but now we've got more command. I'm not sure you get what I'm trying to say. Now we are in control. Okay, before we got here, but we were not in control, guys. Okay, so now that the parent has got a flex, okay, I can tell this guy, the gray one, to take a flex of 1, meaning that occupy the entire remaining area. Okay, until you are blocked by this top guy. Okay, let's quickly do that, meaning that I am not expecting to move the bar here, because once I type 100%, it will move, let's say, to this, but also 100% means that from here to here, meaning that now that remaining space will be pushed down. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, guys. Okay, let's see. So now we want to tell the gray guy, which is the bottom section, take a flex of 1. Okay, occupy the entire area. Okay, as you can see, guys, now the gray part is occupying the entire area without being 100%. Remember, I told you that we must be careful with 100% and screen. Okay, let me just type here. For instance, this is what I'm saying, guys. Okay, I hope you are going to get it. Okay, this is the screen. This is 100%. Okay, let's say 100% is 100. Okay, it's 100. Okay, now if this container is alone here and we're asking it to take 100%, it take 100% of the screen. Okay, cool. as you can see, guys. Okay, if maybe there is a top bar here that takes 10%, if this guy at the bottom, we are asking it to take 10%, okay, 100%, it will take this 100%. So when we take this 100%, let's say this 100% from here to here, it will move and move and move and move and feel like still this is not 100%. Okay, it will move like this will be 10 here because this is a space that has been taken. It will go down extra with 10. Okay, so these are the things that you just need to know. Even if you are making let's say screen in Tailwind applies behind the hood, behind the scene, a height of 100 view width. Okay, it's more like the same as 100%. Okay, like it does the same thing. It takes 100% of the view width of view height. Okay, so enough about that, guys. Let's keep it going and keep it flowing. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, we are learning a lot from here. Okay, now that we have blamed the parent and we've found and we've pinpointed the actual parent to blame, we are going back to inside the children, going back. Okay, so as we are here, we've got some children. Now we know. Okay, let's tell this parent to govern its own children. Okay, this parent needs to be relative. Okay, we are trying to tell it whenever we say 100%, take the responsibility. It's 100% of your own area. Okay, then let's just check how it looks like. As you can see, guys, nothing changed much. Then let's go back to the page. Okay, go back to the page, but not this page, the actual page, the home page. Okay, now this carousel area, now it's 1,000 for now. As you can see, it was a concrete number. Okay, it was a concrete number. Okay, it was a concrete number. It's 1,000. I don't mind about that. Okay, it's a big number. Where is it? Page. Okay, carousel center. Concrete number. Here is a concrete number. Now let's change it to full. Okay, change it to full and see. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure if something happened or nothing. My apologies about that. Let's just maximize. Okay, let's see. It looks like did I save? Looks like there is a lot of misbehavior here. CSS doesn't want to do what we want it to do, and unfortunately, we are humans. It's going to do what we want it to do. Let's go back. We have a width of full here. Okay, now let me see, but still it's giving us that width of 100%. Let me check what this error, type error, failed to fetch stock, and this one, it has got nothing to do with what we are doing. Okay, let's see where we are. We are on the carousel area. Okay, on the carousel area. What I like about the carousel is that it takes the width of the width of this guy. Okay, it takes the width of this guy. Now I think I'm going to, my last resort will be to use mathematics to solve the problem, but let's just check. It takes the width of this guy. If this guy is 700 pixel, okay, it follows this guy exactly, which is a good start. Okay, it's a good start. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use mathematics. Okay, I think the same thing applies here. When I'm putting 100%, okay, 100%, this guy, okay, the gray guy, pushes this part to outside the screen. Okay, For instance, let's say instead of 100%, let's see what 100% will do, and I will make 80%. I will have to check what will happen, as you can see. So let's make 80% as a proof that things are being pushed outside the screen. Okay. Let's see, even 80%. I've got two displays here. Will that make an effect? Even 80%. Let's make 70. Okay, this is 70% of what then? Okay, I think these two displays, maybe it might happen they are playing with me. Okay, 30%. Okay, 30% works. 50, which is half of this screen. Okay, it looks like it's making sense. This is half of the screen. Okay, let's see. But nevertheless, I don't see the left part. Okay, let's say 70% of the screen. Let's see. This 70 to me looks like 90. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. This is interesting. Okay. Now, let me try to use mathematics. Okay. Let me try to use mathematics. This is an interesting problem. Okay. Let me click save. Okay. This doesn't even have the width and height now. Okay, maybe because even though it doesn't have, maybe this carousel is playing a role. Okay, let's go back. Where is the carousel? The width is full, which is width is 100%. Okay, let me remove the width as full and see. Okay, and sometimes my code doesn't refresh. That's the other thing. Okay, sometimes my code, as you can see, is taking time as if but now I am not sure if it's running or what. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, but I need to quickly come up with a solution for now, even though it's going to be a temporary solution, so that I can wrap up the video. Okay, it has been an interesting and a tough one. Okay, let me go back to page. Okay, let me go back to page and give this guy a specific width, not search the entire page. Where is it? App. Okay, not here. This is app. Here is page. Okay, relative center. Okay, you are relative. Let me give you a width of, let's say 600 pixel. Okay, give this a width of 600 pixel. Everything works fine when that is the case. Okay, so these guys are arranged vertically as a column and they share the space. So this guy has got flex here from top to bottom, but what about its width? Okay, the gray guy. Okay, this is the width of this one. I'm happy with this. Okay, this is a carousel and you are being rendered by the layout. Okay, let's see. Okay, the gray guy, it's got the flex of 1. The same thing which was troubling us before, I think even with the width, it's the same thing that is troubling us, because I was saying this doesn't have a height, or the height was 100 and we're having some issues. Now let's check here. This guy doesn't have the width. Okay, really it doesn't. Let's first give it a width of 100. Okay, apologies about that. Let's give it a width of 100% and let's see. Okay, Let's see what will happen when we give it a width of 100%. Let me force this to refresh. Okay, this is an interesting styling problem. Okay, now I know that this guy has the width. Okay, if its own children they want to maybe to be display 100% or 80%, is going to be 80% of this width. Okay, let's just quickly do a test. Let's say we were telling this guy to be 500 pixels. Okay, let's see if are we bulletproof. Let me refresh. Okay, this is 500 pixel. I'm happy with that. Okay, I'm happy with that. So let's make this guy 100%. And as we make it 100%, we need to be sure that we don't have this scrolling bar here. Okay, because once we have that scrolling bar, still that's a problem. Okay, as you can see, guys, this guy now it has got the width, so it's 100% of this. Okay, as you can see, but it doesn't give us an extra space here. I'm happy with that. So this guy has got the height, which is flex of 1, and it has got the width, which is the width. It's 100%. I think now if we make this guy, the black one, 100%, it's supposed to be 100% of this guy. Okay, so I'm just saying, with styling, you can't say this is 50% of nothing. Okay, 50% of nothing, obviously it's a problem. Okay, so the child div will look for the body as a reference to 100%. Okay, now I think we did everything well. Okay, according to our own thinking. Okay, you've got which is, where is this guy? You've got a width now. So if the children, where can we get the children, is going to be the page. If the children, let's see, where is the page layout app? Yes, if the children which are being rendered here, the width is 600. Now let me just type here just to check if things are still working. Let me just make it 900. Is it going to expand? Okay, if this guy could be 100%, I would like to believe it's going to be 100% of the gray part, guaranteed. It's supposed to be like that. Let's see. Okay, very strange. Okay, now I'm starting to think of the two displays. Okay, because here, when I'm pushing this to this side, okay, it continues to show on the other screen. Okay, I'm starting to think of maybe these displays, they are playing a role. Okay, maybe the overall, because this 100% is too big for this screen. Okay, so I'm starting to think that these two display, this first screen and the second screen, are playing with me a little bit here, but that's not a problem, guys. Let's just try to wrap the tutorial, and then I will do some investigation behind the scene. I hope you've been learning something, but based on the best knowledge I know about CSS, we did everything right. Okay, I think what might be the challenge, it's the technology. Okay, so let's see. So we are here, we are trying 100%. Obviously it didn't do what we want. Okay, even full, obviously it does the same thing. Okay, let's see. This is class name with 100%, and this is centered. Your height is this. Yes, not a problem. Okay, what else can we do? Are you relative? Yes. Okay, cool. Is the layout parent of yours also relative? Let's see. This is the parent. Yes, the parent is also relative. Okay, does it has the width? Yes. Okay, it has the width. Okay, the width is 100%. okay, which is 100%. Okay, let's check the parent of the parent, which is this guy, the right section itself. The right section doesn't have the width. Okay, the right section doesn't have the width. Let's see. Okay, the right section doesn't really have a width. Okay, let's see, which is this section. I think now we are getting there. Okay, the right section, this guy, which is this is the left and this is the right. The right section didn't have a width. Okay, now that we have gave it a width, as you can see, guys, something changed. Okay, let me just quickly show you this. Okay, it didn't have the width, as you can see. Okay, now that we are giving it a width, okay, as you can see, now it looks like it's working. Okay, okay, cool, we are getting there. I think now this guy, okay, this 100%, it's starting to give us the problem. Okay, I think we are getting there. Okay, let's also what can I cascade down again. Let's just look here. We've got a left with the height. Okay, this one is fine. Okay, now our problem started here. So we've got this as 100%. Was it supposed to be 100%? I think if I can make this 90%, let's say, okay, because where it is, it's sharing the space with this guy. Okay, so it doesn't really have all the rights to be 100%. Okay, this is the right section. It's sharing the space with this guy. So it really doesn't have the right to be like 100%. Okay. Okay, let's say, what if I make it 80? Okay. What if I make it 80? Let's see. Okay, I think that 90 was working. Now, I think the cause of this, okay, it's all the experiment that we were doing inside these tabs, which really didn't work on our favor. Okay, let's see. For instance, now this guy as a container, it needs to be relative so that it can govern its own children. Okay, its own children, they need to scale, but according to it. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then let's go down here. Okay, this is the right section. You've got the top section here, and we've got the bottom section. The bottom section is relative and it's 100%. Okay, let's make it 80 also. Let's see. Okay, I think this is the 80 of that one. Okay, of the bottom section. Let's make it 90 and see. This is 90 of the bottom section. It makes sense. Okay, let's make it 100 and see. Sorry. Okay, meaning that the bottom section is going to reach exactly this part. I think for me, this works and I'm happy with it. Okay, I think what might be overlapping, it's other things. So let's get inside to the children. Okay, this has been a long one. So meaning that now when we're getting into the children, what are we rendering here? We are rendering home, which is the app home. Let's get to these guys. Okay, let's make this guy 90. And let's see, working in percentages helps. Okay, as you can see, guys, now we are starting to get there. Working in percentages helps because remember, we are talking about responsiveness. Having a rigid value, it's a problem because when you are supposed to scale down, it might not scale. So relying on percentages helps. Okay, so let's see, now we are having 90% here. Let's, okay, I think even this one works well. Okay, let's make it 95. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think this makes sense. This can be 5%. So meaning that even if we can make this one 100% and drill down to its own children, okay? If we are having a gap here, the problem must be inside its own children. Let's see. Okay, align start. The width is full. Let's remove the width of full and see. Okay, let's see. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, nope. Looks like we are having, okay, a very big one. Not a problem. Okay, instead of having a width of full, thanks to this, then let's have a width of 90%. Okay, it must not be 100%. Let's have a width of 90%. Okay, as you can see, this guy now, okay, all our layers are intact. Okay, the guy who has been misbehaving is this guy. Okay, the one that we are dealing with, this guy. Okay, now we have made this guy to be 90% of its own parent, because its parent is relative. As you can see, guys, this space and this one, okay, in fact, not the also, because this guy might end here, but this makes sense on 90%. As you can see, okay, this is 5% and this is 5%. Okay, it makes 10. For me, I'm happy with this. What makes me happy with this? Number one, we are relying on percentages. Okay, as you can see, this guy now is starting to be responsive because we are relying on percentages. Okay, we are not using, what can I say, we are not using fixed numbers. Okay, this works for me. Okay, this works for me 100%. Let's go back here and check. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, guys, I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. If you have made it this far, congratulations. Okay, so as you can see, guys, it has been a tough one. I'm glad that it has been a tough one. I have learned a lot of things on the way. Okay, and also some CSS technique that I have, what can I say, thrown away long time ago. Okay, but in the next video we will continue with styling this. Okay, I was hoping that we are going to style it, but it looks like ShadCN gave me a tough time, understandably, and accepting the defeat with dignity. Okay, it will mean that I need to refresh and practice more so that next time this can be a little bit quicker. Okay, so guys, this is it. I hope you are enjoying, or you have enjoyed this long tutorial. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to commit this to GitHub so that if you sign up in my newsletter, you can get the updated link. Okay, thank you so much. See you on the next one. Now let me stop the video.
Hey guys, my apologies for disturbing. In case you didn't know, we've got a course at Udemy. If you're watching this on Coded Design, I also got another YouTube channel for teaching you Figma, and that channel is Coded UI. In case you want to be updated by everything that we do here at Coded Design, please check the link in the description below to our Substack newsletter. Thank you so much. I hope you are enjoying.
Let's continue with our Substack clone. Okay, this is where we want to be, but us, this is where we are. Okay, in the previous video we created this nice ShadCN slider. Okay, as you can see, we are getting there, guys. We also I didn't notice this, we also got this nice scrolling animation. Okay, as you can see here, this is how it looks, so meaning that ours, it's being some sort of pushed under this area. Okay, this is something that we have to quickly fix. I think we can do the Z index in this video, guys. I want us to get this part, okay, to be exactly like this one. Okay, so we are going to start with that, and then I'm going to fix these some smaller problems, because I don't want us to waste time on these ones. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, So what we are going to do first, let's make sure we remove these grayish colors and all these things so that this can be pure white, just like here. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So let's go to the code, and then we want to, let's first check the layout. Okay, on the layout, let me just give you an idea of what's going on here. Let me just give you an idea of what's going on here. Where do I want to be? Let's see this. Let me just minimize this. Okay. We've got a layout here that has got this navigation and the top bar, and then inside the navigation, my apologies, we are rendering children. Okay, something like when you want to be here, this is supposed to take you to inbox. Is my server running? Okay, yes, it's running. Okay, that's just that is too slow. Okay, so we are on inbox. As you can see, these children are rendered here. If we were on chat, here it's supposed to render chat. So this part is on home. Okay, this part. So this part is on home. So let's just go to the home page and remove all these colors. Okay, so that our UI can be neat and clean. So if we're on app.js, home will be this one. Let's see, do we have any BG kind of a thing here? Carousel background, as you can see, we don't have it, but this is the carousel. Let's go to it and look for BG orange. These are the things that we don't want because we had these things when we were testing. BG green, remember we saw a green there. We don't want this. Let's quickly save. Let's look for background black. This one we don't really mind much about it. Okay, let's just go back and see, guys, what do we have there. As you can see, guys, we are getting there. We also don't want this background green and this gray one. So let's go back and see. Okay, we don't want to be here. We also don't want to be here. This is the carousel, and then there is no color here. Okay, and then when we go to our app, let's see. Obviously, there is no color also here. Okay, so meaning that let's just jump straight to the layout. Okay, as you can see, guys, here is a slate. Here we don't want this. All right. Let's see. Let's check how is the UI looking like. As you can see, guys, we're getting there. It's only this part, and this part is part of, let's see, I think it's in the layout. Okay, on the right side of the layout, and on the bottom section. Let's look here, guys. Suppose it's somewhere here. Am I on the layout? Yes. Okay, this is the top section, and this is the bottom section. This is where children are. Okay, this is where children are. Looks like I'm lost in my own code. Okay, in the top section, this is app bar. Okay, which makes it this top one. Okay, so at the bottom section, let's see where the carousel leaves. This is the top section. We've got app bar, and this is the bottom section. Okay, we have nothing there. Okay, let's see, guys. My apologies about that. We are going to see this. Okay, let's see here. We don't have any background. Go back to carousel. Let me just quickly search here for BG dash. Okay, for now, let's just continue, guys. I don't want to waste much time. Let's just continue and style these. I will see this one later. Okay. Let's see. So we are having this. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do Okay, this changes the gradient when I'm hovering over it. Okay. Okay. And then we've got an image here inside. Okay. So let's start with the image. Okay. Let's just do the plain design first. Okay. Let's see, guys. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to the carousel, and then we're going to get into the card component. As you can see, here is the card component. At this moment, the color is black. We want to remove that. We don't want that. Let me put these things side by side. Let's put these side by side. Then, okay. And then, what I want to do, let's see. So what I want to do here, this is the card content. Do I really need the card content? To be honest, I don't think so. So what we can do, let's just remove this. In fact, we don't even need the card. Okay, I don't really think we need the card necessarily, but let's just keep it there. So what I'm going to do, okay, I am going to use an image. Let me use an image. In fact, I think there's a lot of things that we are going to do here. Let's just wrap this image with a div. Okay, let's wrap this image with a div. Okay. Um, Let me make it a closing tag. I'm happy with this. And then what are we going to do? We need an SRC. Okay, we need an SRC. So what we are going to do, we are going to look for an image. Okay. Can we get this image exactly as it is? I think I have it somewhere. Or we can just look for, my apologies about that. We can just look for any image on the internet. Okay. Let's type Trevor Noah. Okay. Let's type Trevor Noah. If I can get this image, copy image address, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, and then we go back. Where do I want to be? Where do I want to be? Let me save. Nope, I don't want to save on the URL. I want to save on the code. As you can see, guys, okay, here is a beautiful picture of Trevor Noah. So what we want to do here, let's style this. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. We've got a card here. Okay. And I'm happy with that. And then what we can do first, let's create the blur image in the background. So let's use this as that blur image. Okay. So what we want to do now, this is 250 and this is 280. Okay, and we've got an image there. So how do I fit this image? Okay, that means I have to style the image. Okay, let's style the image class. Class name. Okay, and then what I wish I can do, I wish I can scale this. Let's see if Tailwind has got a scale. Let's check a scale of 50, what it will do to our image. This is a scale of 50. I was hoping that scaling something makes it bigger, scaling up. I don't know why I thought so. But let's say 100. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, guys, it's scaling up. I'm happy with this. Maybe let's try 150 and see. Okay. As you can see, guys, this is scaling nicely. I am happy with this. Okay, so the reason why we are scaling this, um I'm starting to see some sort of an effect that has been used here. Okay, we've got this image. Okay, and then in the background we always have this image, and it's scaled up and it's blur. Okay, I think even if maybe here they didn't apply that, but that's what I am going to do here. Okay, because I can see that these colors, they change based on this image. Okay, meaning that there is a relationship between the image that is here and at the background, but obviously I'm not really sure what is the relationship here, but I'm going to do the way I think they have done it. So the same image that is here is going to be the same image that is going to be on the background, but it's going to be scaled and it's going to be blurred. Okay, that's what we are going to do, and then we're going to apply the what is it, the gradient. As you can see, there is some sort of a black thing here, fading. There's a lot of things that has been done here, so we need to be artistic, okay, to achieve this. So we've already got this in the background, but there's something that I really don't understand at this point in time, is that why we don't have the gaps. Okay, maybe it might be because our image, okay, is not cropped, or is not what can I do? What can I say? My apologies about that. Our image is not bound by the card, okay, meaning that it's just a free guy overlapping everywhere. That's why we don't have those gaps. So let's limit this image. Let's use the card. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to overflow. Let's see if do we have that overflow hidden. Okay, we are restricting the image not to overflow on the card. Let's see. As you can see, guys, now the image doesn't overflow. Okay, as you can see, we are getting there. So whenever you look at this picture, when it's somewhere here in the middle, okay, when you look at it, you will see that it also, the colors of this picture also exist in the background. Okay, you will see a little bit of brownish and black, so that you can see that there is a relationship. Okay, some other things obviously are difficult to explain. Okay, it's better when you actually see this. Okay, so as I've told you that there is a lot of technique that we have to use here. Okay, there will be a lot of layers on top of the other layers. Okay, so let's see. So we have scaled, the image is there. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to put a layer on top of that image. Okay, we already got a div that surrounds the image. Do we really need it? I think so. Let's keep it, guys. Okay, because it's the one that will control all these small layers. So what can we do? Let's not style this div yet. Okay, so let's create another div. Okay, let's create another div. Let's have another div. There will be nothing inside this div. Okay, meaning that it can be a self-closing div. Okay, and then we are going to style it, and then let me set the background color, the bg to any shade of gray. As you can see, guys, there's nothing that we see. I don't mind about that. So what I can do, let me make let's say a width of 10 and a height of 10. Okay, obviously the what can I say, the the div that we have, okay, it's in the same parent with the image. So in a way, they are stacked one on top of the other. So it might happen. The reason why you don't see the div here, it's somewhere on top. Okay, understandable. So now we need to number one, to some sort of elevate the div. Okay, this div. Okay, this layer, the one that we are going to use as a blur effect. Okay, it needs not to fall in the same, let's say, what can I say, flow with the image. My apologies about that. It needs not to be on the same flow. How can we do that? We need to set it position to absolute, okay, so that the image can feel like it's alone here, so that this div can float. Okay, obviously we are going to make it float on top of this image. We are going to use it to some sort of blur the image. Okay, I hope you'd get that one. So before we do that, when we float this image, okay, it's going to be difficult for us to control it. So what we need to do first, let's say the card needs to be relative, okay, meaning that the card is going to set the boundaries of that floating image. Okay, so now let's float the image. Let's say position absolute. Let's save. Okay, it takes time, but as you can see now, what happened, guys, the image went back to the same way as it was, as if there is no div that it shared the space with. My apologies if you don't see this, but you will see it now. So now before we see our div, first of all, let me make it red so that my apologies about that, so that it can be clearly visible. Okay, we don't know where it is. Okay, cool. So now what we want, we want the top of it. Okay, we want the top of it to be 0. This is 1. I want 0. We want the top of it to be 0, and we want the left of it to be 0. Okay, the left of it to be 0. Okay, at the moment we see nothing. That is understandable. So now wherever it is, okay, let me tell you what I'm expecting it to be. I am expecting it to, the top it's 0, this is somewhere here, and the left is 0. I'm expecting it to be somewhere here, because I have set the background of the card. I have set the position of the card to be relative, meaning that it is going to be the one that controls the movement of how far this div can move when it's absolute. So if it's at the top with 0, it's at the top of the card because it's the one that is relative. If it's on the left of the card because it's the one that is relative. But now let's work on the index, okay, which is what can I say, as you can see, this picture of Trevor Noah, it's at the top of that layer background, meaning that there is a Z index, meaning that this picture is more like higher up in the index. So we need to set the Z index of that image to be positive. Okay, so hoping that wherever it was now, it's going to be like, what can I say, in front of all the layers. As you can see, guys, exactly what we want. So what I'm going to do now, instead of setting the width and height, okay, this is what I am going to do. I am going to set the width to 100 to full. Let me do it that way. Okay, I'm expecting this okay, the width to full. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So the width of 10 and the height of 10 now. Okay, let's see. As you can see, guys, now the width is full and now the height is full. Okay. Okay, I'm happy with this, guys. Okay, I am happy with this. This is what we want at the moment. We've got some background, some border on the card. Okay, maybe later we are going to change this card at all and do something else, but for now, for the sake of this tutorial, let's just continue with this, guys. So what we want now, we are going to check on Tailwind's documentation. The what can I say, the filter. Okay, the filter, let's see, let me type blur here. Okay, mm, let me give it a blur of MD. Okay, but before that there is something that we need to uh let me save. There is something that we need to do also. Let me set the, okay, I'm happy with that blaring. And then what can I say, there's something that I want to say. Okay, let's go here. Okay, let's go here, let's go to Tailwind. Let me just search Tailwind. Let me say blur, blur background. Let me search this. Okay, backdrop, this is what we want. Okay, backdrop blur, as you can see guys, backdrop blur, SM backdrop blur. So this is the blur that we want to create this. Okay, so let's check how Tailwind they are achieving this. Okay, as you can see, there is backdrop blur SM bg white /30. Okay, I think we want something more or less like this. Okay, let's see what's the difference. Okay, I think this is almost like the same thing, so let's do that guys. Okay, let's take this. Okay, um okay, okay, let's see guys. So what I want to do now, I don't really want this type of blur. Okay, I want this one. Okay, the backdrop one. What have I done? I think I just have to remove this. Okay, as you can see guys, I want the backdrop blur, I want SM, and I want, for now, let's leave this BG of white as it is. Okay, um let's see. Okay, as you can see guys, this is blurring a little bit, but it's not exactly as I want, maybe. Okay, let me do this. Okay, okay, as you can see guys, so now let's work on the blur effect. This is SM. Okay, let's try LG. Okay, we want it to be blur, something like that guys. Okay, something like that. So what I'm trying to do, as I've told you, that you are going to see Trevor Noah's image here, but you must have some sort of a feeling like the same colors which are on the image, they are also there on the background. That's what we are trying to establish. So the amount of it, let's see the backdrop, let's see backdrop blur, it's SM, and also we've got XL and also 2XL. Okay, let's try 2XL. As you can see guys, we're looking for something like this. Okay, we are trying to mimic this. Okay, because there is a relationship between this picture and the background, as you can see. Okay, so I'm happy with this guys. Okay, I am happy with this, but in terms of the color as white, I'm not sure if white is the actual color that we are looking for. Okay, I'm not sure if white is the actual color that we're looking for, so let's check here. Maybe what we can do, let's try a different color. Okay, a more like dark color. Let's try that. So instead of BG white here, let's have BG slate. Let's say BG slate. Okay, and then I'm not sure if, yes, it looks like I can. Let me divide this by 30 and see. Okay, as you can see guys, I am happy with this. Okay, I am happy with this. So now we need a picture of Trevor Noah here. Okay, so from here, what I want to do, now we need to be artistic a little bit. Okay, we've got a layer that is on top and it's floating right here. Okay, I'm cool with that. If we want something inside here, where is it going to be? Where is it going to sit? Okay, so what we are going to do, we are not going to disturb this layer. Okay, the layer, this one. Okay, what is this background red for? Okay, maybe I was testing here. I don't even need this red. Okay, okay, so what we want to do, we're not going to disturb this layer. Okay, this one. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to create a layer that will sit on top of this one, and it's going to contain all our, what can I say? It's going to contain all our, what, let's see, all our design element, things like these ones. Okay, but at the same time we need to take care of this blurring, this black thing that slightly moves, that fades. Okay, let's see, where are we going to put it? Let me just go here. Okay, so as you can see, what if maybe let's see what we can do. Let's see. Okay, let's start with one thing at a time. Okay, let's create that gradient effect first. Okay, so we are going to create a layer here, a div. For now, it's going to be empty. Okay, and then we're going to style it. Okay, first let's make it absolute so that we can float it, just exactly what we did with this one. Let's make it absolute, and then in terms of the width and height, now we have to be specific. It has to be exactly the same as this one. Okay, not more, not less. Okay, let's do that. Not more, not less. And then let me change the background of it to be red. Okay, for now, guys, let's just see how things look like so that I cannot type a lot of code where you really don't see what's going on. Maybe you might not learn. Let me just take a water break. Okay, so what I want to do, okay, even though I did that, still it's not visible. To be honest, I don't mind much. Okay, let's see. Okay, we are inside a card which is relative. Okay, which is going to control everything here. Or remember, we've got this guy as where is that guy? This guy Z index, it's 10, which is it's 10, as you can see. So we need to make sure that this takes the lights, let's say, higher priority in terms of the Z index. Let's make this one 20. Okay, let's save and see. As you can see, guys, now this one is on top. Okay, and the size of it, it's exactly like this one. Now what we want to do, we are going to use tailwinds. What can I say? I think it's, let me just type gradient here. I'm hoping I will see. Okay, this is BG gradient to T. Okay, that means to the top. I think to R it's to the right, so us, we want it to the top. Okay, and then let's say you can tell it to start from, okay, let's say from black, and then let's say to two. For now, let's just give it a color, any color. We just want to see how is it going to look like. Okay, save. As you can see, guys, okay, the transparency is to top, and starting from black, and it's fading to this color. Okay, now what we want to do, we want it to fade to transparent. Okay, let me just first type here to see if Tailwind has got transparent. To, let's see, to transparent. Okay, Tailwind has got transparent here. Let's see. Now it looks like the background color it's red, simply because what am I styling here. Am I styling this? Okay, maybe by mistake I had like a lot of backgrounds. Let me remove this one. All right, let's see. As you can see, guys, now we are having that black thingy there. Okay, something like this. Okay, there is some sort of a black gradient here. I'm happy with that. Okay, so now what we want to do, in terms of our black, let's just divide our black. Let's divide it with 35 and see how clear is it going to be. Looks like it doesn't really do what we want. Let's say 10. What I want to do, I want to make sure that that black is not like super black. Okay, let me make this 100 and see. Yeah, okay, so if this is 100 and let me make it 80 and see. Okay, okay, I'm happy with this because now it's not too much, as you can see. Okay, it's not too much. I'm happy with this. So we've got this layer that is on top now. So let's try to type something here in this layer and see where is it going to be. Is it going to be visible or what? As you can see, guys, it's visible. So this layer is just a normal layer where we can put whatever that we want to put. Okay, so the first thing that we want to put here, it's an image, the same image, this one. Okay, the same image. And what we want to do, did we have some sort of styling in this image? We didn't. Okay, so what we want to do, we are going to test styling the width. Okay, first of all, let's remove the scaling. We're not going to scale the image. The width of the image, let's type w dash, let's give it a width of 20. Okay, and a height of 20. Okay, let's see. As you can see, guys, okay, this is it. And then let's put a rounded mid. Okay, rounded mid. I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm not going to what can I say, I'm not going to align it for now. I just wanted it to be like this. Okay, so as you can see, oh, it's a bit bigger. Okay, okay, and then there will be a name and there is the bottom part. Okay, so what am I going to do? It's cool. Let me go back here. Okay, let me make it bigger. So instead of using Tailwind's measurements, let me just use this one and let me say the height will be, let's say 120 and see 120 pixel and see how big is that. Somewhat like it. Okay, somewhat like it. Also the height of 120 pixels. Let's see the width and height of 120 pixel. I'm happy with this. I think this is exactly what we want. So what I'm going to do, remember we have a our own class that we have created for centering things. Okay, so where is the parent? The one that has got a Z index and black 80%, it's this one. So I want to use that CSS, the one that we've created on our own, to center things for me. As you can see, guys, this has just centered things for me. And then now what we want next to this image, we want, what can we have? Let's have a p tag, a paragraph tag, and then this is what we're going to write. So what can we write here? The guy from South Africa. Okay, okay, the guy from South Africa. He's the guy from South Africa. Okay, as you can see, guys, now these things are being arranged horizontally. Okay, we want to arrange them vertically. So what we want to do, let's set the flex direction to column. Okay, to column. As you can see, guys, I'm happy with this. And let's say the gap to be 6. Let's set the gap to be 6. I'm happy with this. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is high up there. Okay, that means the gap between these ones is too much. Okay. Is it possible if I can copy this as it is? Okay. And just instead of just typing here the guy from South Africa, let's just put this as it is. Okay. As you can see, guys. Okay. Now, what this is revealing to us is that we don't have padding. Okay. Let's put padding of 4. We don't have padding. Okay. I'm happy with this. What else that we don't have? We don't have padding now. We've got padding around this, and I'm happy with it. What else do we want to do? Let's see, is this all here? Okay, 2 lines is there. We will work on the text size. Okay. So what else do we want here? Let's work on the text size. Okay. Class name. Let's see. Text of white. Save and see. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then what else do I want to do? I want to type the text size of SM. Let's see how small is it going to be. Not really, so meaning that we just have to say 10 pixels, make our own. Okay, I'm somewhat happy with it, but let's see, is it readable? Not really, so I want it to be 2 lines. So I think 15 will do. Let's see. It's 3 lines. 13. Nice. I'm happy with this. But this text, there's something off about it. It's not centered. Okay. So let me see. Do we have text align? Let's see. Not really. So let's just use align center. Assuming that align center is align middle. Okay. There is no center maybe. This speaks to the text. Let's see. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced if this is align. Am I doing it on the right item? Yes, on the text item. For now, okay, let me just check what CSS style vertically align. Align middle, it vertically aligns things. Okay. Still, this is not what I want. If I was typing CSS, I was going to use text align. Okay. Here is text align. Align text you can specify, but not to the bottom. Okay. Align text. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. Align dash text. Now I want all the option, but there is no align text middle or center. I am not sure now. Okay. Okay, let me just leave it for now. Okay, I will just search it on the internet. Let's keep it going and keep it flowing. Okay. Or maybe you guys, you can make your own research. I trust that this is something that you can do. Okay, so let's go back here. As you can see, we've got this bottom section that has got these icons, and also when you hover over here, there is some sort of a color change in a way. So let's quickly do this, and then we are almost done. So I'm going to come back here right after the text. Okay, I think this is where I want to be. Right after the text, I'm going to have a div. Okay, and then I'm going to have what is it, a p tag also. Okay, 4-minute read. Okay, 4-minute read. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, and then I need these icons. Okay, cool. As you can see, guys, we've got 4-minute read. And then what I want, let me a class name, set the color to white. Okay, text color to white. Okay. Text SM, let's see. I don't think this is small enough. This is a little bit small. Okay, I'm conscious about that. Let's continue, guys. So let's make 10 here and see. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, and then what I want to do at the same time, I want to create those circles, small icons. Let's see, a div. Yeah. Okay, this is a div, and then what I want from this div class name. Okay. Let's see. When we install ShadCN, automatically it install Lucid icon. I'm not sure if it's Lucid or what, but it's something like this. Lucid icon, something like this. Okay, it's something like this. So let's see, how do I use this icon? Let's see. Let's say we want what is it? I think the dots are there. Not these ones though. Okay, not this one. Let's say menu. Yeah, these ones. Okay, let's click here and see. Okay, CNH. Okay, we have copied the JSX. Let's see if we are going to win. Okay. Okay, for now, let's just leave this like this. Okay, let's see if we're going to win. What we want to do inside this div, we want this icon to be here. Okay, my apologies about that. And then let's, as you can see, guys, we can import it from Lucid icons. Okay, let's save and see. I think my computer is taking, as you can see, guys, we are winning and I'm happy with this. Cool. Icons, what can I do? I think icons have got a color prop. Okay. I think they have got a color prop and they've got a size prop. Okay, a size prop. So let's make this 10 and save. My apologies for my slow computer. Okay, 10 is too small. Let's try 15. Okay, I'm happy with this. As you can see, these are arranged like in terms of a column. I think one on top of the other. We don't want that. We want these to be arranged in a row. So where is the parent of these? Okay, where is that div? Okay, we've got this parent. I think this is the div that we want. Okay, yes, I think this is the div that we want. Class name, and let's, do we have to center things? Yes, we can use our center class. Okay, we can use our center class. As you can see, guys. Okay, I'm happy with this. And in terms of the width of this, let's make it full so that it spans across its parent. Okay, and then what we want now, center is not going to help us because center justifies item center. Okay, let's see if there won't be any style collision. Okay, justify between. I hope this might override this justify inside this center. That's my wish. I'm crossing fingers. As you can see, guys, it does. Okay, this is something that I thought it's not going to work. So I'm happy with this. So as you can see, guys, we're getting there. And then what else do I want now? Okay, I want to create that circle. Okay, this circle. So let's say BG slate here. Let's see. Suppose we have something here, as you can see, guys. So let's set the width of what's that width? Let's set the width of 10 pixels and see how big that is. How big that is, the width of 10 pixels. Somewhat there. Let's make it 30. The width of 30 pixel. That's too much. 20. Okay, I'm somewhat happy with this. And then let's make the height of this 30 as well. Okay, but it doesn't look like a square. Okay, copy and paste. And then let's make this a height. Okay, I'm happy with that. So we can use our CSS center to center things here. I'm happy with that. And then we can use Tailwind rounded full. Rounded dash full, where is it? Okay, let's see. I'm happy with this. Let's just check the proportion. Okay, this is these are horizontal ones. Okay, don't have a problem with that. So let's go back here and see. Okay, somewhat like it, guys. Somewhat like it. Let's work on the gap so that this can be more or like on the bottom. Okay, where is the gap of that container? The gap is 6. Can we make it 8? Okay, now I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. For now, guys, I'm just going to leave these dots here as they are, since I believe that you can choose a different one. Okay, I don't want to do something that I know you can do it on your own. Okay, I'm looking for a bookmark icon, something like this. Okay, I believe that's what is here. Let me just, yes, it's something like that, something like a bookmark. So let's copy the JSX, copy what? Okay, let's see. I'm clicking this. Okay, copy JSX. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then I should have copied this first. Okay, I should have copied this first. In fact, what am I copying? This one, yes. Okay, from here to where? From here to, I think from here to here. Okay, and then I want to put that here. First of all, let's see how it looks. Okay, am I going to have, nope, I don't want to save on the browser. I want to save on the code. Are we going to have 2 of these? Yes, cool. And then what I'm going to do now, I'm going to copy the JSX here. I'm happy with this. So let's go to this one and remove, what am I going to do? Okay, let me just paste this here and only take, and that's vertical. This is not what I want. Okay, this is what I want. Eclipse vertical. Let me click. Okay, as you can see, this doesn't change. I want this one. Okay, am I connected in the internet? Yes. Let me refresh. Looks like things are not. Okay, book. Okay, click this one. Let me maximize this. Maybe I'm missing something. Where is the book? Okay. JSX, copy the JSX. I'm happy with that. Right. Happy with this. So let me go back where. Let me undo here, undo here, undo here. Let me check. Now I don't know where nope, I keep on saving on the wrong place. Okay, let's see. Okay, this disappears. So let me redo that as it appears. Let me just paste here the JSX and only take this. Okay, we are not going to die, guys. Okay, so that I can put it here. And then I need to import it. Let's see, guys. I'm happy with this, though I'm not happy with the size though. Let me make it 12. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy with that. That means we will have to change this one to be 12 also. Okay, to be 12. Okay, now what we want to do, as you can see, these guys, they've got their own container up until here. Okay, these guys, they've got their own container. Now I've just removed all of them, and then I'm going to put them inside their own container. Okay, div. Okay, in this div, let me set the class name of it. Okay, what I want first, I want our center. These guys will be centered, and I want a gap of, let's say, 4. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Where is the center gap of 4? And then let me press enter this time so that these guys can be inside this. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, guys, here they are. Maybe this gap of 4 is too much. Let's double check first. Is everything working according to the way we want? Is this going to get smaller? I'm not convinced if... Nope, as you can see, guys, I'm not convinced if these guys, they are inside that. It happened that they are not inside this one. So I have to add here. Let's see. Suppose they are closer to each other. I'm happy with this. Let's see how close they are here. Okay, here they are too close. So let's go to the gap. Let's make a gap of 2. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, guys, let's see. Guys, I am happy with this. Okay, I am happy with this. This is exactly what we want to see. As you can see, guys, okay. What I'm not sure of is the visibility of that color, okay, of that color. But as you can see, these colors are there. There is a brownish there, but I think our own is too dark. Okay, our own version is too dark. So I think I can maybe divide again. Okay, and the width and height is not exactly what we want. Can't I maybe let me just leave it like this for now, guys. These are the things that you can also maneuver on. Let me work on that dark color, that black multiplied, where divided. Okay, where can I get it? Let's see. Okay, that component has got overflow. It's this one, the one that has got overflow hidden. This is 230. Can't I make it 200? Okay, let's see. I think this is much better. almost like that one. Okay, almost like that one, but let's make it to, it was 230, let's make it 210. Okay, I think 200 works. Okay, because now it's not looking like the way I want to. So let's look for another 230 somewhere here and make it 200. Okay, I'm happy with this. My apologies about that. I'm happy with this. Where is my gap? The gap of 8. Let's make it a gap of 6. Yeah, this is much better, guys. I'm happy with this. Okay. So I wanted that black. Let me just search here. Okay, black over 80. Let's say now over 60. I'm somewhat happy with this. Okay. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. What else? Um, okay. I'm going to transparent. Let's try via transparent as well. Um, via transparent. I'm trying to add a third color here, which will also be transparent. I'm trying to reveal more of the transparency. Let's see. As you can see, guys, okay, this is a bit lighter. At least I'm happy with this. Okay, I am happy with this. So I'm happy with this 100%. I think the only thing that we need to do now, we just need to work on the hover. Okay, so guys, let's check the responsiveness. I think I am done for this video. Okay, I am done for this video. I didn't want to do a lot of things. Okay, as you can see, this is the only thing that I wanted to do, and I think I've managed to do it. So in the next video, we're going to work on the hover effects and all other things. I hope you have learned something. If you did, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and share the video. In case you might want to learn more about Figma, I've got a channel here which is Coded UI, where I teach people awesome things. As you can see, guys, there's a lot involved here. There's a lot in here for you to learn. Please, you can come here and support my channel as well. Okay, if you might want the source code of this, please check the link in the description below and join my mailing list. Automatically you will get the link to the source code. I am Matthew Msengati. I am the hybrid. I'm a designer, and at the same time I'm a developer. If you've made it this far, thank you so much, and also thank you for supporting my channel. God bless you. See you on the next one.
Hey guys, my apologies for disturbing. In case you didn't know, we've got a course at Udemy. If you're watching this on Coded Design, I also got another YouTube channel for teaching you Figma, and that channel is Coded UI. In case you want to be updated by everything that we do here at Coded Design, please check the link in the description below to our Substack newsletter. Thank you so much. I hope you are enjoying.
Let's continue with our Substack clone. This is where we are, guys. This is where we are. We've got our nice slider from ShadCN. We have managed to create the sliding tooltip. As you can see, the tooltip is sliding nicely, and we have managed to fetch data from the API to display this message. But we have to push things further. We need to create code that is on a higher level, that is up to standard, so that you can be ready for employment. We don't need to create clones for the sake of creating clones. So in this video, we are going to dive deep into the provider pattern, dealing with the context API. But first things first, it's very important for me to save your time by telling you who this video is for, so that if it's not for you, respectfully, I can save you some time. Okay, I respect your time that much. Number one, this video is not for someone who's looking for a code. Yes, we are going to code, but code is not the priority. This video is not for a guy who's quickly looking for the source code. Okay, maybe if you want to know, are you the guy or you are not the guy? As soon as you feel like I must quickly get to the point, you must know right there that you are not the right guy for the video. Okay, so who is this video for? This video is for someone who wants to answer the question when the employer, right on the interview, they are asking him, what is a context provider, or what is a context API, or what is the provider pattern? Can you please take me through what's going on there? So this video is for that guy who want to be able at least to give some sort of a solid and a genuine answer, okay, from his own knowledge, to explain on the interview that this is the context provider, this is how it works, these are the things that are involved, not coding, but be able to solve that problem. Let me just give you a small example before we get into the code. As I teach my nephews mathematics, I am realizing their problem is not mathematics necessarily, but it's English. They can't express themselves in English, meaning that they also can't decode the language. So it's a problem to have a barrier in between your learning. So let me jump straight into the essence of this video, and let me some sort of give you everything that I know, the sufficient theory, the one that will make you able to create your own project. You don't have to come back and watch this project again in order to understand the context API. With that being said, how are we going to attack this? Number one, we need to discover and uncover the problem so that we can provide a solution. Okay, this is our Substack. As you can see, here is the actual Substack. Okay, as you can see. Okay, so now we've got this profile pic. Okay, we've got it also here, this profile image, and we've also got it here. So it is self-evident that this image appears in more than one component and in more than one place. So are these guys always fetching this image from the API every time when they are using this image? As you can see, it also appears in this component. So right in this screen, it appears how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, 5. Okay, appears 5 times. So are these guys repeating themselves every time when they want this image they call the API? I don't think so. So in React, there must be a way in which we can store data globally, okay? So that we can stick to the DRY principle, DRY, do not repeat yourself, so that we can stick and implement it. So this means that at the moment, we are fetching this data, okay, this data from this component. So this image, we are getting it from this component. So we need to have a storage place which will make this image globally available, okay, globally available in the entire application, and that is going to be possible through the provider pattern using the context API. So, obviously, what is the go-to place when you want to learn something about React? Obviously, is to go to the React documentation. Okay, I am new into coding. Maybe I still trying to understand what is the use of documentation page. Okay, in most cases, I found documentation pages not sufficient. Okay, so if you can check here and try to learn about the context API, there is a way in which they are presenting it here, but obviously I have tried to check it, but it didn't really explain the way I want to. Okay, maybe it's for people who already know React. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to explain it in detail, but I just want to show you that this is how generally it's being implemented. Okay, I want to see a code from start to finish. Okay, yes, this code is from start to finish. So let's just jump straight into the theory. I am going to come back and reference this code so that when you want to create a context API or the provider pattern, you can always come back here, but with the theory that I'm going to give you, so that you can refresh yourself, so that this can be meaningful. So with that being said, let's get into the whiteboard. Okay. Number one. Okay. Number one, if we want to avoid this pattern, okay, let's say we want to avoid this pattern, we want to do things the normal way. Okay, as you can see, this component is inside this one. Okay, so this will mean that we need to provide this sidebar with a prop that this guy will use. Okay, let's say we are in the entire application, the whole app. Okay, it will mean that we have in that app component, the parent component, we need to provide some props there that will go to this component, that will then be transferred to this component. And that problem is prop drilling. Okay, I think I have checked a website that might explain in details about the provider pattern. Okay, about the provider pattern, but this is prop drilling. Okay, in this component there is a URL that must be used. In case here it's name, okay, that must be used by component I. Okay, so what you will do, you will take it from A, pass it to C, pass it to G. Remember, these guys are C and G. They are not using this name, but because it's needed deep down in the level, okay, of component is needed by I. So as you can see, this is called prop drilling. Imagine if you've got let's say more than 10 props that you have to pass. As you can see, you will pass a lot of props here. This guy is not going to use, but it needs to pass it because um this C is inside A and this G is inside C and this I is inside G. So this is prop drilling. So the pattern that I'm going to teach you, it's avoiding this. It's giving you a way to be able to access this A. In our case, is going to be the user data to access this A globally. Okay, so guys, let's just jump straight into it. I hope now you do get the essence of the problem. We want to access global data instead of pushing it through the parent of that component. It will pass it through the child, and that is called prop drilling. So let's get into the theory. What are the things that are involved here? Okay, number one, it's let's say it's the context. Okay, it's the context. You need to understand let me just say the context API. Okay, let me just put it this way. Okay, so meaning that you have to understand the context API. And point number two, you need to understand the provider. Okay, okay, let's say what is the provider and how it provides, and how it provides, and like in the entire code where it sits. Okay, so we've got the context API, we've got the provider, and then we've got hooks. What can I say? Let's say, let me just type here hooks. Okay, in fact, if it's just hooks, someone might think of use state and use effect. Let's say custom hooks. Okay, which is we are going to some sort of create a hook of our own. Okay, so let's look at let's say how does the context API it's being used generally. Okay, how is the context API is being used generally? And also here I am very high on planning, and I'm very high on design pattern. I am very high on getting to truly understand what you are doing. Okay, not to say no, it works. I'm not a fan of that. Okay, maybe you might have noticed even when I'm getting into coding, I don't really get it. I don't get into the video knowing everything. Okay, I like the idea of finding things as I go. That's why in some cases I change my mind if I thought of a brilliant way of doing something, more especially if it's going to add value to you. Okay, so let's see. So how is this API context being applied at the moment? Let's say we've got the file. Okay, let's say the file is context API. Okay, okay, this is where we let's say defining all of our things. Okay, this is the component that will do the magic for us. Okay, let's say this is the module. Okay, and then somewhere here we've got the actual app. Okay, we've got the actual app. So the first thing that we are learning here is that there is a declaration, let's say section where you declare or you create your own context API or whatever things that are needed. And also there is the actual app where you are going to use it. Okay, so we can call this stage the creation. Okay, the creation. Okay, and the consumption. Okay. Okay, that means here you create your tools, the context API tools, and here you consume it. That means here you are using it. So I hope this one it's clear, guys. Okay, you've got a module where you create it, and here you will use it. Okay, so the general way, which is the one that you are going to see maybe on a lot of website and a lot of YouTube, let's say channels, and even on the React documentation, they will show you this way of applying it. So there will be two environment. There will be this one and there will be this one. So you will have to take this one, the step number one, and you have to implement it here. Okay, step number one on environment two, as you can see. Okay, there are some challenges. Okay, that means we are going to solve those challenges. There are some challenges of applying it this way. Okay, there are some challenges. There is some sort of one of the challenges, let me just say, code duplication. Okay, okay, I will go to the React documentation and I will show you there some of the things. Okay, and how are we going to avoid those? So there is code duplication in doing it this way. So generally this is what will happen. First of all, you have, let me just write these steps. Let me write the steps here. These are the steps involved. Okay, number one, you have to some sort of create. Okay, let me type here, create context. Okay, okay, you have to some sort of create your context, which is cool. And then after creating the context, I think you have to create the provider. Okay, you have to, but for the sake of memorizing, okay, these steps so that it can be easier for you to recall, if I can say create context and create provider, these two create, okay, maybe they are not going to be easy on helping you to memorize things. Okay, so let's say here, because we are going to create some mnemonics here or a certain way to memorize this thing to make it easier for you guys. Okay, for instance, here we can say the keyword is create. Okay, maybe when we have picked up a lot of words that make sense up until here, maybe we might use that as a way of memorizing it. So here, let's say the first, excuse my writing. Okay, we can say create. This is the keyword here. So here we are creating a provider, but I'm not going to say create a provider. Okay, let me just say here provide. Okay, Okay, I want these to be more like what can I say, actions instead of just words. As you can see here, there is create. So here, let me write provide. Okay, so here on provide, we are creating a provider. We are going to create a function which is going to be a provider. Okay, so we've got create and then we've got provide. Okay, we've got provide, the keyword provide here. Okay, so let's see. So after providing, okay, a provider, let me just give you an idea of what's going on. So when it comes to providing, okay, here on providing, always let me write it here. Here on providing, always think of JSX, okay? Okay, think of JSX. Okay, here on creating the context, this is more like a function that is behind the scene. Okay, it's like a function, you will never see it physically. Okay, on your page, on your HTML page. I hope you get that one. You will never see it here. Okay, it's only a JSX element that you see here. Okay, that you see here. So a provider, inside it, okay, it renders some sort of a JSX element. Okay, if I can be more clear about that, a provider, okay, will render a JSX element. It has got some tags. Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, let me say PR here. Okay, so have this picture in mind when we talk of a provider. The reason why I'm doing this, I am helping you to memorize. Okay, sometimes things can be confusing or convoluted. It's very easy. So I want to bend the concept in your mind. So when we talk of a provider, always think of a JSX. Okay, well, that's fine. And then number three, okay, we want to use a hook. So a custom hook. So let's say create provide hook. Let's just say hook. I think I like the way things are turning out. Okay, so you create provide and you hook, okay, in the same file, guys. Okay, as you can see here, how they do it, things are done in different multiple files. Here with us, we are going to do all this in one file. And then when we go to the actual app, on the calling module, the module that will be calling these or using on consuming these, we're just going to go there once and that's it. And we will keep on using. So we are sticking to write once and use multiple times, many times, or anywhere. Okay. So we've got another word here, which is hook. Okay. So after you are done with this, this means that you will have to create a custom hook. Okay, you will see how is it going to use the provider. So the hook is going to use this provider. Okay, and then we are done with that. Okay, and then what we want to do now. Okay, number four, we are going to Number four, create, provide, hook, and then we have to use, okay? Remember, we are not using like the API at the moment, or we are not using this module just like here when we are using here, okay? Now here, when we are saying use, we specifically mean use context, okay? This is a more specific thing. In fact, let me say it's a function. Okay, so let me just put this context here. It's more important to always highlight. You have to use the context. If we've created a context here, okay, maybe I must put this in green so that we know that there is a relationship between step 1 and step 4. Okay, this is the context that you are creating. Okay, context. Okay, and then here you are using that context. Okay, and then step number 5, let's see, and then step number 5, you have to make available, which is in JavaScript. When you are making it available, you are exporting, okay, or in React.js, let's say you need to export this, okay. So obviously making it available won't give us this thing that we are coming up with here. So I forgot, guys, to put use here. Okay, use. Okay, and then after that we need to okay, create, provide, hook, use, and export. Okay, export. Okay, it's very important to know what we are exporting also here. So let me, using orange, we are exporting, let me just put it like this, like an object. We are exporting a provider and a hook. How do I do this? Okay, let me just give it one color for now to avoid many colors. Okay, very important to notice, we are exporting a provider and a hook. So let's just quickly go back here. On provide, let's write provide orange, and what else? And hook, let's write this orange. Okay, I'm doing my best to make sure that conceptually this gets into your mind, so that if you are in an interview or when you are creating your own project, this can be your knowledge. I want this to feel like it's your general knowledge. Okay, it must be committed in your memory. Okay, it must be your second nature. So we've got provide here. Let's write this in orange, provide. Okay, I think I'm going to save this for myself. I will need it. Okay, let's see. And then hook, provide and hook. Okay, hook, cool. And then let's go back here with red, and let's say we've got export. Okay, export. Isn't there an acronym that we can come up with here? It's CPHUE. Okay. Okay. There is no acronym necessarily, but we can just help ourselves. Maybe this might assist. Okay, let's write it here. Very, very big. We've got C for create. We've got P for providing. We've got H for hook. We've got U for use, and we've got E for export. Okay, let's see. We are creating a context. Providing, we are, let's say, creating a provider. We are creating a custom hook. We are using the context, and we're exporting the provider and the hook. I think this is much better. This is something. Okay, if you can memorize it this way, and I am going to memorize it this way going forward. Okay, whenever I need to create this is what I am going to use. Okay, so now, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to React documentation. I'm just going to show you how it's done, some sort of traditionally. Okay, obviously maybe they might use let's say one file. Okay, they might use one file, but you will see things are separated. Okay, and when we're implementing this, okay, create, provide, hook, use, and export, you will see actually how different this method is, and also the problems that it's solving. Okay, and that is it. So let's go back to the React documentation. Okay, let's see. They are importing a create context. Okay, this is our first C. Okay, it's more like, let's say it's a method. Okay, create context. Okay, as you can see here, they've got a theme context, and this is how they are creating it. Okay, they are using this create null. This is the first C. Okay, let's see if in here, not sure if this is necessary. Is there a way of showing something where I can write on top of the screen? I don't think so. Or drawing mode. Good. Okay. At least I am learning something. I have learned something new today. Let's say this is a pen. Okay. And it's a red pen. Okay. It looks like I can write on top of the screen. I have learned something new today. Okay. So this is our first C. Okay. This is our first C, guys. Okay. We are creating. Okay. I'm going to mention this according to that sequence. I'm not going to mention it now. Okay. So this is how they create it. Okay. So here they are creating the context, which is good. And then as you can see, okay, before they do other things, they are inside the app. Okay. My app. Remember, I told you that they are creating it on a different place, and they are some sort of using it, okay, on a different place. So in a real life application, maybe this creation will occur on a different file, okay, and then this app will also be on a different file. Okay, so as you can see, guys, they don't have the C what in the same place. Okay, as you can see here, they are ready to use it. They are already in the app. With us, we said we are going to be in one file that has got nothing to do with the app. Okay, so those are the differences. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to highlight the acronym. Okay, they see what. Okay, so as you can see, so they are exporting, they are inside the app here, they are consuming it, so they are in the consuming environment. They are returning, remember we said provide. Okay, this is another P. Okay, as you can see, they are providing on a different environment where they are using it. Okay, this is the provider. So we've got create and provide. That means we've got two goals now. Okay, we are scoring two goals. I think this is out of 4 out of 5. I forgot about it, but I'm going to go back. Okay, so as you can see, guys, they are providing. Okay, they are providing in a different environment. Okay, then in another environment, this is a different component. Okay, let me use okay, so now that I'm in the drawing mode, it looks like I cannot scroll here. Maybe I will have to click here in order for me to use this here. As you can see, it looks like, okay, let me use my mouse instead of a pen. Okay, I have learned something new today. Oops. Okay, but it's fine, guys. Let's just scroll. Okay, um and then we said is create, provide, and hook. I think we are supposed to hook. Remember, we are not going to have hook. Okay, because hook is the one that enables us, that gives us the power not to duplicate ourselves. So if they don't have hook, please don't mind, but you will see when we are implementing how does hook fit in here. So we've got create, provide, we've got hook, and then we've got use. Okay, so here on the form there is nothing that really talk about using. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so in terms of hook, can't I write maybe hook with a different color? Or let me just finish with these ones first, okay? Because I don't want to, maybe even this color thing might take time, okay? It's my first time to write on the screen as I present. So let's see. So, as you can see, guys, here, okay, so here they are using, remember, okay, here they are using. So let me just put you here. Okay, as you can see, guys, here they are actually using. Okay, and then what is the last? Obviously, since they are in the same file, okay, if this was a real life code, they were going to export things. Okay, but they are not exporting. So the things that they don't do now, I can change the color. The things that they don't do, okay, that we do is to, now I forgot the acronym. Okay, is to create a context, and then they provide, yes, and they don't hook. Okay, um why am I not writing? Let me click OK first here. Okay, they don't hook. I'm happy with this. I wonder I will be able to delete all of this. Okay, they don't hook and they don't export. Okay, as you can see, guys. So when you get back to here, I believe you can be able to see what's going on here. Okay, let's see what else. There is nothing much here. Okay, since we are here, okay, here is use. Okay, so since we are here, guys, we might as well use this code some sort of to talk about the provider. Okay, remember we said a provider is a JSX. Let me just make a note of that. Okay, a provider. This is the P. Okay, this is a JSX. This doesn't mean the provider is going to be displayed. Okay, but it's very close to rendering. It's very close to displaying its features and how it's being presented. Okay, it's presented, let's say, like an HTML tag. So this is just for us to note. Okay, let's go to their provider. Okay, let's just go to their provider and see where is their provider. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, number one, the provider is inside return. Okay, inside the return, this will be rendered. Okay, as you can see, this is the JSX, this is a opening tag, and this is a closing tag, and it's the provider. We are getting it from context. Okay, create a context, we get this through a provider. Okay, I hope you can see everything here. And then what are the things to note about the provider? The provider has got a value. Okay, let me just move up. The provider has got a value. Okay, here in this case, the value of the provider is a string dark. Okay, so what they are doing here, what can I use? Let me just go to ShadCN. Okay, ShadCN UI, and I'm looking for light and dark mode. This is what I'm looking for. So what they did, they have got a value that is globally saved. That's what we are going to do also. That is globally saved. Okay, and as soon as this value changes, okay, it changes some sort of in the entire app. Okay, so as you can see, guys, let's click dark here. Okay, that's what they are trying to do. Okay, as you can see. So let's just quickly go here so that we can clearly explain this. So they have used the provider pattern, okay, so that they can have a dark mode here. What if maybe when you are here, you are, let's say, in a different section, it's still dark. So that dark mode, that dark variable, it's available here. It's controlling things. What if I click on dialog? As you can see, guys, so that means that that dark variable, it's available all over the application. I hope that one is clear. Okay, so what we want to do in our case, we want to have a user data and make that user data available. Okay, so that I think you are familiar with this. Okay, if you are on Facebook, okay, it's a pt here. They don't have, okay, here's my name. Okay, as you can see, guys, so the user data in the application, it must always be globally available so that you can use it when you want to, so that it can appear in all pages when you want to. Okay, let's see here. This is just a profile. As you can see, guys, okay, here is my name and here is my email address. Okay, so this is the information that we want to store globally using the provider pattern, so that whenever we want it, we can access it, so that we won't have to pass the props through the top bar component. Inside the top bar component, we must get into, let's say, this menu component. Inside the menu component, maybe there's another top bar component, and then from then we pass the URL image, we pass the name, and we pass this. That means it's prop drilling. So this prop will go from here to here to here to here. We just need to get it. Okay, guys, I hope you are learning something. If you do, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It will help my channel to grow. Okay, now I think I am supposed to to clean all this up, and then we are going to get into code. So how am I going to do that? Do we have a rubber here? We have a rubber here. I think then I can, oops. Oh, okay. Okay, that means I can just do this. Okay, interesting. Now I'm afraid, what if I close this and the recording cancel? Okay, I think let me take a risk. Okay, I don't think the recording will stop. Okay, it's continuing, guys. As you can see, I have learned something today. Okay, so let's go back to our notes. Okay, as you can see, guys, we've just have create, provide, hook, use, and export. So we are going to take this to the code so that we can use it accordingly. I hope this is helping you. It's giving you an idea of how things are going theoretically. I think with this, you can sit one-on-one with an interviewer. When they are asking you about the context API, you can explain to them with understanding, okay? With understanding. Okay, so let's continue, guys. So this is CPHUE. Okay, I hope I won't forget. All right, now let's get into the code. CPHUE. Okay, cool. Now, what I want to do, I want to come here. Okay, come here. And then here, I want to create a new folder. Okay, let me close the components and let me just close the app like this. Okay, so here, is this supposed to be inside here or it can be here? Let me just create it here. Okay, on the root folder. Okay, usually, the general convention, I think you can name this whatever that you want to name it, but in most enterprise application or production like level application or real life application, this is called a store. Okay, and I think I understand why. Okay, because it stores the information, like it stores the information. So but you can put your anything that you want to put, guys. Okay, so inside this store we are going to create a context. Okay, and this context, we are going to call it an app context. Okay, why are we going to call this an app context? Because I am going to store here everything that needs to be stored globally in the app. Okay, so for now, that's how I think. Okay, obviously, guys, as I told you, when I'm coding, I change minds. Okay, because I go with the flow. If I see an opportunity for something that can make my life easier and it's new, I implement it there and there. So for now, I'm thinking I am going to use this app context for anything. Let's say we want to store the user data exactly the way we are going to do it now, and also at the same time maybe I want to use a theme. Okay, we're still going to store the theme here in the same context. Okay, at least that's how I'm thinking at this point in time. So let's make this a tsx file. Happy. So the first thing that I'm going to do now, I forgot that. Okay, I'm supposed to create. Okay, let me see. Okay, now this is thinking that I'm writing a code. Let me comment it. Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, let me just put some numbers. I'm supposed to create I was about to say create, read, update, and delete with is the CRUD or CRUD. Okay, of which that's not the case. So I'm supposed to create, provide. Number two, I have to provide. Okay, number three, create, provide, and I have to use. Okay, number three, I have to use. Okay, and number four, I have to hook. Okay, I have to hook, and number five, I have to export. Okay, at least my memory is better. Okay, it's improving. Okay, so let me see if I enter here. Is it going to? Not really. Okay, let me do it like this. Okay, let me do it like this. Is this going to work? Yes. Okay. The reason why I'm doing this, I want to follow these steps as they are so that you can see how they translate to code. Okay. I'm always thinking of ways to teach and at the same time to make my life easy. Okay. Okay. So that's how I do this. Is this export? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, guys, this is what we are going to follow. Okay. So let's get started. Starting by creating obviously there will be some other things that we will add here in this code that I didn't really talk about in the theory, simply because they are not related to the provider pattern. Okay, TypeScript will always force us to do things in a certain way. So I will tell you when I'm being chased down by TypeScript, I will tell you this is just TypeScript. Okay, so let's see. Now we are creating. So let's say const. My apologies about this. Const. This is not const. Okay. App context. Okay, this is my variable name. App context. Okay, const must be initial app context is equal to, let's say, create context. As you can see, guys, this is available. Okay, create context. Let's create context. Okay, so import it from VM. I don't think so. This is supposed to come from React. Okay, let's see. Okay, create context. Then let's click here and press Control and space at the same time from React. This is what we want, guys. Okay, as you can see, but let's just take this to here. Okay, step number one done. Okay, after you are done with step number one, creating your app context, you just need to see what are the complaints. Okay, these are the things that I was saying. I didn't put them there in the theory because they are not like involved in this app context thing. Okay, let's see. Expecting one argument but got one. So the app context, you have to initialize it. Okay, you have to initialize it. For now, let's give it a value of null. Okay, as you can see, guys, we have solved the first problem. Okay, please note that since we are using TypeScript, okay, we still have to come back and type this context accordingly. Okay, because whatever that we provide, let's say we are providing a string, we need to tell the context that we will be providing a string. What if we are providing a number? We need to tell the context we are providing a number. What if we are providing an object? We need to tell TypeScript that we're providing an object. So we are going to come back here, but the reason why I'm doing it this way, I want to show you the simplest way, okay, so that you can see that it's not a lot of things. Okay, you just need to understand what's going on. Okay, of which that's all what I'm about. Okay, to help you to understand what's going on. Okay, let's see what's next. We need to provide. Okay, so let's create const. Okay, this is okay, const app provider. Okay, app provider. Now we need to talk a little bit about a provider. Okay, because I have to explain why my code is like this, but for now we can create just a normal element. Okay, let's just create a normal function. Okay, let's create a normal function. So now we need to, let's just quickly go back to the React. Okay, let's see here when they are creating a provider, where they are creating a provider. Okay, number one, they don't really have a function called provider. Okay, they are just extracting or using the provider from the context. As you can see, guys, this is how they are using. Okay, so this provider, what it does, okay, as it is a JSX element, it wraps all the elements that are going to use the global value, which is this one. We are also going to have our own value. Okay. So it must wrap all of these so that these values, they are available in this form. Okay. So it's easy to see from this code that, oh, these guys, what they are doing, they are having this global value, okay, that is stored somewhere, okay, that needs to be available in the form. As a rule of thumb, in also other frameworks and UI libraries, okay, this provider, they always put it in the entrance of your application so that it can globally be available in the entire application. I hope you do get that. Here, they didn't surround this app with this provider. As you can see, they only surrounded form, so it will only be available here on form. Okay, I hope you do understand that a provider is a JSX element. It surrounds the component. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, here it surrounds a form. Now, let me just quickly go to the notes. Okay, just to explain a little thing. Where is my pen? Okay, so now what we are going to do, instead of having a concrete provider, okay, a concrete provider that will surround, let's say, a form or an app, okay, we are going to have a general provider that will take the form as a child, okay, anything in fact, okay. Let me just delete this, okay. It does not necessarily take a form, it takes any JSX element, okay, as a child, okay, which is children. Okay, as you can see, guys, and wraps that. Okay, remember I once said somewhere here that a provider is a wrapper. Maybe I just talked about it, I didn't really note it. Okay, so it will have to wrap these children, okay, so that it can provide a value. Let's say it will provide a value. Okay, it's providing the value to all these children that are inside here. As you can see, it's a wrapping JSX. So as we are going to be clever, okay, we are going to create a function and we are going to call that function app provider. And then that app provider will receive any child, okay, any, okay, in case of React, what documentation, they have used a form. With us, we are going to receive any, okay, so that once whatever that gets in here, we are going to feed it with the value. On my previous video, I talked about high order component. Okay, as you can see, the nature of this provider, it's more or less like that. Okay, once something gets into it, it get access to a certain value. Okay, it's more like it, but obviously this is not a high order component. Okay, maybe it might adhere to similar features, but it's not called a high order component. So as you can see, guys, as we are going to, remember we said we are going to be in one file. Okay, write everything here, not go to the form, go to the app, we are going to write everything here. Okay, and then from then, once we are done, we are going to go to the what can I say, we're going to go to the controlling module. Maybe this is not where I was supposed to write this, okay, but anyway, so what we are going to do, we are going to write everything in one file, okay, in the store. Let's say our store context API, or our app context. Okay, this is app context. Let me just this, and then we are going to use app context anyway. Okay, please understand or memorize this way. Okay, we're not going to go back and forth to a form, to an app, to no. Okay, so guys, we are here, we are creating a provider. I hope you do understand why am I going to create a provider this way. Okay, where do I want to be? Okay, let me put the pen down. All right, so meaning that we are going to receive our children here. Okay, we are going to receive children here. and we need to type these children. This is TypeScript. As you can see, TypeScript is complaining. Let's copy the children as it is. Okay, and then we are going to type these as React nodes. Okay, maybe I typed the wrong spelling. React node. Do we have something there like that? Yes. Okay, so meaning that this provider is going to receive children. Okay, and then after it has received these children, remember we said this is, let me also type this here, this is a JSX element. Okay, meaning that if that's the case, we need to return, okay, because any JSX element returns something. In returning, that's where you are rendering. So okay, let's say return. Okay, for now let's just return an empty fragment, JSS fragment. Okay, so we need to return something. Remember, we need to return the provider. Okay, so what we want to do, let's go ahead and return that provider. Okay, now where are we going to get? Remember, this is a function that takes any child or children. Okay, now let's return the actual provider. We are going to extract the provider from app context. We are going to copy this app context. Okay, so now I want you to be vigilant on the errors that we are going to face and how are we going to solve them. Okay, so we want a JSX element. Let's just close this so that you can see what errors is it going to give us. Okay, as you can see, so meaning that this alone is not a JSX element, okay, alone, but we need inside it, we need to get the dot provider. Okay, then the dot provider, okay, it is a JSX element, but it has got a necessary prop, because based on its nature, if it's a provider and it provides nothing, TypeScript is not happy with that. Okay, or let's say React, React, let's say. So as you can see, guys, it's telling us here. So this error, okay, it's not like those scary errors. Okay, we just need to read. Okay, property value is missing. Okay, now let's give it a property of value. Okay, this is the value that we are providing. For now, let's just remove these and just type a string, an empty string. Okay, is not assignable to null. Good. Now look at this error. Okay, now this error is taking us back to the step that we didn't, what can I say, that we have skipped intentionally. Okay, now this error is telling us that this context, okay, consumes or is being initialized by a value of null. TypeScript automatically gave this a type of null, as you can see. Okay, now once we assign a string here, this is telling us that no, the type of this context, which will be transferred automatically to this value, what you are supplying, okay, to this value is different from what you have provided. Okay, remember here, guys, we were not providing a type, we are providing a value. Okay, let me give you an idea. Since null can be a type and it can be a value, so it might confuse us. Let me just make an example of a number. Still, this will complain. Okay, because what TypeScript did based on this number, TypeScript has inferred, meaning that TypeScript has automatically assigned a type of number to this. My apologies about that, to this value. Okay, is not assigned to a type number. As you can see, it will only accept it once we have string here. So TypeScript will infer to this value a string, then now it is happy. As you can see, what we have skipped here, now it's coming back to us. Okay, it's very important, it's mandatory that you put null here. Okay, I will explain when we get into other steps why. Okay, so now you understand that null is not assignable to this value. Remember what we said about the provider. A provider provides a value To us, we want to provide user data. Okay, let me just go back here for some time. To us, we want to provide user data. Okay, so in our case, we wish we can have the username. Okay, we need to have the URL, image URL, username. What else? Nothing much for now. Okay, and the reason why I don't have much here, I'm just making an example. Okay, so meaning that if we have the user data, okay, let me try to write things clear. Okay, guys, if we've got a variable here called user data, that will take an object that has got, let's say, a username. Okay, I will never write with green again. This is very funny in my eyes. Okay, so if this take a user data of coded and the URL image, let's say image URL. For now, I'm just going to type img URL of, let me just type here http, okay, blah blah blah. Okay, as you can see, this is an object. It means that if we are going to store this data and some sort of push it through the value prop of a provider, we need to tell the context. Okay, we need to tell the context as much as we are initializing it with null, but we need to tell it what must it expect, what type of data must it expect. So meaning that at the same time, we need to type this. Okay, we need to create a type that will have a username of string and an image URL of string. Then if we have that type, we need to pass it through the context. So it's like we're telling that context that, okay, context, expect these two types. Okay, the user data type. Okay, the user data, which is this one. Okay, the user data prop type and null. I will tell you why we have this null. Okay, there are possibilities that the context might be null. I will explain in details. But now, Matthew, you said you are really making an example here. Okay, an example here about the user data. Then where are we going to get the actual data or the actual type? Okay, cool. That's a good question. Now let's get into real life. So what I'm going to do, I am going to use JSON placeholder. Okay, remember this data comes from the API, so we might as well take it from the API. Okay, so I don't know how is it at the moment up until I see the structure of the API. Okay, so let's see here. We want this is fake data, okay, from an API. Okay, so what I want to do, I want photos. Okay, I want something with an image. I want the data that will have an image because we've got the image there. So let's look at these photos. Let's see what other data it has. As you can see, it has got album 1, ID 1, there is a title, and also there is a URL, and there is a thumbnail. As you can see, guys, this is let me quickly take a water break. So as you can see, guys, okay, this is a better mock data. Okay, maybe this might act as the name, this one, and this ID and other things, and then we'll put the title where it is, and this has got also the thumbnail. Okay, it has got the thumbnail and it has got also the placeholder. Okay, let me just test something. Okay, because these are publicly available URLs. Okay, so I think it's my first time to use a JSON placeholder. Okay, so now I'm trying to test JSON placeholder doesn't give us like proper images, but as you can see, guys, there's nothing we can do. Okay, this is what it provides, and it's not going to be, our app is not going to be realistic, but what else can we do? Okay, let's look at the thumbnail. What is the difference? Okay, I wish our data can be okay. The thumbnail is smaller than that one, okay, but this will solve the problem, guys. It will solve the problem. So what I usually do from here, let me show you. Let me see. I used to have a URL here. I hope I will find it. Let me check here. Okay. When I was starting with TypeScript, I used to have this. Okay. I think this was helping me to create a type from JSON. Okay. I'm just giving you this information so that in case you are still struggling with typing things, okay, this can how to use this. Looks like I forgot now. Generated type now. Okay, so I want to paste this object. Okay, as you can see, guys, this has generated a type for us. Okay, as you can see, we've got the album ID, which is a number, ID number, title number, URL string, and thumbnail string. This is something that you can do yourself. Okay, but let's just quickly copy and paste this. Okay, obviously, what can I say? You need to maneuver things. Okay, here there is poke text. I don't know what this means. Okay, and understandably we didn't give it some names and whatever, so let's copy this and change it whenever we want and manipulate it so that it can be what we want. So for now, guys, I'm not going to take our types to a different file, but remember here we are creating like more like a real life application. Maybe I will do that in the next tutorial. So for now, I'm going to declare this type here on the same file. Okay, as you can see. So the only thing that we are going to change here, number one, we don't want to export it because we are not interested in this being available in other modules. Okay, and we want to change this name. Okay, so this is user data data prop. Okay, this is user data prop, so this is a type. Okay, here you can say this is an interface, things will work. You can also say this is a type, but obviously you have to put equal here. Okay, so for me, I choose to go with type. Okay, as you can see, guys, now we have typed this, so we need to tell this context that this is either this type, expect this type of information. Let me see. We are going to get one of these at a time. Okay, we are going to get one of these at a time. Let's go to the API and see, is there a way to tell the API that we want one of these? Let me just /1 here and see. Okay, as you can see, guys, okay, we are able to tell this that we want only one person. Okay, because when somebody logs in, the user is the only person who has logged in, so the API doesn't have a choice but to return the information only for one person. Okay, as you can see, so we can hit this endpoint and we're only going to get one. Okay, that means we don't have to mention arrays and other things, so this is perfectly fine. So now let's do this, like, first of all, for this example. Okay, this is complaining that you cannot assign type string to null. Okay, since we want both options, now let's tell TypeScript that this context, okay, let me show you some other thing. Okay, as soon as anywhere when you are typing things, you put these angles, okay, these angle bracket, and then let's say you type something as string. Okay, this is a generic type. Okay, how do you know if something is a generic type? Let me just show you here. Okay, as you can see, this context takes a variable. Okay, but this is a type variable or a type parameter. Okay, takes a type parameter even though it's going to take a value parameter, which is this one, but it takes a type parameter. So we need to tell it. So this is generic typing. Okay. So it takes a type parameter. This is what we are providing it here with. Okay. So in our case, let's tell it that this is going to be a string. Obviously, it's complaining that null is not a string. Cool. Let's say this is going to be a string or null. Okay. Obviously, that is the case, guys. Okay. This has got two possibilities. It's either it's what we want, which is the value a string, or it can be null. I will tell you what are the possibilities. Just like when you are fetching data from the API. Okay. When the async task is still busy, or when the promise or when the fetch method it's still getting data from the API, what will be displayed in the app? Obviously it's null because the data is not there yet, and then as soon as the data arrive, then null will change to a certain data type. So there are many instances whereby you are having an initial value of null. Okay, let's continue, guys. Let's keep it going and keep it flowing like water. Okay, let me just check something here, guys. My apologies about this. I just thought about it now. Okay, in case you might want to learn user interface design, I've got another channel where I'm teaching people how to code. Okay, as you can see, using Figma. I've got some awesome videos here. Please, guys, just check this channel and subscribe as well. If you might want the source code, please check the link in the description. Join my email list. Automatically you will get a link to this source code. It will be Substack in bracket source code, okay, or Substack clone. All right, let's continue, guys. Okay, let's keep it going and keep it flowing, guys. I hope, number one, you are learning something. I hope this is the best tutorial on context API or the provider pattern. Believe me, this is not easy. Yeah, a lot of people, they don't make it easy, and I think even React documentation doesn't make this easy. So that's why I'm doing it this way. I want you to, after this video, you might feel like you can explain it even to a small kid that this is what is going on here. Okay, that's what I'm about. So now let's continue, guys. So what we did, we have just told this context that we are going to use a string or null, which is now it's happy, but it's not a string. The other option, it's this. Okay, as you can see, now it's complaining, okay, that this value is not a string. So now what we want to do, for the sake of let's see. Now we need to initialize this. Okay, we need to initialize it. We have told it that it can be this or null. For now, let's just initialize it with null and see, guys. Okay, because to be honest, we don't have it. Okay, is there something that I'm missing? Let me just put null here. Sorry. Okay, obviously this doesn't work, or maybe I did something. Let's see. Undo first, undo to get it on the right state. Okay, let's say this is null. Okay, let's see what will happen here. Okay, as you can see, guys, it works. Okay, I'm happy with this. Now let's look back, relax, and see where we are. I hope you guys are learning something. If maybe there's something that is looking a bit complicated, please shoot a comment below. Okay, I'm more than willing to explain it, or maybe do a follow-up video on that. Okay, so we've just created a context which is going to be use data or null. Okay, and now we are providing this value as null for now. Okay, my question is, how are we going to get this data to here? Okay, when are we going to fetch it from the API? I hope you get my question. Okay, we are saying it can be null, yes. Then now here, instead of putting the actual data, okay, we are putting null. Then my question is, where are we going to to get the data from the API and use it. Okay. Let me come back to here. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so as you can see in this application, guys, okay, it's either we have, what can I say, a one source of truth. Okay, I think the whiteboard might be needed. Okay, it's either we have one source of truth, which is our store. My apologies about that. Okay, it's either we have one source of truth, which is our store. Here in our store, we can fetch data from the API. Okay, fetch data from the API, and then let's say this is the server. Okay, this is the server. We can fetch this data, which is the user data. Okay, and then we make this user data, instead of null here, then we make it available in, let's say, all components. Okay, remember, this is the user data. The reason why this user data is here, it's because the user has been authenticated. Okay, authenticated through a login. Okay, it's very important to understand the nature of this data. Somebody went through the screen, and because they have passed the test, now we have managed to get this user data from the API. Okay, as you can see. So if this data is being supplied by the store, what if somebody logs out? Okay, remember, you can log out anywhere. Okay, just like the image that we are using in more than one place in the application, we might have a logout button in this component. Never know, maybe somewhere here in the profile we've got also a logout button. Maybe somewhere here we can have logout. Okay, so meaning that there might be many places where we've got the logout button. Okay, maybe on settings, on profile, we might have a logout button. Okay, so meaning that there are many events that might log out. Okay, so it's not like we get the data from the API, from the server to the store, and that's it. Okay, meaning that we need to modify this data, because once I logged out, I don't expect this data to be here. Okay, so let's introduce, I think this is something that I forgot, guys. Okay, which is on the things that we were supposed to talk about: context, provider, what else, hook. Okay, I was supposed to mention use state as well. Okay, so let's introduce use state. So this means that we need to have a state here, which is going to be user data, and set user data. Okay, this set user data allows us, as much as this variable is in the store, but because of we can have log out here, log out here, log out here, which all of these will be manipulating the user data. After logout, the user data must not be available. Okay, as you can see. So we are going to use set user data. Okay, which is, we need to, that use state, we need to have it here. Okay, that state, let me put it that way. Okay, that state, we need to have it here, so that these logout guys, when they want to change the user information so that it cannot be available, they can use that through set user data. Okay, so what does this change? Okay, so now this is our some sort of new way to think about it. Okay, we've got our store here, but in the store we are not fetching the data, right? We are not getting it. Okay, it's not, now the store will stick to the single responsibility principle on solid principle. Okay, let me just type solid. Okay. Okay, the single responsibility principle. So now the store is concerned with one and only one thing, to be a store. It doesn't fetch the data, which is interesting. Okay. So now the store will have the state, which is user data as a variable, and the way or the mechanism to set that data. And it will store it globally. It doesn't fetch, it doesn't initialize it. Okay. It knows nothing about the data. Okay. What it knows that it will store the data. This is interesting. So on our loading page, let's say on our app page, we have a responsibility to do what? To set this data, okay, to use the set data variable, let's say on the store, okay, set data and initialize it with something, okay, meaning that we are going to do a fetch call here in this module, because this module, it's its own responsibility to fetch the data, but it's not going to keep the state. It's going to set the data, and the data from which is now the server will be here. Okay, this guy can talk to a server, and after he's got the information about the server, it will save it through this set state. It will save it to here. So that means we need a state. Okay, I hope that one is clear. Okay, so that is the only thing that I forgot on the theory, but I hope you do understand. Okay, so meaning that we need to have a use state here, const. Are we using Next.js? Now I'm used to React Native. I've been conceptualizing such that I even forgot what am I using. Okay, so I think Substack, yeah, the Substack clone is using Next.js. Okay, cool. Okay, because Next.js has got server-side rendering and the client-side rendering. I just wanted to remind myself about that. Okay, so let's continue, guys. So I need to create a state which is user data, and then set, let me copy this as it is, set user data. This is the mechanism by which we set the user data is equal to use state. Okay, this is a hook, a React hook, as you can see, guys. Okay, the use state also, let's see, can we see from the get-go that it is a, what can I say? It is a generic type. As you can see, guys, it takes a generic type here. The generic type is undefined. As soon as we put null here, this will be typed as null. As you can see, as soon as we put a number here, 5, okay, as you can see, guys, this is a generic type. So what we want to do now, we want to tell it that, okay, you have to, in this data, okay, in this data, okay, let me copy this so that this can be clear to you. You are going to contain this type of data, okay? You are going to contain this type of data, okay? Now, TypeScript is telling us that this form of data is not equal to a number, okay? Let's say initially it's going to be null. TypeScript still is not happy that null is not equal to this data. Cool. Let's say it's going to be this data or null. Is that true? Yes, it's true. What if maybe even the system, that's how it's going to know if you have not logged in. If this use state this use data is null, then the system will know it has to kick you out. You don't have the right to access modules. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, this is proper typing. And then don't forget, guys, if you getting something out of this, don't forget to subscribe. We are getting there. If you've made it this far, I'm proud of you. You are going to be the best of the best. Okay, let's continue, guys. Keep it going and keep it flowing like water. This is the one video that you're going to watch and understand this context store thing. And this skill is very important. It will help you. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Now we've got a state. Now somebody might ask, what are we passing here? Now here we are passing the data that will be here. Okay, as you can see, because the type of this data, which is this or this, is the same as this or this. Okay, now we are passing a value here. Now I know the question that you have, and the question that you have is, when then or how are we going to set this data? Okay, so meaning that as soon as we use this function and pass somebody else's name and whatever the URL image, that information will sit here. This guy will be able to provide it. Okay, just hang on, we are going to get there. Remember, we said provider is a CSS element and also it's a wrapper. Okay, so let's make it to wrap something. So what it will do, it will take every child that comes inside it and it will wrap it. Just like that, we are done. Okay, I hope this is visible enough. Okay, I hope. Let me try to zoom in a bit and see. Okay, in case somebody is viewing this from a mobile phone, I should have done this from the get-go. Okay, my apologies about that. So as you can see, guys, okay, I don't know what are these lines for. Context. Oh, app context, suppose. Okay, so meaning that let me just, this is just my, what can I say, spelling mistake, guys. Okay, it's nothing much even here. Let's just say app context. As you can see, now those lines are gone. Okay, so my apologies about that. I should have noticed it. All right, I think we are getting there. Now we've got a provider, okay, that has got a function that takes everything that gets in there, and before it returns it, it will wrap whatever. So we are going to wrap with this provider. We are going to wrap the entire application so that, my apologies, so that the user data can be available globally. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think we are done with providing. The provider provides this value, okay, which is here. I think everything works well. Let's see what are we missing. Okay, let's continue and code. As soon as we see that there's something that we are missing, we will change the code accordingly. Okay, but at the moment, please note that these values that we are setting, they are only available in this module. Now let's click use. Okay, or let me try to save you some time and the complexity in explanation. Let's see. Let's see. These values now, once we maybe there is the wrong step here, because I'm thinking now we are going to the hook, and inside the hook we are going to use context. My apologies about that. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, let's see. Make this 3, and then inside this we are going to use, okay, let's make this 4. Okay, I hope you guys are following. Maybe if there are some things that needs to be modified, please guys, you can go back to your theory and modify some things. Okay, and then now let's see. And then the reason why we are going to a custom hook, okay, we want this hook to make these two guys available, so that we can manipulate these two guys where, so that we can use and manipulate this guy, in fact, where in another code. Okay, so if we want to make this available, okay, let's see. Okay, I'm just stuck in one thing. Okay, there's something that is confusing me, guys. My apologies, but I will get back on track. Okay, for now, guys, let's leave this use state inside this function. Okay, because when you are using hooks, which is these hooks, you always use them inside the function. So whatever that I was thinking to take this hook here, I think it's going to be wrong way. React hook cannot be called outside. As you can see, they must be called inside a function. Okay, so whatever that I was thinking, I don't think it's the best way to go. Okay, so let's see, we've got a provider here. Let's create a hook. Okay, and then we will see what we can do, guys. This will explain itself. Usually that's how I code. Okay, so let's create a hook const. By default, all the hooks, they've got use state. Okay, where is the other one? Not at the moment. So whenever you're creating a custom hook, you have to use. Okay, so let's say use. What are we using here? We are using a provider. Okay, so let's say use app provider. Okay, this is app provider. Const use app provider is equal to, let's just create an arrow function. I hope the guys that are making noise, they are not affecting you. I don't want to shout to my nephews, hey guys, you are making noise, but I trust this mic that it doesn't have all that chairs. At least it's a decent mic. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Okay, so what I want to do now, I have created a use app provider. I'm happy with this. Okay, cool. And then what we want this guy to do, oh, okay, now I see. Now I see. Let's see. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, cool. Now we want to make these guys available. Okay, that means we must have a way of accessing these guys. Okay, meaning that then again, I'm wrong. Okay, but I will show you why then again I'm wrong. So meaning that when I was here, I just got confused, okay, as I am writing the code, but you will see why I'm saying that. So I was asking myself, how am I going to access these then? Okay, I was like, how am I going to access these when I'm here? Now it dawns to me that I will get these, okay, not directly from here. Remember, they are inside this provider. Basically, they are exactly this value and they are inside a context. Okay, so now let's continue. Let's unconfuse me, or let me dig myself from the grave that I've buried myself under. Okay, so this is how we are going to do that, guys. Now we need to use, the context. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. We are going to create const. Okay, let me check my name so that I cannot use same name. This is the app context. Okay, then what can this context be when I'm using it? Okay, this is use app provider. Let me just call this for now, but whenever you are using use, it implies that that's a hook. So I cannot give this variable name as use context. Okay, somebody once said the most difficult thing in coding it's naming things. Okay, so for now, guys, please allow me. Maybe as I'm coding, I know I might come back to this and make some changes. Allow me to just put here my context. Okay, that was app context, and this one is my context. Okay, is equal to, let's use a hook which is going to be use context. Okay, automatically it will be imported here. Okay, I will think of a name as I'm coding, guys. Okay, so usually that's how I do. Okay, let's see. So and then, oh, okay. Okay, so we are using this hook which is use context. Okay, this hook takes in a context. This hook is the one that is going to take everything that is here, which is this value. It's going to make it available in this context. When you are using it, the value will be available here. You will see how. Okay, cool. And then what I want to do, I want to take a context. Okay, this is the context that I want to use. We've created a context. Yes, remember we said on point number 4, which is now let me just take this to this. Okay, I hope you understand that I just ran into a confusion. Okay, usually I like a code when it's like some sort of telling me what to do. To be honest, guys, for me, this is my approach. It's too much to some sort of memorize this. Okay, it's too much to do so. So what I usually do as I'm coding, I need to talk myself into the truth. That's what I do. Okay. I don't know. Maybe to some other people it's different. You can shoot a comment below and tell me, how do you get this in your head? Okay. To me, in every step, I need to make some decisions. Okay. Because, what can I say? I must guide myself into the truth. Okay. Hence, I am changing things. Okay. So we've created, a context. Now we are going to use the context. Let's just read this error to see if is it some sort of useful. Expected one argument. Yes, I gave you 0. Okay. Use context takes a server context JSON value, which is a context. Oh, okay. Maybe that's the type of a context. It's a server. What. Let me just quickly confirm that. What's the type of this? Okay. Not this one. This is a create this value. The one that we are passing. Is it a It's a context, use what data. Okay, there is nothing that relates to it, but I like to make the errors meaningful. Okay, I always like to read the errors so that when I'm coding, I can be familiar with how Reacts complain or TypeScript, and I can use things. Okay, so guys, we are using now the context that we have created. Okay, by doing so, we get access. Okay. There was a question that I've asked myself somewhere here. How are we going to access these outside this module? I hope you remember when I was saying, please note that this is inside. Okay. My other mind was telling me that this needs to be available here. And I stopped myself because that rule of hooks are only inside here brought me into senses. Okay, so let's continue, guys. I'm happy that we have made it this far. Okay, so now these are going to be available here. Okay, now let's go back to this null. Remember, I said there is a possibility. Okay, sorry, guys, something is itching in my eye, so maybe my voice might be affected. Okay, so let's continue. So now, there is a possibility that this can be null. Okay, when will that be possible? Let's go to React documentation. If then the provider must surround this form in order to get this form to access this value, my question to you is, what if form is not surrounded by what? By the context, okay, by the provider, and it tries to access the theme, okay? Function form, where is the form when it accesses the theme? Let's see. Where is the theme being used? Plus theme. Okay, as you can see, theme is equal to use context, and they are passing this context. That's what we have done, but we have done that in one page. Okay, as you can see, so they are using the theme here. Okay, so my question is, what if you are trying to use the theme but you don't have the provider? Let's say you forgot to provide this form to surround it. Okay, this form to surround it with the provider. Okay, and now here you are saying theme is equal to use context. Okay, so context in this case, okay, if being used outside the provider, if you are using this outside the provider, the context will be null. Okay, it will be null because there is no provider. Okay, so this one, I think I don't have a necessary theory to back this up at the moment, but just what can I say, just memorize it this way. Okay, maybe on the next video I might have some sort of real life application or story to tell or whatever. Okay, so if you are trying to access a context that you didn't really surround it with the provider, the value will be null. Okay, so let's go back to our code. Okay, so as you can see here in the same file, okay, that's why we're having a lot of steps here. Okay, in the same file we are trying to create under this what can I say, under this custom hook. Okay, remember what we are doing now, we are making these available. Remember, we want to use, okay, so this, I think this is almost the second last stage. This one is not a stage exporting. Okay, this is the more like stage. So what if we are using this while we don't have a provider? Then this will be null. Okay, so meaning that it's important for us. I think this is one of the shortcomings of this method. Okay, but guys, now that you understand what's going on here, you can make your own research. And also sometimes I don't like to, what can I say, to go over and above beyond what I know. I am not that type of a guy. So, and also I don't want to feel like in this video I am throwing shades at, or I'm saying this is wrong. I'm not that type of a person. Also, I think everybody has got his own opinion, even if you feel strongly opposing whatever they are saying, but they are right in their own right. So I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So guys, please make a research on these two methods. Okay, but I would like to assume this is also the other shortcoming of this method. Okay, because you don't really test, okay, if this is out of context. Okay, so that's what we are going to do here. We have created a hook. We are expecting the hook to give us this value, or let me say this and this. Okay, and right there I have identified, let's see. Okay, not really guys, not really. Okay, the context provides us with user data only, not with user data and set user data. Okay, let's keep it that way for now. Okay, so as you can see guys, what if we are using this context, which maybe in the implementation we didn't provide this, it's not surrounded by this will be null. So when we proceed, we need to test if this is true. Okay, meaning that when this is null, this is supposed to be false. Okay, so now only when this is true, this is what we are going to do. Okay, what is it that we are going to do? Remember, we said this hook um provides us with this data. Okay, it provides us with this data. Okay, so let's see. So if that's the case, if this is true, that means now this has been surrounded by a provider. Okay, now let's get that data there. So let's say const, we need to destructure that data. Okay, const, let's put this as it is. Okay, let's put this as it is, and let's also get this as it is. Okay, let's also get this as it is. We are getting it from my context, because now we know my context is not null. Okay, we are destructuring these. User data does not exist on type user data props. That is the catch. Okay, let's see. Okay, I knew that there is a code smell somewhere here. Okay, that's fine. So let's see guys, from here my context, okay, that means it doesn't have, say this one is not at all, it's not callable. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, user data, which is user data. I think this makes sense. Okay, what am I passing here? Okay, this user data, inside it we have what? Okay, we have these. Okay, so my logic is telling me that the only thing that is available in the context, okay, in the provider, as we are passing this data as it is, okay, it could be only these. Okay, it could be only these. Let's just quickly test that guys. Okay, let's test that. It could be only these. Okay, let me just delete this. and ask for one of those, as you can see, guys. Okay, meaning that remember, I was doubting here. I questioned my logic somewhere here, but I said let's proceed. We will see what we can do. Okay. Let's see. So here, what we are passing, um we are passing this data, okay, which is fine. Okay, but based on what we want to do, okay, this is not the only data that we are passing. Okay, I hope you are going to get what I'm trying to do. I hope. Okay, it won't be confusing. So now the data that we want to pass, I hope this will be clear. Okay, let's say type, you will see it now. Okay, let's say type user, is it user? Now set user and get user. Yes, let's say type user state. Okay, let's say type user state data. These will be props. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, this is user state data props. Okay, is equal to, let's do this. Okay, cool. Now we want to pass these as well, because actually these are the things that we want. Okay, not necessarily these. Okay, check here. We want to use this data. Inside this data, we've got this. I don't mind about that. And we want to be able to set this data. Okay, so what we want to do now, we want to pass these here. Okay, not only the content of this, as you can see, so that we can access those here. Okay, so what we are going to do now, let's say here on this prop, we've got this user data. What is the format of user data? Okay, here is the format of user data. Okay, as you can see, guys, here is the format of user data, but it's not just this. Okay, remember now we are passing a state value. Okay, this is just an object like this, so we might as well save ourselves by looking at the state value and look at its type. As you can see, this state value, this one, okay, it can be user data or null, as you can see, because we want to pass the state data. Okay, not just the data, okay, but the state data. So we might as well say here the state data will be this or null. Okay, I'm happy with this. What's next? Okay, obviously it's this one. Okay, we want to pass also this. Where is set data? We want also to pass set data on the context. Okay, now what is the type of set data? Let's check here. Okay, here on the use state, what data type is this? This is the data type, guys. Okay, set user data based on what we've written here. Okay, the set data type is this dispatch. Okay, up to here. Okay, you don't have to know much about these. Okay, let's type this as it is. You cannot find the name dispatch. That is not a problem. Let's just go to a name that you cannot find. Let me press Control and press space. Here is dispatch from React. And then the state action. Let's just click here where you don't find. Press Control, and I'm on Windows. Press Control and press space. Take this from React. Meaning that now we are now changing, telling the context that Matthew made a mistake, okay, and he admits it and he wants to quickly change. Okay, so now Matthew is saying the context will receive, which is it will receive the user data that will have this data, and it will have a state value for setting this data, something like this. Okay, so meaning that this is just only typing what here okay, yes, so this just a moment, where is, oh, okay, so this is only typing the actual data, or it can be null. That's true. And this one, it's a use state function, of which you declare it like this. I hope you get, guys. Okay, so now Matthew, instead of receiving an object literal name this, name that, Matthew is saying no, 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 not really, because now on the use provider, now he wants to access those. Okay, but now he didn't pass those here, he only passed an object. Okay, meaning that an object, it has got an album name, ID, of which now TypeScript is what can I say, is warning us or complaining. So guys, this is how I do things. Okay, somehow you need to trust that the code will tell you the truth and it will drive you into senses or the proper way of doing things. Okay, so as you can see, guys, so now the only thing that we have to change, we just have to say, let's go back. We've created an app context that can be this or null. Okay, as you can see, let's go back here. This set state and whatever, yes, this works. Now it's telling us that what can I say, the value that you are passing here, it's not these. Okay, it's not these. Okay, it's not these. So let's see now, where do we get these types? Okay, these types and this type, as you can see. Now let's pass those. Let's pass this exactly as it is, this data here. Okay, let's pass this as an object. Let's pass it here, but that's not only the one. Let's pass also this one. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, I was trying to access the the data, the user data and the set data states, okay, which I wanted to export because I wanted to use it on a different module, but I didn't provide those. Okay, I only provided what, an object, which that was wrong. Okay, I hope you do get what's going on here. Okay, we are exporting, we are providing this and this because we want to use them somewhere else. They will always be here. Okay, still the fact remain, we are only going to set this using this method, the one that we are going to export there. Nothing has changed. Okay, now remember I said this is what I want. Let me just copy this, guys. It is because that's what I want. Okay, this and this. So it's like we are destructuring. This is destructuring. Okay, as you can see now, these are available in this context, so when this context is not null, these will be available. Okay, will be available. We are going to extract them from here, one source of truth. Okay, and then from there, if these are available, this is a custom hook. Okay, we need to return those. Okay, returning them is more like saying, okay, I don't want to do a lot of copy and paste. Maybe somebody might think that this is something that you cannot write yourself. Okay, user data. We are returning user data and set user data. Okay, and set user data. Whenever we access this hook, it will always give us these. Whenever we access this hook, it will always give us these. But now, all of these, okay, all of these, they are in one file. They are not available to other modules. There are two things that we need to export here so that they could be available. I think you've got an idea of which one are those. This guy provider needs to wrap things. There are some things that needs to get in here, and then before they are getting used in the entire application, it needs to wrap all of those so that it can be able to provide it can be able to provide the value with those. We need to export this in the end. And at the same time, we need to access and use this user data and set it anywhere we want. That means through this use provider, we are going to get this and this. Okay, so as you can see, guys, the use part is here inside the provider. Where are we using it? It's exactly this one. Okay, exactly this one. And then what else? The hook, I am confused, but I like this confusion. I hope you are learning. Okay, now I'm not going to say anything about the steps. Okay. Sometimes my mind is telling me that no, the hook comes before use, and some other time the use comes before hook. As you can see, guys, now it seems like this is a custom hook. Okay, it starts here and this is inside here. So guys, please don't butcher me in terms of what can I say, in terms of what comes first. Now let me leave it entirely up to you. Based on what we have done, choose which one comes first. Okay. Okay, but I'm happy. I've been enjoying myself in creating this tutorial, and I like the, what can I say, the ups and downs and the complexity that comes with it. I've been enjoying myself. I don't want to lie. I hope also you are learning something, and you are becoming a better developer. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, now this is step number 3. This is comes first, and inside it we are using this. Okay, cool. Now we just need to export what, the use provider, and let's see, the use provider. Okay, let's just type here after this. Okay, we just need to export, export. Okay, named export use provider and the app provider. Okay, now these guys are available. We can use them anywhere. Okay, let's see here, user provider, and here we've got my context. The best way to name this is context, let's say instance. Okay, this is more like, what can I say, a duplication or a copy of. That's what I mean by an instance. Okay, okay, it's like this is being created out of this app constants. It's like a copy of. Okay, so this is constant in context instance, let's say. What else did we some sort of rush over and we didn't do right, since we said we're going to come back? I think it's only that numbering that was confusing. Okay, let's see what I want to do. I just want to format this code so that it can be presentable. Let's see, let's say format selection so that it can be short. Okay, if you want this code, guys, it's available. Please just check the link in the description below and subscribe to my news list. I think it's important that you get this. I think it's important. It will always remind you. I am going to keep this as well. Okay, I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to keep all those notes so that it can help me to, I'm not sure, master this, so that I can, maybe one day it can, all this can come from my own head, let's say, without thinking, with my eyes closed. I think that's what it means to be a genius. Okay, so let's see, guys. I'm happy with this, guys. So now I think we have to use it. Okay, let's continue. Okay, we have to use it. So meaning that now what we are going to do, whenever we want to save data globally, we will have to use this guy wherever we want. Okay, we'll use this guy, and this guy will have this information. According to this, we'll have this. When we want to remove and set this data to null when we're logging out, we can use this guy and set this data to null. Makes sense to me. It makes a perfect sense to me. So what I can do for now, guys, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is just for testing. You know, when you are dealing with, let's say, a complex logic and whatever, you must always test each and every step. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, let's have an object. Let's see. Let's have an object that has the data. Okay. Before we get it from the API, let's mock the data. We are testing now. Okay. This is how we are going to mock the data. Okay. This guy, this provider, has got an initial value of null. Okay. Cool. But we can change this null and put the actual data. Okay, the actual object. As you can see here, we just need to put the data. For us, on the album ID, let's say coded. Obviously, from the API album ID, is this a number or what? Okay, this is a number. Okay, cool. Let's just put a number then. And then also the ID is a number, which is 4. Oh, there is a title there. Okay. Let's put coded here on the title. And the URL, what we can do, let's just search for an image, because the JSON placeholder give us like ugly images. Just search for Trevor Noah. Okay, which image now? Let's use this one. Okay, looks like my internet is slow. Copy this. Don't like this one. Let's use this one. This is much better. Okay, copy this. Where can I copy this? Copy link address. Not link address, I'm wrong. Image address. Copy image address, as you can see, guys. So we are mocking the data. Okay, because sometimes when you try to connect to the API and things are not working, you are not sure if the API is wrong or you are not sure. So it's very important to be sure. The thumbnail URL, I don't think I'm going to use it much, but let me just put this one. Okay, let's see what's the problem here. We can remove these and put commas there, or just nothing for now and see. Let's see. Okay, then let's put comma. Let's put comma. Let's put a comma here. ID is equal to 5. Let's put a comma here. As you can see, guys, so what we just did, we are supplying the object. We're not getting it from the API first for now, because we just want to test this part so that we can fix all the errors of this part first. Okay, then we know if there is a problem with the API and things are not working, we can say that, we can point fingers. Very nice to point fingers. Okay, we can point fingers at the API. Okay, but we need to first fix our own story. So let's see, guys. So what we want to do for now, let's go back to where we are rendering the image. Okay, where? Let's start from here. Okay, as you can see here, we are rendering this image, and then instead of rendering this image, remember we are fetching this image from the API. Okay, so how are we going to do it? Let's see. Yeah, let's test it here. We will see on the code what we will do. All right, I want the desktop navigation. Okay, in the desktop nav, let's go down. What do we have down? Further down. Profile image. Let's go to the definition of this component. Where is the definition? Is it me or something? Where is this defined? Go to the definition. Const, where are we? Oh, this is a high order component. Let's see, is this going to help us? What are we trying to do? Looks like I'm lost in my own code. Now I'm going to jump to a high order component. And remember, I want to show you with clarity what is going on. Now, if this profile image is taking us to a high order component comes with its own complexity, and I take time to explain. This might not be the good idea. So the best idea will be to use it here. Okay, so I'm going to get the user data and I'm going to use the URL here. Okay, so let's go. So I want to go to my carousel. Okay, here on my carousel I've got image URL. I will use what can I say, the initial data that we have initialized there. Okay, so as you can see in this component, what I'm going to do, I'm going to destructure const. Okay, let me go to that object as it is. Where is the app context? I think it's this one. Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to destructure this. Guys, I can just copy this as it is because I want this as it is from this use app provider. So let me take it as it is from here. In fact, I don't want the use state for now, okay, because I'm not going to set it, but we can just leave it as it is. So we can say here, use app provider. As you can see, where are we going to get this use app provider? From the store. Okay, now I'm going to click here and press Control and space. And then I'm going to, suppose this has been imported. Okay, what's going on here? Use app provider, use app provider. So I'm importing it twice. Oh, okay. I think this one needs, something is just not right. Okay, let's see what we might have missed. Oh, okay, it's equal to. Okay, equal to. Okay, we are getting there. Okay, now guys, let's read the errors. Okay, all destructured element are unused. This is not much of a problem. If I've declared a variable and I don't use it, it's not much of an error. I think this one, the user data does not exist on type. Okay, on type user data. Where do I want to go? Okay, let's see. This does not exist. This does not exist on type user data or null. Okay, let me remove this. Let's check here. Or null and use state or null. Interesting. Now the null is seemingly let's see. It's seemingly a problem. Okay, but it's not supposed to be. So what we're going to do, let's go to use provider. Okay, let me just remove this. I want to get this as it is. Did I return this in my provider? Let's see, in my use, yes, in my use provider, in my hook, in my custom hook. Let's see. Okay, okay. There is an instruction that I forgot here, even though it has got nothing to do with this error, but I just reminded myself now. So as you can see, what if this context is null? Then let's say else. Let's tell the programmer that console.log, let's say I think I'm failing from my own rules now. Okay, console.log. I think so. I'm too ahead of myself. Okay, so as soon as you access this outside the context of a provider, you didn't wrap your app with the provider, then it needs to tell you that let's say app context, okay, might have been used outside. Okay, this is not outside the provider. Okay, this is telling you that you are trying to use context, but you didn't wrap your provider. Okay, whatever I'm saying here, I don't think it's something that I did. Okay, I am trying to access things that will instantiate the context. As you can see, this use provider will instantiate. Okay, it's like, those guys who practice things but they don't preach it. It's like I came up with a very proper analysis and what, and I put all the rules. And the first thing I do is to neglect those rules. Okay, so the first thing to do, guys, even though I'm not really sure about that error, but the first thing to do, let's wrap the entire application with the provider. Okay, so let's do that. Before we get into all other errors, let's stick to the basics. Okay, I will come back to this one. So the entrance of my application is, let's see, bababam, bababam, bababam. I want to be, I'm using Next.js, yes. And then I want to be on app. Here is app. Okay. Here. Okay. Now, let me think. Now, at the moment, okay, at the moment, this is home page. This is not the entire app. Okay, this is home page. Obviously when I'm clicking here, since I didn't save, so as you can see guys, this is home page. This is the inbox page, suppose. Okay, it will load after some time. This is the inbox page and this is the chat page. Okay, this works because I didn't save, so those errors are not saved. Okay, so this is a home page. This is not the entire app. Okay, as you can see, I am going to wrap the home page for now, but after everything works well, after we are done with everything, I need to wrap the entire application. Okay, as you can see, I need to go to the layout and wrap the entire application in the layout, because in the layout, that's where everything starts. Or maybe I can just do so because there is nothing stopping me from doing so. So instead of wrapping only this page, let's go to the layout. The layout surrounds or wraps everything. Everything passes through the layout. So as you can see, the layout wraps its own children here, which are those pages that you see, input pages. They always go through this layout. So I'm going to go to the topmost component. Let's see, where is the topmost component? Right after body, I'm going to wrap all of this with the provider. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do this, not use data, app provider. I think I can get a lead here, app provider from store app context. Okay, as you can see, this is what I've exported. It's a JSX element. Okay, let's do this. Okay, it's supposed to complain because it needs children. Remember, we have like created it in such a way that it needs children. Then we are going to go right after the body. Okay, before the body close, we are wrapping the entire application with the app provider. Okay, as you can see guys, so at least we are done with step number 1. Okay, that means now we have managed to, where is, okay, let me just close this. I hope I will see the app provider here. Not really. So that means we have managed to add component. Let's go to control P, app provider. Okay, app context. Okay, so that means we have managed to, this provider, okay, it's being created, and it initializes these, okay, with this. Okay, that's what it does. So now it has provided this, okay, to all the components. So now when we are using this hook, creating a context, since now we know that for sure we are inside the provider because the provider has wrapped the entire application. So that's step number 1, guys. Okay, something that I jumped or made a mistake of. Okay, cool. Now let's go back to the error and see what it was trying to say. Okay, property user data does not exist on user data. Okay, now I see. This is cool. Okay, let's see. Now let's go to our app context. Okay, so what we can do here, let's say this has to be, okay, let's say for now, okay, where I'm typing this. Okay, this has to be something. Okay, doesn't really have to be null. Okay, and this one, it has to be something. Okay, okay, meaning that let's see, we are dispatching a set action. This has to be this. It really doesn't have to be null. Let's see. Okay, and then let's go back here. Let's see on the value use data is not assignable to a type of, cool. Okay. Okay, this is type data or null. Let's go back here. Okay, this is some sort of challenging me and pushing me to a different direction, of which I really don't have a problem with that. Let's see. So it looks like it's always complaining about this null. So this use state was use state on null. So I'm forcing it that, okay, you are not going to be null as a use state. You have to have something, meaning that this one, it's unquestionable. It's going to have something. Okay, this one. I can really see that there was not really a need that it be null. This one. Okay. Also this one. Okay. Here, since we are initializing, okay, the data. Okay. So I don't think there is a certain need for it to be null. Okay. We will then think about what if it's the initial state. Okay, what are we going to do? We will think about that one as we go. So I hope you can see this, guys. Okay, and then let me go back to the use provider. I'm creating a context, making sure that it can be this or it can be null. So this null works here for the context. Okay, as you can see, this is the context that can be this or it can be null. I'm happy with that. If it's null, that means this is going to be false. Then it's going to tell us that you have used the context outside the provider. Okay, that means you didn't wrap. And then if everything works well, this guy is going to return user data here. Okay, being destructured from here. Let's check the type of user data. As you can see, it doesn't have null, and also this doesn't have null, and that is what we are user data. That's what we are returning. Okay, set this page user data. That's what we are returning. I'm happy with this. Let me save and let's come back here on my carousel. Does not exist on. Oh, now I see. I think now I understand what's going on here. Think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. Okay. All right. Now, but there are two brackets that we are using. Where here? Let's just check that first. Where are we setting our value? I think here in our value, we've got two brackets. Okay. Can't we have one? Okay. Because now it's like we've got an object, and inside that object, we've got another object. Okay. That's what I'm thinking for now. Okay, let's remove this. All right. Okay. Let's see. Unable to a type of user dispatch prop. Now I'm starting to be confused a little bit. I'm right there in the end. It's just that now I need to get the use app provider. It's supposed to provide me with these, and it's really doing that. It's providing me. Okay, use provider. Okay, this is what I'm getting. What if they use provider, let's say, what can I say? Mm, 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 mm. Let's say the use provider was providing me with a simple string. Let's say const coded equal to, okay, coded. Okay, this is them. What if this is not the use provider? That's not what I want to say. What if this hook, okay, this custom hook was just providing me with coded? Or maybe when I'm returning, um, okay, let me do this. I think this will give me the truth. Let me return coded, okay, without the bracket, and then let me get coded from here. Let's see. Does not exist. Okay. Use. Yes, I think. Okay, let me see. Now, guys, I'm only lost on the basics, okay, of using of simply using a custom hook, okay. But let me quickly, let's say I'm returning this coded, okay. Save this and go back here. Now, let's check on the proper way of using custom hook, okay. Is this how you use a custom hook? Okay, let me do this trick. If then you don't have this coded, how do I know what you have? Okay, this provider has coded as a string, but there is also undefined. Okay, import use app provider. Okay, let's see. I am getting this use provider from here. Okay, coded does not exist. This is interesting. Okay, let's see. What else can I do? Let me do it this way. Let me say const test. Okay, inside test. When I'm inside test, I'm going to try to see what methods am I going to get when I'm saying dot. Here is dot coded. Okay, now TypeScript is helping me to say that this might be undefined. As you can see, this is saying if it's defined, then you can return this. If it's undefined, then it's going to be available. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's continue with this method, guys, of testing. I'm happy with this. So let's go back to our use provider. Let's undo until we export exactly what we were exporting. Okay, we are exporting this. This is what we want. It looks like chances are this might be undefined. Okay, and my question is, this is supposed to safeguard against that. Okay, maybe let me say context instance. If context instance is true, then do this. If it's false, then do this. Let me do this, guys. If this context instance is how do I say not equal to, let's say if it's equal to null, which is this is not what we want. If context is equal to null, cannot find the name null. Chapa, okay. We are in deep in the grave. But this is interesting because what I like about errors, they teach you what you need to know now at this point in time. So whenever I see errors, to be honest, guys, I don't panic. This is an opportunity for me to learn something. Okay, so let's see. Does not exist in type null. Okay, I like this. If this is null, then come here. These guys are complaining because if this is null, okay, as you can see, guys, if this is null, if the context is null, these won't be there. I absolutely agree. Okay, they won't be available if it's null. Now let's reverse this condition. Okay, we are only going to get here when it's not null. Okay, maybe obviously I might be wrong with this one. Okay, oops, looks like I deleted a lot of things. Now I just want to reverse one of these. Okay, as you can see, guys. So now I'm saying if this is not null, which is when there is something in it, then do this. Okay, so I think the code is supposed to be happy that this is not null. And when this is not null, suppose you can get these from here. Okay, and when you are getting those, they are just variables. Normal, let me save. These are normal variables. It's like what can I say? It's like we have declared them here. They are available as variables and we are returning them. Then else, let's see, where does this end? And this end here. Let me save. Let me go back. What are you complaining with? Obviously, dot coded is not there. Let's see what we have now. Dot user data. Okay, still it's safeguarding us with this. Okay, at least now, guys, we can get what we want. There is or undefined that I really don't know. Okay, but TypeScript is some sort of helping us. This question mark is safeguarding that, is just saying that when this is defined, this is what we are going to get. Okay, I hope you do get that one. So for now, let's access these values not by destructuring. Okay, we will see what we can do with this undefined. We know that it's not going to bother us because we are testing. Okay, so let's go back here. And then what this variable name can be, this is let's say user data dot set. Okay, let's say this is user data. Okay, user data. Okay, this is not a provider. This is not what can I say, what is it? Because it has got a set okay, user data method. Okay, let me say, okay, this is a method, because I don't want to say it's a provider because it's not a provider. So let me just give it a name of a method for now. So meaning that if I use this user provider, okay, it will have all of these, okay, including with this undefined, but most importantly, I'm able to get the user data. So meaning that if I can get the user data, let me just use the user data. Okay, this is interesting. Now let's go back here. Let's go back here. So here I'm going to copy this as it is, and comment this one. Okay, and use the one that I'm going to edit. And in the one that I'm going to edit, I am going to put the square brackets here. Okay. My apologies about that. I'm going to put the brackets here. I am going to go back to where I want to be. Maybe I can make my life easier this way. Okay. I can say const image URL. Sorry about that, is equal to image URL. Let me just say it's a string for now. Okay. I'm coming back here. I just want to solve this. As you can see, this is happy. Okay, don't mind about this line. Next.js is forcing us to use its own next image. So as you can see, I am setting this to this. Then I'm going to go here and equate this to this. And then from here, dot user data, I get the thumbnail URL. I hope you see this, guys. Okay, let's go back to the meta at hand before we proceed and test things. In our own way of doing things, we've got an app context that does almost everything. Okay, it does everything for us. Okay, the only thing that we export here is a provider to wrap the entire application with, and also the use provider hook to access these guys. So in any module, when I want to use this, I can set this to a different name, to a different user using this. Okay, when I want to change this, I can do that wherever I want. As you can see, guys, we've got one file as I promised, and whenever we want to use this, we call only this custom hook, the use provider custom hook. It will provide us with the image URL with some other details if we want to. Okay, so I think you can see this. Okay, I think the only thing that is just became different in my planning, I wanted to destructure these, but it looks like this is the best way for this instance to access this. I'm happy with this. I don't have a problem with. I think the server has been running. Let's go back. First of all, you are importing a component that needs create context. It only works in a client. This is Next.js telling us that let's convert this component carousel into a use client. Okay, it's understandable. Use client. Okay, because we are using hooks, they are only available in use client. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Go back here. Okay, you are importing a component that needs, where we are here on the app context. Okay, that means it only works. Okay, now I see. Okay, even in the app context, it needs to use because this component, it's not using this. Okay, I just have to check if this one uses use client, is it necessary for this one to use client also? Okay, that is something that I need to experiment on. But for now, let's just keep things going and keep things flowing like water. Okay, where is this coming from? Now let me read properly. You are importing a component that needs create context. Yes. Or it only works on the client. Where are we? Let's say store app context. None of them with the use client. So they are saved as, let's see, let's install app context. Okay. TSX dispatch. Okay. You are importing where? App context. Okay. Also here store app context. Let's go back there and see. Okay, I didn't save. Okay, my apologies, guys. It looks like, as you can see, this has not been saved. Let me save it. Okay, let's go back, keep it going and keep it flowing. Okay, as you can see, guys, we have won. We have won. Now we've got an image, a picture of Trevor Noah. Okay, so meaning that whenever we need this image, we can just use this. Okay, here is it here. We can just use this. Where do I want to be? I'm lost in my own code. That's normal and necessary. I need to really think. Okay, let's see. Where am I using the, okay, I need to be here. Thank God. Let's see. Okay, so as you can see, guys, this is the app context. They use the hook that we usually use. Let's say now we want to use the same image, the one that is already there in our app context. Okay, the one that we have saved. Cool. Now let's go back to that challenge of what's this thing? The this one, guys. Okay, profile image, the one that has got a what can I say, the HOC, the high order component. Okay, now we are testing. Go to the definition. Where is the definition? Okay, you are using a with contact provider. Cool, let me go here. Okay, this high order component is the one that provides the URL. As you can see, this is with URL. Here is the high order component. Okay, more about that later. It's providing this, the URL. Okay, the one with the coded design image. So what we can do, let's say here in this module, as you can see, with URL, where is I think this is a normal function. Somewhere here I can use this. We need to import this. I'm going to press Control and press space. Boom, guys, I can take this URL and use it here. Okay, and use it here, the image URL. Okay, and let's save. Let's go back and see. This has changed. Okay, I think we are done with the essence, okay, of what we said we are going to do. Now we are not passing props. Okay, we just access this whenever we want to. Okay, I am happy with that. What else can we do now? Let's fetch the data from the API. Where are we going to get this data? Okay, when this form loads, when this app loads, okay, when it loads, it needs to fetch data from the API. Once it gets that data, it needs to use this, the function set, what is it? It's set user data, the one that is going to be in the store. As soon as that has been set, Then once that has been set, then this image will be here and this image will be here. Okay, so obviously it's not going to be Trevor Noah this time. It's going to be the data from here. Okay, as you can see, guys, let's do that. Okay, so I do have a module here where I am fetching data. Believe me, I do have. Let me go back here and search fetch. Okay, file edit. Let me find in file. What can I find? Let me type fetch. Okay, as you can see, it's this one. Okay, the desktop nav. Okay, as you can see here on nav, I am using the use effect hook to fetch data. And once I get that data, I set data.message. Okay, I'm setting data.message to the profile pic. Okay, I can reuse this. Okay, I can reuse this in the next video. Since this video I can see it's too long, I don't want to pack like a lot of things, because if I can try to make this fetch data reusable, okay, so that we can only use it, it will mean that I need to include generic types. Okay, generic types are a little bit complex. They are more like what we were doing here on the app context. Okay, they are more like this. Okay, obviously I cannot what can I say, teach complex subject on one video. Okay, so what we are going to do now, we are just going to fulfill our promise by doing what? By going here and just copying this function. Okay, since I did it on a different video, you can go and check the previous videos, or you can just listen to me when I'm explaining to you what's going on here in this code. And then let's say the entire app is this one. Okay, we've got something like an error. I don't know where it is with HOC. What is the problem with this? Type URL string or undefined is not assignable to. Okay, remember we had that burden that we are carrying, which is some sort of undefined thing. Okay, this is TypeScript helping us to become better developers. Okay, so let's go to definition. Here is this. All right, and then user define dot what is this necessary for us to fix now? Let's see. Okay, image is equal to this. Okay, let's just fix it this way, guys. Okay, if let's use a ternary operator, image URL asking, is this true? If it's true, do this. Let's say it's false, do something else. As you can see, now this doesn't complain. This will always be true. I'm not sure if I have a code that I've copied. I think I have. Okay. Now, if I go and copy something else, okay, let me just do that and lose that copying. Go back. So, if there is nothing, then display by default Trevor Noah. Okay, copy image address. Okay, so by default, this will display Trevor Noah. Okay. Okay. Remember we said we are carrying that burden of undefined things. I don't want to go there for now. Obviously, it might take me some time, and this was not even part of the plan, guys. I don't want to lie. Okay. I didn't know I'm going to face this. Okay. So let's see. So now we have removed this. Let me save. I'm happy with this. So what else do I want to do? What I want to do next is let me go back to that fetch, which was on Control P. It was here. Copy it again. Okay. Where is copy here? Okay. Happy with this. Let's go to the main application. Okay. Don't forget to subscribe, guys, if you like what you see. And also, if you want the source code, please check the link in the description and subscribe to my mailing list. Okay, let's keep it going and keep it flowing like water. We're almost done, guys. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to be in app and in the app page. Okay, still let's see what we want to do. When this loads, we want to make sure that we set the global store, or are we setting, or we are getting, let's see, we want to set. Okay, we are going to fetch data from the API when our application loads, and then after that we will set the global store with the data that we have fetched. What's the best way, the best place to do that? Okay, is it possible that one might just jump to a different page without going to home page? I think that's possible. Okay, like somebody can jump straight to inbox like this. Let's say they got a link, they can jump straight to inbox without going in here. So we cannot put the code here because somebody might jump, so the fetching might not be done. So the best way is to put the fetch in the layout where we know that it will always get the data. I hope you do get that one, guys. So let's go to the layout. Let's see. Okay, obviously as I am coding, maybe I might think of a better way to do this. Okay, I've just got a certain feeling. Okay, it's very small, very slight. Okay, that here on the layout, maybe there is a better place for this, but for now this is the better place. So what we are going to do, guys, we are going to use use effect. As you can see, let's import it. Okay, use effect and use date. Okay, and then there is a car that is running around. I think they are preaching. In case you hear that, my apologies about that. It's affecting me heavily. Okay, so let's continue, guys. As you can see in the layout, we've got this const. Now this const was profile, it was just an image URL. Unfortunately, now it's not going to be the URL. Okay, it's going to be this type of data. As you can see, guys, we are repeating ourselves. We will fix that. We will refactor. We will put all our what, all our come on, Matthew, we will put all our types in one place. Okay, let's go back here. So we are going to have, let me declare this here. Okay, so we are going to have we are going to have, let me think. I think I can get this and copy it as it is from here. That's why I was thinking, here is it. Okay, here is it. Here is it. Okay, this is what we want. We want something like this as it is, guys. Okay, okay, use state. Let's just do it like this. Obviously it's expecting, okay, it's not expecting anything. I'm happy with that. Okay, so as you can see, we are going to set this. Okay, we are going to set this papa is equal to use state. Let's see. Okay, I'm a bit, my apologies about this. Okay, I think this is the last part. I really need to take a break. Remember, guys, we need to get the use state. We're not going to create a new one. Okay, we need to get it exactly the same way we were getting it here. Okay, the same way, remember? Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, let's import this use provider. Okay, and then here the image URL. At the moment we're not going to display anything here, but we want to set something. Okay, we want to set something. So what we can do, I think, instead of declaring things, we cannot declare things. Let's use this user data here, dot user data. But now we don't want the user data, must remember, we want set user data to something. Okay, we are going to set it to something. Okay, what are we going to set it with? Remember, it's something that we are going to fetch from the URL. So when this layout loads, it has to fetch data from where? Before it was fetching it from this. Unfortunately, now we are using, where is that? We are using this. Not really, go back. Okay, we are using this. Okay, this. We are going to fetch this data. Okay, let's go back. As you can see, guys. Okay. Okay, cool. And then const data is equal to await that dot JSON. Okay, that means that data is going to be here. Then we used to have set profile. Now we no longer have that. Okay, we have this set user. Okay, set user data. Before we do that, okay, let me just comment this set user data. Before we do that, my apologies about that. Okay, before we do that, let's console log the data that we are getting to see, does it match the structure that we have, which is this structure. Okay, it's like we are asking, did we manage to get the data from the API first? Okay, it's very important to take things I'm not sure, one by one or one step at a time. Okay, now where is this data going to be displayed? It will depend on, do we have use client here? If we don't have use client, it will be displayed here. Okay, because it's a server side. But as you can see, guys, we are using the client side things. I think Next.js will complain, okay, because the hooks are always on the client side. So let's see, I think we need to have use client here so that when we want to check that data, we will check it on the browser. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, now what we are testing is that, are we able, doc read, are we on the layout? Yes. Didn't I copy and paste this? Maybe I made undo. I think I tried to copy this. Okay, and change it. Okay, we don't want the dog CEO. Okay, this is what we want, and then we're going to get this data. So we just want to see, are we going to get a data like this, an object like this? Okay, then if we get an object like this, we will set our global state with that object. Let's go back here. App layout, you are attempting to export metadata from a component marked use client, okay, which is disallowed. Either remove the export or the use client. Makes sense? Okay, makes sense. Okay, remember I said maybe on the next video I will think of a proper way of doing this. Okay, let's see. Where is the export and the metadata? Let's see. Export metadata. Let's not export the metadata for now. Okay, let's not export the metadata for now. App layout, you are attempting metadata. Okay, Are you not refreshing? Okay, still compiling some things. Okay, inspect. Let's look on console log. Let's see, are we able to get that data? Console log. Okay, let's see, where are we getting that data? Okay, layout.tx, it has got an object. What's inside that object? We are managing to get it, guys, as you can see. Here is the object. It has got the album ID and everything exactly as we wish. How do we know if this is coming from exactly what we did? It's telling us here, okay, at line 46, as you can see. So we can be bulletproof that it's us who did that, okay, because it's coming from layout. And then obviously in terms of where are we console logging? Okay, yes, at 46. Okay, here's the line. So I'm happy with this. I am more than confident to use this, okay, to use this to set what can I say, to set where is the data fetching? Okay, to set our data with this. Okay, more than happy to do so. Obviously, we are supposed to get a green image or something, as you have seen before. This is supposed to change. So what can I do from here? Do I need to refresh or something? Let's see. Okay, this is the initial value. Okay, remember, we've got a condition somewhere in our code. If things are null, then render Trevor Noah. Okay. So it might happen we have hit one of those. So if things are null, it will render Trevor Noah. That's not much of a problem. So now let's see. Okay. We are getting set user data. Okay. When this loads, we are going to get the user data, and then we are setting the user data to this data. Okay. Obviously, we didn't, what can I say? We didn't type this data. That's not that much important for now. Okay. I think we've got an important message here from our own code. App context might have been used outside the provider. Is that true? I think so. Okay, but we have to check, guys. Okay, is that true? This is our own message. Okay, this is how fun coding is. Okay, you work hard to prevent the errors, and you make those errors. Okay, and then your own code comes back to let you know that you have made the errors. Interesting. Okay, so we are trying to use it outside the provider. Let's see. I think so, because we are on the app layout. Where are we wrapping? Okay, as you can see, guys, we are wrapping this with the provider here. Okay, this is where we are doing it. I think we are using this outside the provider. Okay, I'm convinced about that. Okay, so let me do this then for now, just for the sake of a tutorial. Let me take this whole code, the one that fetches data, and set a different thing. Okay, this one. Okay, I think it starts from here. Let me take it to any page. Let me take it to home, and then on home, obviously it will still fetch the data and do what it's supposed to do. Maybe on the next video we will see which is the best place for it. Okay, because home is inside here. Okay, home definitely will be inside a provider, but I'm happy that this happened. Okay, I am happy that this happened, because it's teaching us a lot of things. Okay, let me go back and uncomment this. and remove all these use effect. Okay, and remove all of this. Okay, suppose we are having Trevor Noah as a default. I don't have a problem with that, but soon we will replace Trevor Noah with a green image. Let's go back to home page. Then if we are here, I am convinced that we are inside the provider. Okay, we will just have to import all the necessary things. Okay, use provider, press control and press space. Okay, what else? Nothing. So that means when this loads, it will go to the server and fetch this data, and when it comes back, it will set the global, what's this? It will set the global store, which is the user data, the data that is there on the context API, let's say, with this data. Okay, let's save and see. Okay, I'm happy that it's refreshing. Obviously, your component that needs use effect, use client. Okay, I hope now you understand this error from Next.js. Okay, use client. We are using use effect and all those things which they run on the client. Let's see, guys. We are trying to get rid of Trevor Noah. Boom. We are done. Okay, we are done, guys. As you can see, we are done. Okay, now Trevor Noah has been replaced by this. Okay, Trevor Noah has been replaced by this. Let me just click here on inbox. Okay, let's say I'm new. I have somebody gave me a link. I am not going to go to the home page. Let's see if will this render this, or it will render the default Trevor Noah that we put there. As you can see, it's already rendering Trevor Noah. I hope you do get the idea, guys. I hope you are learning something. Okay, we are starting from this page, meaning that the home page has not been rendered. So once we get into the home page, as you can see, we are getting the data from the API and we are displaying this. I am Matthew Msingati, the hybrid, the best of both worlds, the designer and developer from South Africa. I hope this is the last video that you will watch to understand the context API or the provider pattern. I did everything that I can. If you like this type of content, don't forget to subscribe, and please do me a favor and check get a source code from my newsletter. Okay, you can check it on the description and then you can sign up there. We are getting there, guys. I'm happy with what I have here, as you can see. Okay, if we can start straight from chat, that means the user will be null and it will default to Trevor Noah. When we get home, as you can see, guys, boom. I'm Matthew Msingati, the hybrid, the designer and developer. I hope you have learned something. God bless you. Let's go and get those front end jobs this 2024. See you on the next one.